Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Kaido was defeated. I went to West Blue to resurrect Big Brother Homelander. Chapter 41. Even after so many years. When Garp thought of the scene of besieging Lule, he was still a little frightened. Especially the huge Senju Avalokitesvera. After being covered by armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, the terrifying power made Garp, who was more than 40 years later, have some scalp tingling and couldn't help himself. What? Marine and High actually cooperate to deal with Lule. Didn't Rocks get killed on Kamya Island? Why did he cooperate with you again? What the hell is going on? Quote. Garp didn't say it and said. As soon as he mentioned Akainu, Hema, Staff Officer Crane, and Araki became even more puzzled, and there was still some inconceivable in their hearts. In order to deal with a Lule, Rocks pirate, Lule pirates, Marine, CP0's high-end combat power has all started. Is this not a joke anymore? No matter how strong Lule is, he can't be so perverted and invincible. Let the top battles on the sea more than 40 years ago go head to head. You listen to me first, then you will understand everything, and you will understand why the world government created a blank year of history. Garp shook his head dejectedly, and said with some nostalgia, on the island of Kamya, Lule confidently walked into the trap carefully laid out by the world government. I, Sengoku, Zephyr, Kong, Rocks D. Zebek, Golden Lion Shiki, Edward Newgate, Silver Axe, John, Akoku, Gal D. Roger, Silver Rayleigh, Copper Jabba, the 13 top forces in the sea today united and began to besiege Lule. Quote. Quote, comma, quote. Quote, quote. After half an hour, Garp explained what happened in Kamya Island word by word. It is strange to say that, even after more than 40 years, Garp still remembers the terrifying chaos that changed the pattern of the sea, not even forgetting some small details. Quiet. The scene is a sluggish. Neither Sakazuki nor Dark Horse, Staff Officer Crane, or Aramaki said anything, only the horrified expressions on their cheeks showed their extreme restlessness. The fact is also true. In the middle of speaking, Akainu, the Dark Horse, the Crane staff, and the heart of Araki have already set off a stormy sea. When he learned that the world government had used his trump card and attacked Lule when he was no longer at his peak, Lule was plunged into the abyss of the sea and completely killed. It's blank. They thought of many possibilities. I just didn't think of it. The island of Kamya also has a secret that makes the sea shake dozens of times. No wonder Garp, Sengoku, Kong, Zephyr, Whitebeard, Roger, Rocks and others are reluctant to say it. Everyone is a well-known powerhouse in the sea. They joined forces to besiege Lule and have yet to win. This kind of shameful loss is enough to go down in history. Even a strong man with a backbone would not publicize it. I'm afraid it wasn't when I learned that the world government was erasing all information and traces about Lule. Roger, Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, etc., are still secretly contributing to the flames. This kind of shameful history, it is better not to exist. So that Garp and Roger teamed up to kill Rocks later. Akainu, Hema, Staff Officer Crane, and Alan Mew didn't take it seriously. There was only one thought in their hearts. Lule, the ancestor of the sea, died. How did he come back to life? Shouldn't he be resurrected? Judging from the picture just now, Lule's speed, strength, and physical fitness seemed to have become stronger now. Garp was silent for a moment, then continued, I just don't know how strong it is. Although I really want to avenge Sengoku, but, we Marine really can't control it, let the world government control it. Gathering all of Marine's high-end combat power, plus Seraph, will there be a chance to take down Lule? After hearing this, a gleam of unwillingness flashed across Akainu's resolute cheeks, and said, our Marine's overall strength is actually not weak. As long as we can win Lule, many things will be solved, and Marine's prestige will reach a peak. The opportunity is definitely there, but, there are too many uncertain factors. Garp hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly. No one knows how strong Lule is now, so my suggestion is to report it to the world government and let the 5 elders have a headache. After saying this, Garp paused and said in a complicated tone, I believe Sengoku thinks the same way, and doesn't want Marine to take risks. Quote. Seeing that Garp moved the dead Sengoku out, Akainu stopped talking for a while, but there was still some resistance in his heart to report all this to the world government. As the current Marshal of Naval Headquarters, such a big thing happened. Not only could he not handle it properly, but he had to ask for help from the world government. No matter how he thought about it, Akainu felt that he was a bit aggrieved and uncomfortable as a marshal. Marshal Sakazuki, let's report to the world government. Seemingly seeing Akainu's scruples, Staff Officer he sighed and said in a deep voice, if the world government knew that Lule was resurrected, the first reaction would be to think about what to do instead of blaming us Marine. After all, more than 40 years ago, the world government has learned the greatness of the ancestors of the sea. All right, like Garp. In fact, the Crane staff also really wanted to avenge Sengoku. But rationality told him that in the face of such a great ancestor who could do whatever he wanted, Marine was really unsure, so let the world government do it. Agree. Under the changing expression of the dark horse, he finally said helplessly, we still have to focus on the overall situation. After all, if our Marine can't take Lule, resulting in heavy losses, the world government will blame it, and no one can afford this responsibility. Quote. Okay, let the 5 elders have a headache. Alan Mew thought for a while, and a ray of bitterness flashed across his eyes under the sunglasses, and he agreed. It would be fine if Garp didn't say anything. But, having said that, Marine still has to go his own way, so he's going to be a bit tough. Okay. Seeing that Marine's executives all expressed their opinions, Akainu gritted his teeth with a fluctuating expression on his face, and took out the phone bug with a gloomy face, and reported what happened to Marineford to the 5 elders. No way. Due to the situation, he once again compromised with the evil. Baloo. However, just when Akainu was almost ready, the phone bug rang first. Hey. Akainu frowned and picked up the phone bug. I'm Marshal Marine, Sakazuki. Marshal Sakazuki, things are a little complicated with West Blue. Kizaru's solemn voice came from the other end of the phone bug. I checked the body of the T-Dolphin and found that his bones were damaged to varying degrees, especially his arms, which had been shattered. Although the fatal injury was caused by Jin, but I think someone else did it, and the T-Dolphin lost most of its combat power with one blow. After saying this, Kizaru's tone was obviously heavy. Beast's pirates has obviously been defeated. Where did this Jin find a monster-level combat power? Incredible. I see. Akainu sighed and said, Pelusalino, speed back to Naval Headquarters, a big event is about to happen in the sea. What? Marshal Sakazuki, what do you mean by that? Kizaru on the other end of the phone was a little confused, and subconsciously lengthened his tone. Could it be that Marine has found something? Do you know who did it? Akainu didn't hide it, and said neatly, Lule, the ancestor of the sea who died for more than 40 years, has been resurrected. Now Marineford of Marine has been destroyed, and even the Sengoku Inspector General has been killed. How is this possible? Marshal Sakazuki, what are you talking about? A look of horror appeared on Kizaru's wretched cheeks, and he only felt the buzz of fame in his mind. What are you kidding? Marineford was destroyed and even Sengoku died. Kizaru has never been so speechless as he is now. Does this Sakazuki like to joke so much after he became a marshal? Do not believe. He really doesn't believe. These are all true. Perhaps he knew that Kizaru didn't believe it, and Akainu didn't explain that much. He said, the time is urgent. When you get back to Naval Headquarters, I'll tell you something specific. Baloo. The voice did not fall. Akainu hangs up the phone bug and prepares to report to the world government. What's the situation? West Blue, C2 Marine Branch. Looking at the phone bug that was hung up, Kizaru's wretched face stretched for a long time. This Sakazuki, only half of what he said. Even if Marineford is destroyed and Sengoku is killed, you have to tell me about the specific situation. I can't go up and down now. What should I do? Originally, Kizaru decided to rest in West Blue for a few days after checking out the corpse of the T-Dolphin. It's good now. The rest of the plan was ruined again, and we had to rush back to Naval Headquarters. It's scary, but, at the thought of Marineford being destroyed, Sengoku was killed, Kizaru's expression became solemn. Maybe something really happened to Marine. Once true. The consequences were severe. Laugh. A flash of yellow flashed. Kizaru's body disappeared in the C2 Marine Branch. At the same moment, Holy Land Mariajoy, inside a mighty hockey castle of the world government. The five elders were standing or sitting, dealing with the documents in their hands with ugly faces. This time at the World Summit, such a thing happened, especially the fact that the Yan Emperor Sabo actually made trouble, and saw the real body of Lord Yimu and some incredible things in Penguchung, which was undoubtedly unbearable for the five elders. Nimas, Sabo of dog days, they seldom go to the ancient city of Pan. The result was good. He not only went to Pan Ancient City, but also entered the flower room and saw some incredible things on the Void Throne. Certainly, see, but it annoyed Lord Yimu, and now Lord Yimu has spoken harshly. That is, as long as Sabo is discovered, he will launch the big move that killed Lule, the ancestor of the sea, and destroy Sabo and even the country where he is located. Revolutionary Army. It's all rubbish, and those countries that collude with the Revolutionary Army must die. Thinking of this, the faces of the five elders gradually improved. More than 40 years have passed, and even now, the five elders are shocked when they think of Lord Yimu's ultimate move that is like destroying the world. As for Lule, the loser of an era, the only thing better than Rox and Roger is that it may have attracted the attention of Lord Yimu, and was killed by Lord Yimu himself. Now, the world government has wiped out almost all traces and materials of Lule's existence. This is the fate of angering the world government. Soon, after processing the document in hand, the bald-headed five elders said indifferently, after blaming Cobra's death on Sabo, now Sabo has become a famous hero, and his prestige has vaguely surpassed that of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. Hero, the blonde five elders said disapprovingly. If you mess with Lord Yimu, Sabo will die very badly. Yes, Sabo is definitely dead this time. The bearded five elders said without thinking. Let Marine monitor the phone bug of the Revolutionary Army. Once Sabo's whereabouts are found, today next year will be Sabo's Memorial Day. Boo, boo. But, just at this time, the phone bug placed in the middle of the desk suddenly rang. This is world government, I am five elders. The five elders with the highest status did not hesitate, picking up the phone bug and the teacup to take a sip of hot tea. Mr. Five Elders, I'm Sakazuki. On the other end of the phone bug, Akainu's heavy voice came out. Sakazuki. The five elders with the highest status took a sip of hot tea and said, is there something wrong? Now that the decision has been made, Akainu did not hide his pinch, and said neatly, Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, T-Dolphin was killed, Sengoku Inspector General was also killed, Marineford was destroyed, and the main culprit is the death of the ancestor of the sea for more than 10 years, Lule. PFFT. Cough cough, cough cough. After hearing this, the five elders with the highest status suddenly choked and coughed violently. What's the situation? What did he hear? Could this Akainu be joking? He could accept the killing of the T-Dolphin and the killing of the Sengoku Inspector General, but the resurrection of Lule, the ancestor of the Great Ocean who had been dead for more than 40 years, he couldn't accept it all at once. Lying can't be so outrageous, can it? If people can be resurrected, then the world government has lost so many high-end combat power, and the king who founded the world government 800 years ago, I am afraid that he has been resurrected long ago, right? Also get a little Lule resurrected. Mr. Five Elders, everything is true, I will send you the video of Lule's destruction of Marineford later. On the other end of the phone bug, Akainu seemed to have anticipated the reaction of the five elders, and said urgently, Lule, who was more than 40 years ago, has been resurrected and has already started to take revenge on our marine. The world government must prepare. You're not telling the truth, are you? Hearing what Akainu said so prudently, the five elders with the best status froze for a moment, and then said slowly, Lule, who has been dead for more than 40 years, has really been resurrected, and he killed Chado and Sengoku, kill Marineford. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yes, Akainu added in a serious tone. Garp has already confirmed that it is indeed the ancestor of the sea. Lule, if I am not mistaken, it should be Kaido of the beasts who ordered Jin to resurrect Lule by some means. Send the video over. The five elders with the highest status was already a little stunned, and subconsciously ordered. It is good. On the other end of the phone bug, Akainu didn't want to say anything more and hung up the phone bug. Did you all hear it? Putting the phone bug on the table, The highest-ranking 5 elders wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth and said incredulously, Sakazuki said that the ancestors of the sea more than 40 years ago, resurrected. Not only did they kill Chigu and Sengoku, but they also destroyed Marineford. Quiet. The office fell into silence. The other 4-5 elders did not speak, but their eyes and cheeks were all flickering with expressions of horror and disbelief. If someone else said that Lule was resurrected, the 5 elders would definitely not believe it, but now it was Marshal Marine Sakazuki who reported it personally, so they couldn't believe it. How did he come back to life? After a few seconds, the bald-headed 5 elders touched his own juncture and said, it seems that even Lord Yim can't resurrect a dead person, right? Certainly not. Hearing this sentence, the 5 elders with the mustache said subconsciously, when a person dies, he dies, and even Lord Yimu has only survived for so many years by relying on some special means. Wait a minute, let's watch the video first. The blonde 5 elders said in a heavy tone, if it is really determined to be resurrected, then things will be troublesome. The other 4-5 elders thought about it and nodded in unison, and their mood became not very good. Because, once the ancestor Lule of the sea is resurrected, the sea will shake again. The new 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, etc., are not enough to see in front of the ancestors of the sea. The Roger pirates and Rocks pirate more than 40 years ago are the lessons of the past. 10 minutes later, Kong Sora knocked on the door and entered the office in a dazed way. He was supposed to be working on some documents, but he was ordered by the 5 elders to visit their office. Lord 5 elders, Kong said with a serious face, is something wrong? You find a place to sit first. The bald-headed 5 elders shook his head and said unhappily, you'll find out in a moment. Okay. Kong noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere, so he found a place at will, and sat down without even breathing. All right, if this person has outsiders, you will find the famous commander-in-chief of the entire army, Kong in front of the 5 elders, respectfully like a child. Lord 5 elders, the footage from Marine has been received. Boom. With a knock on the door, I saw an official from the world government hurriedly pushed in the door with a phone bug. Put it on the table. Early with some eager mustache 5 elders gave an urgent order. Yes, the world government official did not hesitate, put the video phone bug on the desk, bowed his head, and exited the conference room. Call. The 5 elders with the best status took a breath and activated the video phone bug. Whoosh. The next moment, a picture was projected onto a screen on the left side of the desk. Bang, bang. The first picture is to make the 5 elders and Kong stand up in a panic. As the picture keeps moving, the expressions of the 5 elders and Kong are constantly changing, and they don't even dare to move their eyes. In the end, they are all dumbfounded, stood in place. Real, resurrected. The ancestor of the sea more than 40 years ago has really been resurrected. How is this possible? How can a dead person be resurrected? Can't believe it, but the fact is in front of them. Do you believe it even if you don't believe it? Especially when Lule clapped his hands, Marineford was covered with countless towering trees, and the 5 elders and Kong couldn't help but recall the fear of the sea being dominated by Wood Style, the ancestor of the sea. Boom. I do not know how long it has been. The 5 elders with the highest status gritted their teeth and patted the table, roaring angrily, how on earth did this Lule come back to life? Silence. No one answered the question of the highest-ranking 5 elders. Because the other 4 elders and Kong were all in shock, their minds were in chaos, they didn't know what to say, and they didn't know where to start. All right, similar to what the Crane staff said. After confirming the resurrection of Lule, the ancestor of the sea more than 40 years ago, the death of Cha Dolphin and Sengoku, and the destruction of Marineford were not taken by the 5 elders. They only concern how Lule was resurrected and how to deal with it. Lule after his resurrection. Asshole. What should I do now? Lule's inexplicable resurrection will surely disrupt our deployment and plans. 5. After a while, the 5 elders looked at each other, and they could see the anger and horror in their eyes. After being in charge of the world government for so many years, they once again encountered such an extremely difficult matter. It seems that the last time was also because of the ancestor Lule, right? Now it's because of him. How is this possible? Kong Sora's fists clenched inadvertently, his body trembled slightly, especially when he thought of the scene of Sengoku being killed. Somehow, he actually felt a kind of sadness. Is it sad for Sengoku? No, he thought of the original battle of the Valley of the Gods, and felt inexplicable fear. Besides, that man was resurrected. Doesn't that mean that those who participated in the siege of him at the beginning will be in danger? Maybe Sengoku is the lesson. If Lule really wants to take revenge against our world government, we 5 elders are ready to take action. Suddenly, the bearded 5 elders gritted their teeth and said extremely coldly, for so many years, our 5 elders have never shot. It's time for Lule to see our power. AJ. Agree. The 5 of us start. Even if we can't win, we shouldn't lose. Not confident. Marine, CPO, plus our 5 elders, won't necessarily lose. The other 5 elders hesitated for a while, and nodded in order. Lule was very strong and pervert. They all knew it, but they themselves were not weak. Can bite the bullet. Yeah, I really didn't expect him to be resurrected. But, just when the 5 elders had prepared for the worst. Along with a spatial fluctuation. Seeing that I am with red pupils, wearing a crown with 4 towering spikes, and wearing a black cloak appeared in the conference room, watching the screen on the screen that had stopped, he made a surprised voice. Stupid. I am not even thinking. A man who has been dead for more than 40 years has come back to life. To kill Marines T-Dolphin and Sengoku in such a grand manner, and destroy Marineford, is this a preparation to show a sword to Marine and the world government? How did it come back to life? I am suddenly curious about Lule again. In fact, she was very interested in Lule more than 40 years ago, especially the incomparably powerful armed Buddha, which opened her eyes. Strong. If she can master this method of resurrection, would not it be? Thinking of this, Yimu, who has always been heartbroken, and the sky is still calm, began to fluctuate violently in his heart, and wisps of light flashed in his red eyes. Lord, I am. Faced with the sudden appearance of Yimu, the 5 elders were stunned for a moment, and then without any hesitation, they simply knelt on the ground neatly. This is. Kong, who was still in a state of horror, widened his eyes, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. His guess was correct. It turned out that above the 5 elders, there was really a super boss behind the scenes. Sabo was ordered to kill by the world government, probably because he saw something he shouldn't see in Panguchung. Boom. After thinking about everything, Kong knelt on the ground without hesitation, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Yimu. This is the boss of the 5 elders, there is absolutely nothing wrong with licking a little. Lord Yimu, this Lule is resurrected. Looking at the coming I am. One of the blonde-haired 5 elders took a deep breath, plucked up his courage, and cautiously confessed, when Kaido of the Beasts was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy, he once said that Jin would go to West Blue to revive Lule. It seems to be true now. After saying this, the blonde-haired 5 elders also speculated. It may be that Kaido of the Beasts Master has the method of resurrecting the dead, so Lule can be resurrected. Don't you have a brain? How could Kaido be the Master's method of resurrecting the dead? Yi Mu's red pupils with circles of ripples flashed a look of seeing through everything, and said, it should be the backhand left by that Lule. I thought it was wrong at first, but now it seems that I was careless, already. Quote. Denied by I am Sama. A few strands of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the blonde-haired 5 elders, and he didn't dare not to speak. Lord I am, what should we do now? Seeing the blonde-haired 5 elders deflated, the highest status 5 elders hesitated before asking. Lule is an uncertain factor that is out of control, and we can't tolerate such an awesome existence in the sea. Ha ha. I am indifferently made a disdainful voice, and said, except for an ancestor of the sea, Lule, and a Straw Hat Luffy, they are all uncertain factors. So, you and Marine are ready to fight. The sea is going to be turbulent again, just don't know how many years of history will be left blank this time. Certainly, I am not saying a word. That is, she will not act rashly until Lule's specific strength after the resurrection is clear. Simply put, if you don't make a move, you're done. If you make a move, you will kill. Do not. This time she is looking for a chance to capture Lule alive. As for the method of resurrection from the dead, she is very envious. She must have the master in her hands, and it is best to include the wood-style secret technique in her pocket. There was no way back then, but now that you were resurrected and delivered to your door, don't blame me. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral was killed, the Sengoku Inspector General was killed, and Marineford was destroyed, should these news be spread. The highest-ranking 5 elders asked in a low voice. Stop all these news for me, and they will spread out after a while. A stern gleam flashed in Yimu's red pupils, and he commanded indifferently. Lule wants to show a sword to us Marine and the world government, then we will suffer from this dumb and ignore him for the time being. I want to see what he wants to do. Having said that, Yimu added, Lule's resurrection has disrupted many of my deployments, you must be prepared. Once Lule dares to do something that breaks our limit, you can call CPO, Marine's high-end combat power, attacked collectively. Of course, there is some pressure from our world government, but the pressure on the pirates will be even greater, especially the Straw Hat Luffy, the Cross Guild, Blackbeard, and the Redhead Shanks. The Great Ocean Ancestor vs Joey Boy, I have some expectations when I think about it. Laugh. The voice did not fall. With a burst of space fluctuations. I am vanished into the office of the 5 elders. Call. After Yimu left, the five elders and Kong breathed a sigh of relief, and Kong couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Too much pressure. Facing the invisible pressure from he couldn't breathe at all. It is worthy of being the hidden boss of the world government, so that Kong's heart is more energetic and driven. $77. We have to prepare for battle. What happened to Marine must be suppressed with all-out efforts, and tell the major newspapers in the sea that if they dare to make a mess this time, they will be blocked by the world government in all aspects, and Marine will also list the newspapers that do not obey. Quote. Soon, under the instructions of the 5 elders. The news that Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral T. Dolphin was killed, Sengoku Inspector General was killed, and Marineford was destroyed did not make any waves in the sea, and the major newspapers also received bans and did not report indiscriminately. What? Over at Naval Headquarters, after hearing the order of the world government 5 elders, Marshal Sakazuki took the lead to breathe a sigh of relief. As for Marine heroes, Garp and Staff Crane, although they hate Lule to the bottom of their hearts and want to avenge Sengoku immediately, but it is related to the overall situation of Marine and world government, as well as the resurrected ancestors of the sea, they are silent. Zhao Lijiao recognized the practice of the world government. Of course, in the dark, the CPO and Marine's high-end combat power, as well as the 5 elders, have entered a state of combat readiness. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line, on a commercial island. Central region, on the top floor of a high-end hotel, in a luxuriously decorated room. Lord Lule, are you really resurrected? I saw an albatross wearing a black top hat looking at Lule, who was reading the newspaper in a leisurely manner, his eyes filled with wisps of excitement. Lule nodded and said, 40 years have passed, but I didn't expect you to become the president of the World Economic News Agency. Upon hearing this, Morgan said incoherently, if it wasn't for Lord Lule back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. All right, 40 years ago, Morgans knew Lule. More precisely, Lule rescued him at will in a tsunami, that is, from that time on, Morgans became one of Lule's younger brothers, and under Lule's instruction, began to enter the journalism industry. Bird fruit and devil fruit in the form of an albatross was bestowed by Lule for big news, originally to facilitate the dissemination of news and newspapers. Did not expect, Morgans couldn't fly at all after eating the devil fruit in the form of an albatross. Big news, are you actually your own? Jin stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded, and realized that his head was not enough. Originally, he thought that Lord Lule would go to New World, that is. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lule just left a message on the branch of the news of the world on this commercial island. One of the emperors of the underground world, the president of the World Economic News Agency, Big News Morgans actually came from the New World in person, and his eyes were full of tears. In particular, Morgans looked at Lord Lule with exactly the same eyes as Lord Kaido when he talked about Lord Lule, almost crazy worship and love, just like a mad believer. Maybe this is Lord Lule's unique personality charm. Jin seemed to have thought of something, and a relieved expression appeared on the cheeks of the mask. Morgans and Kaido madly adore Lord Lule. Why isn't he? Especially after Lord Lule destroyed Marineford and killed Sengoku, the invisible sense of admiration had already convinced Jin, and he had invisibly lost his heart to Lord Lule. Even if it is to sacrifice one's own body, he would too. That's right, I've always been Lord Lule's person. Hearing this sentence, Morgan said with a sense of tone, when I learned that Lord Lule had fallen on the island of God, I felt like my sky was about to collapse. Fortunately, at a critical moment, I thought of my commitment to Lord Lule, to build a news organization that spreads across the sea, and then I got back on my feet. When it comes to this, Morgan's tone was obviously a little crazy. Now that the World Economic News Agency has spread all over the sea, I have fulfilled my original promise to Lord Lule. Thanks for your hard work. Lule put down the newspaper in his hand and said with a chuckle, I just wanted to find something for you to do, but I didn't expect that you have built a World Economic News Agency all over the sea. It's not hard work. Compared to what happened to Lule, the hardships I've endured over the years are just pediatrics. Morgan's eyes flashed a cold look, and said, I never thought that the world government would be so despicable and shameless, and set up an ambush on the island of God Valley, letting the 13 warlords at the top of the sea at that time be so despicable and shameless. Forced to besiege Lord Lule. All right, this intelligence information was collected by Morgans through the channels of the World Economic News Agency. In normal times, because of Marine and the world government, he didn't dare to say anything, and he didn't dare to report anything in the newspapers, but now facing Master Lule, he can finally vent his dissatisfaction and grievances. Ha ha, the corners of Lule's mouth twitched slightly, and he said disdainfully, do you think that Rox, Roger and others can join forces to pose a threat to me? Lord Lule, what do you mean? Morgans thought about it for a while, then showed a look of uncertainty, and said subconsciously, could it be that there are still secrets in the Battle of Shengu? No wonder the world government wants to erase the -760 years of history. Tell you the truth, Lule's eyes flashed with a hint of abuse, and he said lightly, during the Battle of Shengu, I could suppress Roger, Rox, Sengoku, Garp and others by myself, but I underestimated the importance of the world government. The determination to kill me, I am, the final boss of world government, used a whole card to kill me. The final boss of world government I am. The voice did not fall. Both Morgans and Jin showed puzzled expressions. Obviously, Lule's words touched their blind spots of knowledge. Isn't the boss of world government the famous 5 elders? What's going on with I am now? Quote. Does the world government still have secrets? This is a big news that shakes the world. If these reports were published, I'm afraid that the entire sea would not be shaken violently, setting off turbulent waves. A few seconds later, before Jin could react, Morgans reacted. With a keen sense of news, he suddenly noticed the super big news that moved the sea. Certainly, in the past, even if he knew about it, he would be cautious and dare not report the secrets of the sea. After all, this has touched the bottom line of world government and marine, as well as some of the big pirates who participated in the siege of Lord Lule at the beginning. Once it is reported, world news will probably be wiped out overnight. But, now, Lord Lule is resurrected. With Lord Lule as his backing, he is afraid of a hammer. Lord Lule, can you report these news? Thinking like this, Morgans did not make his own decisions, but said cautiously, once the 1-year blank history and the Battle of Kamya Island are exposed, the sea will definitely riot, and you will become the sea too, Lord Lule. Focus. 5. You have one last thing to say. Lule took a sip of hot tea from the teacup, and said in a meaningful way, your news of the world will also become a thorn in the eyes of Marine and the world government, a thorn in the flesh. Ha ha ha, with Lord Lule here, I won't be afraid. Morgan straightened his bird's chest, laughed loudly, and said without fear, I didn't dare to stand in line before, because I wanted to be vulgar, and now I will publicly declare that the news of the world is owned by Lord Lule BJDG newspapers. Lule shrugged indifferently and said, you can report on the history of a blank year in the Battle of Kamya Island. Great. Morgans patted his wings excitedly, and there was a flash of determination in his eyes. He would not live up to Lord Lule's expectations. Correct. The next moment, Lule seemed to have thought of something, and said curiously, recently, something big has happened in Marine, don't you know about the news of the world? I know a little bit, but it's less clear what exactly happened. Morgans thought about it for a while, and then said with some puzzlement, according to the information collected by our News of the World, Marine's Vice Admiral T. Dolphin seems to have died, and the original Naval Headquarters Marineford also had a major incident, but what it is, I don't know. In addition, Marine and the world government have issued a gag order to the major news agencies, so I don't take what happened in Marineford to my heart. As expected, the world government, which has ruled the sea for more than 800 years, still has a few brushes. Hearing this sentence, Jin showed an unhappy look, and scolded, no wonder such a big thing happened in Marineford, but there was no movement in the sea. It turned out that the news was blocked. What, wouldn't it be? Morgan's bird face showed a surprised expression. He glanced at Jin, then looked at Lord Lule, and asked tentatively, Master Lule, you're not doing things in Marineford, are you? Jin, tell Morgans. Lule chuckled and shook his head, then stopped talking. In the face of his bright sword, the Dog Day world government and Marine actually chose to hold back and block the news. No wonder there was no major reaction from the sea. Such a pity. You are so calculating. Never thought of the big news. Morgans is my man. A dark child that was laid out more than 40 years ago can now play the role of turning corruption into magic. You blocked the news, and now Lao Su is going to reveal it thoroughly, so that the entire ocean will know that the ancestors of the ocean will come to the ocean again, and the history of a blank year will be announced, which will give the world government a slap in the face. There is also Yimu, who likes to hide in the dark, so you can wait for me, and you will be finished if you watch my crescent moon rise into the sky. Don't you want to hide your identity? Then I will also publish your true identity, so that you can enjoy the feeling of being in the limelight. This time, let the sea completely riot. Morgans, to tell you the truth, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Backup Admiral T. Dolphin was killed by Lord Lule when he was chasing me. Almost without hesitation, Jin said, what happened in Marineford was also done by Lord Lule. The reason why the world government wanted to suppress the news is because Lord Lule was resurrected, the Sengoku Inspector General died, and Marineford was destroyed. Take it, this is a recorded image. While talking, Jin also took out a phone bug from his arms and threw it to Morgans. Originally, he wanted to quietly record Mr. Luolei's style of doing what he wanted to do, so that he could look at it in his spare time, and pass it on as a family heirloom. Now Morgans just needs it, let him look at it first. Morgans took over the phone bug, and under the shock of his heart, there was a buzzing sound in his mind. Also know that, why did the world government and Marine give a gag order to the major news agencies? It turned out that the boss Luole made a big hit after the resurrection of Kamui, first killed the T-Dolphin, then destroyed Marineford, and by the way took out Marine's former marshal, Sengoku. For a time, the well-informed Morgans was shocked. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was that Mr. Luole really didn't change. Even after more than 40 years, he still did things so unscrupulously. Just after resurrection, he took Marine to operate. What surprised Morgans even more was that the world government actually endured and suffered such a dumb loss. Now the news is blocked, obviously not wanting to resurrect Lord Luole, as well as the news that T-Dolphin, Sengoku was killed by Lord Luole, and Marineford was destroyed. If the news of the world spread the news, it would definitely explode in an instant. Morgans took a deep breath, and just as his excited and trembling heart subsided, he said with a frenzied expression, Lord Luole, I want to report all these secret news, can you see? Can. Luole nodded without hesitation, and said, I hope the whole sea will boil, understand? Got it, got it. A ray of light flashed across Morgan's eyes, and he hurriedly said, Lord Luole, don't worry, this time I will make the whole sea shake violently and slap the world government and Marine hard in the face. It is good. There was a hint of coldness in Luolei's eyes. Have nothing to say. What he wants is such an effect. Your world government has blocked the news. I'm sorry, but I want to announce everything. Correct. Luole thought about it for a while, and then said meaningfully, you can let it go, as long as Marine and the world government dare to touch your news of the world, I will directly destroy Mariajoy. Abaj. Lord Luole, are you serious? Morgans was moved to tears. With Lord Luolei's words, he would be more sure of exposure, and he didn't have to worry about revenge from Marine and the world government. As for Marine and the world government, will they believe it? It should be. After all, the behavior of Luole, the ancestor of the sea, has been seen by Marine and the world government more than 40 years ago. Now, until there is no absolute certainty, I absolutely dare not act rashly. The next thing is very simple. With Lule as his backer, Morgans instantly gained confidence, and he ignored the warnings and gag orders from the world government and Marine, and let the news of the world work overtime all night to send out a message to the whole sea. Newspapers. Shock. The history of a blank year is completely exposed. The latest reveal of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Lule, the ancestor of the sea, fought alone against the 13 top combat powers of the sea at that time. Close double angle bracket. Shameless. World government, in order to strangle the ancestors of the sea, Lule, the immediate boss of the 5 elders, the master behind the world government and the master of the Void Throne, Yimu, attacked Lule. Close double angle bracket. Incompetent. In order to cover up their incompetence, Marine and the world government deliberately erased Lule's information and history, creating a blank year. Close double angle bracket. There are pictures and truths. The ancestor of the ninja world Lule has been resurrected, killed Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Substitute Admiral T. Pig in West Blue, also went to Marineford, killed former Marshal Sengoku, destroyed Marineford. Exclusive secret. Ancestors of the sea, Lule, I want to get back everything I lost. When the news of the world released news after news to the sea. Originally because of the new 4 emperors, the sea caused by Emperor Yan Sabo instantly set off one after another monstrous waves, sweeping in all directions. Countless people looked at the newspapers of the world news in their hands and gasped in shock. A look of astonishment flickered on it. No way, it is really a piece of content in the newspaper that is really too explosive. The secret of the 1-year blank history. Lule, the ancestor of the sea for more than 40 years, suppressed the top combat powers such as Rocks, Roger, Garp, etc. on the island of Kamya alone, and was finally defeated by the behind-the-scenes boss of world government, Yi. Mu attacked and defeated Lule. What a terrible thing is this? What is even more shocking is that more than 40 years later, Lule, the ancestor of the sea, was actually resurrected by the embers of the beast's pirates. After killing Marine's T-Dolphin, Sengoku, and destroying the former naval headquarters Marineford, the world government and Marine actually didn't say a word, and silently ate the bitter fruit. The ancestor of the sea, Lule's resurrection, is this an earth-shaking rhythm? And after roughly scanning the newspaper, whether it is a sensible person or an ordinary person, they only pay attention to 2 points, that is, Lule, the ancestor of the sea, who has been in the sea more than 40 years ago, and the other is I am from the world government. Now Lule is resurrected. Does it mean that the confrontation between the world government and Lule will begin again? There is also the 4 emperors of the new world, who will definitely feel great pressure, especially the Straw Hat Luffy, one of the 4 emperors. He defeated Kaido of the Beasts. Now the boss of Kaido of the Beasts is resurrected. Get up and fight. Wano Kuni's Momonosuke may not be able to escape. Therefore, in this situation, the sea is completely insane. The eyes of countless people are on the resurrected ancestor of the sea, Lule. Invisibly, Lule, the ancestor of the sea, surpassed the 4 emperors, Marines, the Revolutionary Army, and the world government, and became the focus of the entire sea. Holy Land Mariajoy, inside a mighty hockey castle in the heart of the world government. What is this Morgans trying to do? What are you kidding? The news of the world doesn't want to do it. The big thing is bad. Lord Yimu has been exposed, and the resurrection of Lule, the ancestor of the sea, has also been exposed. Now the whole sea is watching the joke of our world government. Looking at the newspapers of the world news office in my hand. While the 5 elders looked shocked and angry, they were about to vomit blood with anger, and even more, they were already scolding, and they wished to get rid of this news of the world immediately. Did you make a mistake? The world government and Marine just issued a gag order. A second later, the news of the world will blank a year of history, the truth of the Battle of Kamya, the existence of Lord Yimu, the resurrected ancestor Lule, and the news of the killing of Chigu, Sengoku, and the destruction of Marineford, exposed. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the 5 of them. What is even more infuriating is that newspaper headlines related to Lule are shocking words such as terrible, shocking, incredible, etc. those related to Marine and world government are shameless, incompetent, with pictures and truth. Discrimination is too shameless. Co-authored with an unscrupulous ancestor who can do whatever he wants, Lule has become a bright and stalwart existence, and the world government and Marine have become the background boards. The celestial dragons' families in the Holy Land became angry when they heard the news. They pressured us to find a way to kill Lule, the ancestor of the sea. Master Yimu has been exposed, and now the whole sea knows that we are just puppets, and the real master is Yimu-sama. How could Morgans from the news of the world be Lule's man? Now we are caught off guard. There is also a problem with Marine. Following the exposure of the death of Chigu and Sengoku, the self-confidence of countless Marine soldiers has been severely damaged, and they have begun to be skeptical of the world government and Marine. We must find a way now, otherwise, Marine and the world government will become the target of ridicule. The five elders said each and every word, the expressions on their faces were already ugly and they wanted to cry. This was the third time they encountered a very difficult question about Lule. Just helpless. The snake hit 7 inches. This time Lule once again showed his sword. It can be said that it hit the fate of Marine and world government. Certainly, they also want to kill the news of the world in the past. But, the news has spread all over the sea, and it will not help if it is destroyed. In addition, Lule is the protective umbrella, and Morgans has also released ruthless words in the underground dark world. As long as Marine and the world government dare to do anything against it, the ancestor of the sea, Lule will go straight to Mariajoy. Bet, five elders really dare not. With Lule's unscrupulous, do what he says, if he really wants to destroy Mariajoy desperately, I'm afraid even Lord Yim can't stop it. So, without absolute certainty, neither the world government nor the Marine will do anything to the news of the world. In a sense, someone should be sent to protect him, lest someone frame the blame on Marine and the world government, causing Lule, a lunatic, to go to war with the world government desperately. Suffering. This multiple-choice question is too difficult. The five elders felt like they couldn't figure it out and didn't know what to do. This round, I lost. In vain, an indifferent voice sounded. Immediately after, I appeared in the office of 5 elders with the fluctuation of space. Like the 5 elders, I also has a feeling of being slapped in the face, especially with the exposure of the news of the world. She seems to be stripped naked and known to countless people across the sea. The layout of more than 800 years, the forbearance for more than 800 years, is now destroyed by Lule. In fact, even himself does not know whether to cry or laugh. What frightened her even more was that she also didn't know how Lule knew of her existence. That's it, now that it has been exposed. Then let the whole ocean see the true power of world government. Thinking of this, undisguised killing intent emerged from Im's red pupils. If you dare to read my jokes, then wait for punishment and destruction. For more than 800 years, she does not know how many countries she has destroyed, nor does she know how many countries she has destroyed. Mind-blowing some more. Bang, 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 seeing that Imam-sama suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, the five elders, who were suffering from headaches, knelt on the ground in no particular order. Have nothing to say. The presence of Imam-sama means there is a solution. You didn't even investigate the relationship between Morgans and Lule, so you let the news of the world develop, and now you're paying for it. A trace of coldness flashed across Yimu's cheek covered by the black robe, and said, in normal times, you all look like you are in control of everything, but now you have been beaten 3 times in a row by one person, you really lose me. Face. This is the last chance, don't do it next time, otherwise you will be at your own risk. After all, some people want to be 5 elders, that Kong, it feels good. When it comes to this, was obviously already motivated to kill. Understood, Sama. We won't let you down again. This time it was our fault and there will never be a next time. 0. The voice did not fall. The five elders also seemed to be frightened, strands of cold sweat poured out of their foreheads, and they hurriedly slumped their heads, clinging to the ground, making a panicked sound. Joke. They knew how ruthless Lord Yimu, who had lived for more than 800 years, would not care about their status as 5 elders. After all, for more than 800 years, Lord Yim killed quite a few 5 elders. Quote. I am snorted coldly, and said indifferently, I will do my best to monitor all the calls of the Revolutionary Army. Once I find Sabo's trace, I will make another move to destroy a country and crush everything. Yes, Lord I am. Hearing that Imam Sama was about to strike again. The five elders were taken aback for a moment, and they immediately knew the good intentions of Lord Yimu. Now the pressure of public opinion is all on Marine and the world government. As long as Lord Yimu can destroy a country with one move, the entire sea will remain silent and dare not say anything more. It can also attack the power of the ancestor of the sea, Lule. And Marine and some soldiers of the world government will be reinvigorated. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Laugh. After this sentence, I am left the office of the 5 elders. This time Luolei's behavior reminded her that the sea is not completely under her control. Vivian, Shirahoshi, Luffy, and now there is another Luole. The sea is really getting more and more interesting. New World, Marine G1 headquarters. At this time, in the conference room on the highest level of the fortress. The atmosphere here is almost frozen to ultimate. Marine Marshal, Akainu, Marine 3 Admiral Kizaru, Fujitora, Green Bull, and Marines Hero, Garp, General Staff, Crane, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Substitute Admiral Momoshige and others gathered together. No one said a word, their faces were very ugly. Marine was backstabbed by the news of the world. The news one after another was like a knife inserted into Marine's heart, causing the hearts of the senior executives of Naval Headquarters to bleed with pain and anger. What is even more irritating is that with the support of the ancestors of the sea, Marine has not been able to take strong action against the news of the world. It's scary. Seeing that no one was talking, Kizaru cocked his mouth and said incredulously, Luole, the ancestor of the sea more than 40 years ago, has actually been resurrected. After being exposed by the news of the world, it has already caused the sea riot. What more than a riot? A look of astonishment flashed across Aramaki's shady cheeks, and he said a little unhappily, the ancestors of the sea were exposed, and the real leader of our world government, Yimu, was also exposed. I really didn't expect that on top of the 5 elders there is a boss. The 5 elders hide from everyone, it's really hard for them. After Fujitora took a cup of tea and took a sip of tea, he also showed a disdainful expression and said solemnly, now that it has been exposed, I want to see how the 5 elders will respond. HMPH. The world government is hiding and pinching, and it doesn't treat us Marine as its own at all. Dark Horse snorted coldly and said, perhaps in that Im's eyes, none of us are his own people, we are all just tool people walking and serving her. If it hadn't been exposed, it might have continued to hide from us. When it comes to this, the tone of the Dark Horse is obviously a little rebellious, but, the conference room, no one cares. Ah, Garp rarely dozed off or snacked, but sighed with a tired face, adding, the deaths of Chigu and Sengoku caused an uproar in Marine, and Marineford was also destroyed if no effective action was taken. Action, Marine's momentum will be greatly affected. After all, Sengoku is Marine's former marshal, like Marine's soul. Let's see what the world government will do now. Staff officer, he said with a gloomy face and a bit of anger, if the world government doesn't take effective action, we Marines will just lie down and do whatever we like. Quote. Staff Crane, don't be angry. But at this time, Marshal Akainu, who was sitting on the main seat, had a resolute expression and solemnly said, the world government has already confirmed the existence of I Am, and said that I Am is the trump card of the world government. It will never be revealed until the critical moment, and it is not intentional to hide it from everyone. This time Luole used Morgan's World Economic News to expose these secret things, which caught everyone by surprise. So, Lord Yimu has decided to take action and show his true strength in front of the entire sea. Although Akainu concealed the existence of I Am from the world government, Akainu has deep resentment, but as Marine's marshal, he must focus on the overall situation and stabilize his mentality, otherwise Marine will collapse. It's kind of funny. Akainu thinks that he has a very short temper, hates evil, and pursues the concept of complete justice. But, after taking the position of marshal, his character began to change to the character of Sengoku when he was a marshal before, and Marine became his fetters unknowingly. What? I am going to shoot. Is the world government coming for real? As the words of Marshal Akainu just fell, Kizaru, Fujitora, Green Bull, Garp, Staff Officer Crane, Momoshiki and others were all stunned, as if they didn't expect that the 5 elders hadn't done anything yet, and Lord I Am, who was only exposed, was about to do it. This is the rhythm that will make the sea unable to calm down. As I am going to do something to Lule, I want to participate. The next moment, Garp's dark eyes glowed with a ray of light, and he said urgently, as long as I can avenge Sengoku, even if I die in battle, I will die without regrets. Me too. Staff Officer he clenched his fist and said something in a deep voice. It seems to be about to attack the Revolutionary Army. Glancing at Garp, who seemed to have aged more than 10 years after Sengoku's death, Akainu hesitated for a moment, but still had some reluctance to say, the Emperor Yan of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, has long been included in the world government's must-kill list. This time, Lord Yimu will use Sabo to kill the chicken and warn the monkey. It's so scary. The voice did not fall. Others haven't responded yet. Kizaru stood up first, showing an extremely exaggerated expression, and said, this I am, is it really unreasonable to play cards? He was wronged by Lule, the ancestor of the sea, and he used the Revolutionary Army to open the knife. The owner of the dead is really picking soft persimmons. No way. Akainu smiled helplessly and said, the 5 elders mean that the world government will not take action until Lule's specific strength after the resurrection is found out, and Lord Yimu will also use Lule to go to the new world. Not finished. But, the people present understood in an instant. Garp was shocked, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. His good grandson, Monkey D. Luffy awakened in Wano Kuni Crazy Burst Seeds, and defeated Kaido of the Beasts ascended to the new 4 emperors. It's good now. Jin resurrects Kaido of the Beast's big brother in West Blue. Needless to say, Monkey D. Luffy would be a deadly target. If there is a cause, there must be an effect. Luffy's retribution may be the ancestor of the sea, Lule. Now, Yimu may just want to use the hands of Lule, the ancestor of the sea, to eradicate some of the big pirates, including Luffy, who has long been a confidant of the world government. I'm tired, I'll go back to rest first. After a few seconds, Garp shook his head dejectedly, then stooped to his feet and left the conference room slowly. He is very clear. It is completely impossible for Marine and the world government to protect Luffy. In the past, because of his identity, Marine would turn a blind eye to Luffy. Now, he can do whatever he wants. The ancestor of the sea, Lule, won't give any face, plus Luffy's character, undoubtedly, it is needlepoint to maiming. Unless Luffy's Renren fruit, Eudemon's, Nika form explodes again. Perhaps, that I am is playing this wishful thinking. Battle of Kamya sneak attack. Still thinking about hiding behind the scenes and controlling everything. With Garp's departure, everyone in the conference room looked at each other and sat there with different expressions. Even Kizaru, who was standing, realized that his reaction was too big and sat down. Akainu shook his head, sighed, and didn't say much. The Straw Hat Luffy should have died a long time ago, and even more after becoming the 4 emperors. Marine doesn't do anything to save Garp's face, and he still has some scruples, but Lule will have scruples. Will he give Garp face? The meeting continues. Then, let's discuss the issue of the Seraph's exposure and the round-the-clock monitoring of the Revolutionary Army phone bug. World government and Marine were shaken. And the whole sea. A new storm has begun to accumulate, quite like the tranquility before the storm, and many people who are depressed can't breathe. New World. The Cross Guild of one of the 4 emperors' regiments. Recently, because of offering a bounty to Marine, the Cross Guild became famous, and the prestige of the leader, Buggy, has risen a lot, and it has a faint smell of becoming the head of the 4 emperors. After all, it's always been a Marine bounty for pirates. Now the Crusaders are doing the opposite, which can be said to have opened the eyes of many pirates and admired them so much that they are even more impressed by the leader of the Crusades, Buggy, and their inner admiration is like a surging river. At this time, inside a top meeting room of the Cross Union, if anyone is here, they will find that the famous 4 emperors Buggy, Mr. 1 Daz Bonus, Mr. 3 Galdino and others are all standing on the sea, just like a penalty stand. The actual rulers of the Crusaders, Hawkeye Mohawk and Crocodile, were sitting there, looking at the newspapers in their hands with amazed expressions. Is this a joke? Crocodile drank a cigar and threw the newspaper in his hand on the table, but in the process of throwing it, his palm trembled slightly, which invisibly revealed that his heart was not as peaceful as it seemed. It never occurred to him. After the Crusades finally got into the right track, the news of the world will actually expose so many secrets that are enough to make the whole sea tremble. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Lule, the ancestor of the great pirate more than 40 years ago, was resurrected, the hidden boss of the world government and the ancestor of the Great Sea. Lule killed the T-Dolphin, Sengoku, and destroyed Marineford. So far Crocodile has not responded. This ancestor of the sea, Lule, really does nothing if he doesn't make a move. When he makes a move, it will shake the sea. Hawkeye suppressed the shock in his heart, picked up the red wine he had poured a long time ago, and took a sip. To put it bluntly, after forming the Cross Union, Hawkeye thought that he was enough to compete with Marine a little. Now it's good, out of thin air, a peerless fierce man who has been dead for more than 40 years, killed Marines Vice Admiral T-Dolphin, Inspector General Sengoku, and destroyed the former naval headquarters Marineford. How terrible and rampant is this? The world government exposed and the ancestor of Dahai, Lule, has also been resurrected. Why do I feel that Dahai is getting worse and worse? I do not know how long it has been. Crocodile exhaled a few puffs of white smoke, and said with a sigh, this is really entering the worst of times. Yes, Hawkeye also showed a rare expression of speechlessness and said, the Shichibukai system was abolished, we formed a cross-union just for win-win cooperation, but we didn't expect such a big change. How about we dissolve the cross-union and go back to our homes? Hearing the conversation between Crocodile and Hawkeye, Buggy, who had never spoken, smiled and said a word carefully. During this time, Buggy, who became the Four Emperors, is still on pins and needles. Now that he has such a good opportunity, of course he has to try to escape the two demons Crocodile and Mihawk as soon as possible. To shut up, pity. Buggy was greeted by two unanimous scoldings. In this regard, Mr. 1 Das Bonus, Mr. 3 Galdino and others seem to have become accustomed to it, showing expressions of wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh, while our Four Emperors Buggy can only hold his head, not talking anymore. No way. After being dragged aboard the pirate ship by Crocodile and Hawkeye, Buggy felt like the sky was about to fall. The real Four Emperors ruled the Grand Line, and the fake Four Emperors could only be scolded by others and dare not retaliate. By the way, the world government has actually researched Seraph based on our Shichibukai's abilities. I think this is the direct cause of the trash Shichibukai system. The next moment, Crocodile picked up a newspaper, pointed to a picture on it, and said, this Marine's secret weapon, the Seraphim, with black wings, looks exactly the same as when I was a child. I don't even know where Vegapunk is. Research something. The world government must have also produced seraphs similar to mine. Not to mention, Mihawk's tone became a bit cold when he said that. He scolded, after using us, he kicked us back and secretly created a seraph with our abilities. The world government is really fighting. A good hand. Quote. Crocodile snorted coldly and said meaningfully, now the whole sea is waiting to see the jokes of Marine and world government. I want to see what world government and Marine are going to do. The exposed Imam will be how to do. You can only wait and see how things change for now. Hawkeye nodded, turned his eyes, looked at Buggy, and said, next, it's your performance time. What was Buggy trying to say? However, he found that two cold-killing intents had locked on him, so he could only wisely change the conversation and said with his head held high, no problem, I will develop the cross-union well. New World, Pirate Island, Hive. Pirate Island is one of the islands occupied by the Blackbeard pirates. Because of the infinite indulgence of Blackbeard, it is called the paradise of pirates more and more. Central Region. On an open plaza, I saw Marshal D. Teach, Giza's Badgers, Shiryu, Van Oka, Abaro Pizarro, San Juan Bad Wolf, Catherine Diame, Poison Q and others gathered together. I really didn't think so. Morgans is actually a person from the ancestor of the sea, Lule. It seems that Lule started the layout more than 40 years ago, and his scheming is too deep. Marine suffered an unprecedented blow this time, killing two high-end combat powers. It's really cool. Whether it's the exposed boss of world government or the resurrected ancestor of the sea Lule, they don't seem to be fuel-efficient lamps. Should our Blackbeard pirates keep a low profile? I saw the officers of the Blackbeard pirates, you were discussing with each other, and the words were full of solemnity and inconceivability. It was really something that was exposed by the news of the world, which made even the officers of the Black group have some courage. Trembling, scalp tingling, ha ha ha, the sea is getting more and more interesting. Ignoring these voices, Marshal D. Teach laughed arrogantly. The news exposed by the news of the world really opened my eyes, but I won't admit it, after all, I'm Blackbeard. Talking and talking, Marshal D. Teach also stretched out his arms fiercely, and when his mind moved, one arm was entangled by the energy of dark fruit, and the other arm was also entangled by wisps of shocking power. As the first dual fruit ability person in history, he will not be afraid of anyone. He will not be afraid of the hidden boss of the world government, Yimu, and the ancestor of the sea, Lule, who has been dead for more than 40 years and resurrected. He will only become more and more excited and motivated. After all, after obtaining the power of shock fruit from Daddy Dead, he announced to the world that it was the era of Blackbeard. In the past, he had no choice but to live as a son to Whitebeard. Now that he has the strength, he just wants to realize his ideals and ambitions. After all, people's dreams will never end. It's time to get the sweet fruit of the empress. Thinking of this, Blackbeard grinned, put away the strength of his arms, picked up the wine jar, took a sip of wine, and muttered to himself, the Shichibukai system has been abolished, now is the best chance, as long as it can get the sweet fruit, and I will become a lot stronger. Certainly, to deal with a little empress, Boa Hancock. Blackbeard doesn't intend to bring too many people. The waters of the New World Blackbeard pirates still need people to guard. This time he will work quietly, taking advantage of the scorching situation of Marine and the world government to get the sweet fruit. Ah, ha 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 ha, drink wine. Boss Blackbeard is right, we're not afraid of anything. Seeing that Blackbeard is so full of confidence, Giza's Badgers, Shiryu, Van Oka, Abaro Pizarro, San Juan Bad Wolf and others were stunned and didn't think too much. Now, the world government and the ancestors of the sea are fighting against each other, what are they afraid of? Dog bites dog. Is the show over? As long as you don't mess with the Blackbeard pirates, everything is fine. The second half of the Grand Line. Another 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, looking at the latest newspapers in his hands with a look of horror and horror. What's the situation? The world government's Lord I Am was exposed, and the ancestors of the Great Ocean more than 40 years ago were resurrected and directly killed Marines T-Dolphin and Sengoku. Of course, after seeing some secrets about the island of Kamya, the red-haired Shanks finally knew why the huge Senju Guanyin in his mind kept appearing. He must have witnessed it when he was picked up in the island of Kamya. That world-shattering battle touched his soul and left such a deep impression on him. This time, he didn't have to ask Pluton Rayleigh to know what happened. He can awaken the strongest conquerors. Haki may also be related to the Battle of Kamya Island. Just kidding, being shrouded in the conqueror's haki of so many top powerhouses, he must have been affected as a baby. The only thing that disappoints the redhead is that he was too young at that time, and he was not at all interested in the Battle of Kamya Island. There is no impression, only the huge Senju Avalokitesvera that seems to have been carved into the soul. Hey, idiot boss, the sea is about to go berserk again. The world government also has a Master Yimu, who has been dead for more than 40 years, and the ancestor of the sea is resurrected. Is this a rhythm that is going to be turned upside down? The strength of the old Sengoku is still there, but he was actually crushed. The strength of this ancestor of the sea after the resurrection is absolutely terrifying. Boss idiot, the situation in the sea doesn't feel right. At this time, the rest of the red hair pirates' cadres also read the newspapers in their hands, almost all with shocked expressions on their faces. They are ready to compete for the big secret treasure. Good guy, the sea has changed greatly. Fortunately, my cooperation with the world government has not been exposed. After hearing these words, the red-haired Shanks didn't say anything, just shook his head helplessly, and he was still relieved. If this is exposed, he red-haired Shanks really can't argue. Boss idiot, the Straw Hat Pirates may suffer. Suddenly, a look of anxiety flashed across Lackey Lu's fat cheeks, and said, should we go to the Straw Hat Pirates, Jin will resurrect Lule, the ancestor of the sea, and he must return to Wano Kuni. The Straw Hat Pirates should have left Wano. Bendix Snake looked a little solemn, and said slowly, I don't know where I have gone now, but they should also see the news in the newspaper. Sorry. Bank Punch rubbed his head, now I just hope that the Straw Hat Pirates will take care of themselves and do what they can. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry. Shanks thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed, and said, the current Luffy, but the 4 emperors. It's not the child who didn't grow up, he knows what to do. Quote. Boss Shanks, you're still laughing, don't you know how serious it is? If Momonosuke of Wano is funny, he should escape Wano as soon as possible, otherwise. The red-haired Shanks took a big sip from the wine jar and waved. Everyone has their own way to go. The resurrection of Lule, the ancestor of the sea, is not necessarily a bad thing. You idiot boss, that's not what you said when you used Conqueror's Haki to knock the green bull out of Wano. Ha ha ha, yes, I forgot. Shanks rubbed his head with a smile. Why? Looking at Shanks, the red-haired pretending to be calm, Beckman took a cigarette and shook his head helplessly, with a helpless and deep light in his eyes. The sea is about to change again, and Luffy, who has awakened rubber fruit to the form of Renren fruit, phantom species, and Nika, will face a peerless enemy again. At the same time, pretty much what Red Hair Pirates expected. After leaving Wano, the Straw Hat Pirates received a lot of information at once. For example, Sabo assassinated Cobra and Vivian disappeared in the Holy Land. The pirates of the Straw Hat Pirates thought it was fake and were very sad. Among them, Luffy firmly did not believe it, and Robin also thought so. Because the enemy of the Revolutionary Army is the nobles of the world, not the kings of all countries. In this situation, Luffy didn't care about it anymore, so he planned to change the course to Alabasta, but Zoro said that Cobra was dead and Vivi had disappeared in the holy place Mariajoy, so Luffy proposed to go to Mariajoy. Luffy, are you an idiot? Or do you want to go to war with the world government and marine? Zoro roared out of anger when he heard that Luffy was going to Mariajoy. Zoro, are you scared? Luffy said eagerly, I'm going no matter what, it's about Sabo, Vivi, I can't just sit back and watch. With our current strength, really can't do it. Zoro said helplessly. The world government and marine are not easy to mess with, and if you go there rashly, you will only throw yourself in the trap. Quote. Luffy pointed to Zoro and said, I didn't think you were this kind of person. Wait a minute, you should read a few more newspapers, arguing. Seeing that Luffy and Zoro were arguing, Nico Robin, who had never spoken, hesitated for a moment, took out a few newspapers, and said with a serious expression, there is another big thing happening in the sea these days, and Wano may have an accident again. As he spoke, Robin's voice began to tremble. How is this possible? The Beast's pirates have all been defeated, and the Green Bull has run away, what else could happen? With Peach's strength, it should be possible to defend Wano. Talking and talking, Luffy, Zoro and others who were arguing didn't believe it at all, so they took the newspaper and started to read it. After reading the contents of the newspaper clearly. In an instant, the faces of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami and the others froze, only to feel the buzzing in their minds keep ringing, and finally they became blank. Horrified, extremely shocking, looking at the news one by one in the newspaper. The pirates of the Straw Hat Pirates were shocked except for shock. Even the nervous, positive and optimistic Straw Hat Luffy looked a little sluggish. The behind-the-scenes boss of world government the ancestor of the sea who died for more than 40 years Lule, and the truth of a blank year, Marine Seraph. No matter what message it is, it's enough to make the pirates of the Straw Hat Pirates tremble. That is not true, is it? Such a big thing happened in a blank year of history. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the 13 top-level combat powers of the sea were actually suppressed by the ancestors of the sea. This dead and resurrected ancestor of the sea, Lule is the boss of Kaido of the beasts, doesn't that mean Wano will be in crisis again? After a while, accompanied by a trembling uproar, Sanji, Zoro, Nami, Jinbei, Chopper and others have been terrified and unable to help themselves, and the expressions on their faces have become more and more ugly. There is no way, the Straw Hat Pirates have gone all the way to the present, becoming the 4 Emperors level pirates. They have experienced all kinds of hardships and difficulties, but this is the first time they have encountered such a heart-wrenching thing. Tricky. Super tricky. At first, when I heard that Kaido of the Beasts asked Jin to go to West Blue to resurrect the motherland, no one in the Straw Hat Pirates took it to heart. Well now, this native who has been dead for more than 40 years is resurrected. You don't have to think about it, the first to bear the brunt is Wano Kuni and their Straw Hat Pirates. Robin, is it true? After a while, Zoro took a deep breath and said slowly, is the legendary ancestor of the sea, Lule, really so scary? Judging from the historical information I have collected, what was published in the newspaper should be true. Robin hesitated for a moment before suppressing the throbbing in his heart, and added seriously, this ancestor Lule does things recklessly and will report any flaws. After his resurrection, he shot Marine for no reason. There's something big going on at the group booth. No way. With a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji said irritably, how can he be resurrected if he's dead? I do not know either. Nico Robin shook his head slightly bitterly. In fact, when she was in Wano Kuni, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. Now it seems that her feeling is true. The resurrection of the ancestor of the sea, Lule, directly set off a stormy sea in the sea, making the whole sea enter a state of runaway. Come on, let's go back to Wano Kuni and help Momoko and Yamato. Sudden. Just at this time, Luffy finally came back to his senses. There was no fear on his cheeks. Instead, he grinned and clenched his fists. He said, what are you afraid of? No matter who the opponent is, I will not admit defeat. Speaking of which, Luffy added with great longing, I not only want to find the legendary treasure and become the Pirate King, but also realize the ultimate dream of letting everyone in the world have a banquet. Luffy, it's still possible to become the Pirate King, Usopp said speechlessly after hearing this, but it would be a bit of a nonsense to have everyone in the world have a banquet together. Ha ha ha, that's great, let's go back to Wano Kuni. Frankie laughed in harmony. What are you thinking? Nami said viciously. Chopper, give Luffy a brain diagnosis to see if he is scared by the ancestors of the sea, Lule. I'm not frightened, this is my ultimate dream. Luffy smiled and lay on the deck. All of a sudden, some scenes and images of his childhood came to his mind. Wait a minute, but, just at this time, Nico Robin, who was about to say something, inadvertently glanced at the sea in front of him and said, you look at the sea in front of you. What? Nami turned his eyes, widened his eyes, and exclaimed, this warm water nest is too huge, how many blocks of warm water have been pushed up? Is this a warm water nest? Looking at the waterspout that shot straight into the sky like an exploding head, Brook showed a surprised expression. It seems that someone is calling for help. Luffy's observation Haki seemed to hear something, and hurriedly stood up from the deck, pointed to the sea in front of him, and said, it came from a warm water nest. I heard it too. Sanji asked suspiciously, is someone trapped in a warm water nest? No, the warm water nest is too turbulent, and our pirate ship can't get close. Let me do it. Yi Dao Ryu Port Bird. Swish. The next moment, without seeing how Zoro drew his sword, a white slashing wave several meters long burst out of the air, severing the incomparably huge warm water hole from the middle. Immediately after, a child appeared in the warm water nest. Jewelry. Bonnie, the king of the worst stomach in the worst era. However, when Bonnie was rescued, a huge shadow suddenly appeared under the sea. When the shadow got closer and closer to the sea, it was a huge mouth, even if the Sunny was in this huge mouth. In front of them, they are all very small. Foreseeable, Luffy and others can't go back to Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni, after the Straw Hat Pirates, Kid Pirates, and Heart Pirates all left. As the general of Wano Kuni, Momonosuke confidently led the entire Wano Kuni into the reconstruction stage. He firmly believed that he would be a good general of Wano Kuni. Yamato, Kazuki Hiyori, and the retainers of the Kazuki family were also assisting Momoko. Help. However, the ideal is very rich, but the reality is very cruel. Not happy for a week, the news of the world, seemingly on purpose, sent a news bird directly to Wano Kuni to drop a large number of newspapers. Boom. The whole Wano Kuni boiled. When they learned that Lule, the god of ninjas who had ruled Wano Kuni more than 40 years ago, had been resurrected, the people of Wano Kuni showed a look of horror and disbelief. What are you kidding? God of Ninja, Lule is resurrected. Doesn't that mean that General Wano Kuni, Momonosuke, who has just been in power, can basically announce his abdication? Unconsciously or unintentionally, the most prominent place in the newspapers is that the Kazuki family stole the fruit of victory of Lule, the god of ninja world. When Lule returns to Wano-kuni, it will be the end of the Kazuki family. In an instant, Wano-kuni is divided into two factions. There are those who support Momonosuke, and those who support Lule, the god of ninjas, which has caused Wano-kuni to fall into chaos. Flower capital. Inside the palace in the central area. Similar to the atmosphere of naval headquarters, it is very depressing. Momosuke, Kazuki Sukiyaki, Kazuki Hiyori, Yamato, and the retainers of the Kazuki clan all gathered together, and no one spoke, which made the already depressing atmosphere even more heavy. After an unknown amount of time, Kazuki Sukiyaki sighed heavily and said, Momonosuke, take the Kazuki clan and go. Never come back. No, I will never leave. After hearing this, although Momonosuke's body was already trembling with fear, he took a deep breath and said, I can't let Wano-kuni fall into the hands of others, this is my mission. Why bother? Kazuki Sukiyaki shook his head and said, the king of Wano-kuni was originally the god of ninjas, Lule. I was obsessed at first, now it's time to pay the price. No, since ancient times, Wano-kuni belonged to our Kazuki family, and it's not easy for anyone to come here. Momonosuke gritted his teeth, clenched the imperial flag of the Straw Hat Pirates in his hand, and said without hesitation, no matter what, I will not back down in the face of the enemy. Kazuki Sukiyaki was silent for a while, then showed a relieved expression, waved his hand, and said firmly, forget it, I respect your decision. We are waiting for Lule, the god of ninjas, in Wano-kuni together, and we must let him experience the strong faith and spirit of the Kazuki clan. It is good. Momonosuke nodded firmly. He also wanted to know how powerful Lule, the ancestor of the sea, was. And listening to the dialogue between Momonosuke and Sukiyaki, the expressions of Kazuki Hiyori, Yamato, and the vassals of the Kazuki family gradually became firmer. If Momonosuke didn't leave, they wouldn't leave either. Moreover, the Straw Hat Pirates should come back, plus the Elephant Master who hasn't done anything. Not necessarily without a fight. Among them, Yamato, the filial son, also showed a gratified smile. Luffy really did not see the wrong person, Momoko has completely grown into a man. At the same time, New World, Marines G1 headquarters, inside a huge monitoring room. Yandi Sabo is in contact with the Kamabaka Kingdom. Seemingly sensing something, a marine soldier said excitedly with a look on his face. Where is the source? Hearing this sentence, Akainu, who was still dozing off at first, was refreshed. Marshal Sakazuki is still under surveillance. A wisp of cold sweat appeared on the marine's forehead and said, Sabo doesn't seem to be using a white phone bug that can interfere with the signal, and he will soon know where the source is. Quote. Akainu stood up from the chair and stood there with his arms crossed. This time, he personally sat in town just to get first-hand information, and then pass it on to the world government, to see how Lord Yimu would do it, and to look at the big move that killed Lule. 1 second, 10 seconds, 3 minutes, as time goes by. More than half an hour passed quickly. Marshal Sakazuki, I detected that Sabo is in the Lulusia Kingdom, talking to the dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Finally, 3 hours later, a marine soldier made an excited voice. It is good. Akainu clapped his hands happily and took out the phone bug. At this time, Lulusia Kingdom, because of Sabo's arrival, the whole country fell into chaos. The Revolutionary Army incited the civilians to rebel, and finally trapped the king of Lulusia Kingdom, King Sage, and the Princess Komini in the palace. The king of Lulusia Kingdom, King Sage, stood on the tower, looked at the fallen capital, and said through gritted teeth, when I contact naval headquarters, even these guys will be sentenced to the penalty of piercing. I'm going to do it myself. Princess Komini added with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, you are still thinking about how to save your life. From now on, the king of the West Asian Kingdom will have no nobility and privileges. After hearing these words, the people of the Revolutionary Army and the civilians who participated in the rebellion did not care, but laughed outrageously. However, no one knew that, following the conversation between Sabo and the dragon, who was far away in the ancient city of Pan, crossed out the kingdom of Lulusia from the map without hesitation. Affected by this, countless dark clouds appeared unknowingly in the sky above Lulusia Kingdom, as if there were some gigantic creatures hidden in them. Boom. In the next instant, countless black thunderbolts began to diffuse out, and without any warning, countless dazzling white light beams cut through the dark clouds, sweeping the entire Lulusia kingdom like the anger of a god. Laugh. Many people don't say the screams, and they die without a burial without even figuring out what happened. In less than a minute, the kingdom of Lulusia was destroyed and completely wiped off the map. Half a day later, the final boss of the world government, destroyed the Lulusia kingdom occupied by the Revolutionary Army with a single move, and the news that Sabo's life and death were unknown, spread at a speed that could not be hidden from the ears. For a time, not only ordinary people, but even countless countries and major forces around the world are all shocked and horrified. No way, no one thought. Immediately after his shot, he was a king bomber, destroying a country from the air. Therefore, in this situation, the bad influence caused by Lule, the ancestor of the sea, was swept away, and the power of the world government and marine reached a peak. However, the storm of the sea, it didn't affect Lule at all. The first half of the Grand Line, on that commercial island. Central region, the top floor of an upscale hotel. Such an attack method should cost a lot of money, but I don't know how many trump cards this guy who has lived for more than 800 years has. Lule casually put the newspaper in his hand on the table, showing a playful expression. Never mind, no matter how many trump cards has, he can't change the fate of being shot into the sky by the crescent moon. After all, my peak Motherlander template hasn't been fully integrated yet. Thinking of this, Lule took out the seal scroll, chakra surging, slapped both hands. Puff. With a puff of smoke, 5 devil fruits appeared in front of Lule, which was the trophy he had collected from Marineford and could now be used. System. How many fusions can be unlocked by absorbing the energy of these 5 devil fruits? Ding. Host. You can unlock 5% fusion. Okay. Exchange it. Ding. Congrats host, exchanged 5% experience. Zhao Wang's ding. Congratulations to host, the identity exposure shocked the whole sea, and the system specially rewarded 3% of the experience. Ding. I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. Have 8% experience all at once. Listening to the prompts coming out of my head. Luolei's expression was delighted. He really said whatever he said, wouldn't it make him stronger again? The next moment, a terrifying force poured into Luolei's body and began to transform Luolei's body again. Finally, after an hour, Luole stood up in surprise. If there is no perception error, this time unlocking fusion, his ability seems to be doubled and stronger. System, I want to take a look at my latest attribute panel. Luole suppressed his inner excitement and silently ordered. Ding. Host's property panel is being generated. Ding. The property panel is generated. Host. Luole. Age. 18 years old. Chakra attributes. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Abilities. First Hokage template of Senju Hashirama peak state unlock 100% fusion Marine 6 styles Grandmaster observation Haki advanced armament Haki advanced Motherlander template peak state unlock 60% fusion. Constitution 46,630 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit 6,750. Strength 66,000. One punch is about 63,990 tons. Speed 2,150, 1940 approximately 2,100 meters s. Heat rays 239500 approximately 241,000 degrees Celsius tail. The number of times to extract the template 0. Call. As expected, the values of physique, spirit, strength, speed, and thermal sight have nearly doubled. I roughly glanced at my property panel. Luole took a deep breath and clenched his fists uncontrollably. With his current speed, he matched his strength. Even without armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, he could burst out extremely terrifying power. Time to go to Wano-kuni. I got used to my transformed body a little bit. Luole thought for a while before muttering to himself. It seems that I still need to find an opportunity to get some devil fruit to unlock the template of the fusion of the peak Motherlanders, and strive to complete the fusion of the template as soon as possible, and then extract the next template. 5. Thinking of this, Lule threw the shriveled devil fruit in the trash can. Boom. Sudden. At this moment, with the sound of a knock on the door, Morgans and Jin pushed the door one after the other and entered. Lord Lule, immediately destroying the country from the sky is really terrifying. After entering the room, Morgans couldn't help but exclaimed, now the whole sea is shaking. What's more than a shock? Jin took a deep breath and said solemnly, the world government and marine are now imposing, and they have regained their former majesty and domineering. It doesn't matter. Hearing this sentence, Lule shrugged and said meaningfully, Im's shot this time, on the surface, is very beautiful, but in fact has been completely exposed. I want to take a look. How many cards does she have? Understood. Morgans and Jin looked at each other and smiled, and instantly understood. Let's go. The next moment, Lule was too lazy to continue this topic, and said, now that everything that should be exposed has been exposed, we should also go to work and set off for the second half of the Grand Line. Quote. When Jin was shocked, he showed an extremely excited expression, and he was screaming wildly in his heart, Lord Kaido, Quinn, the pirates of the Beast's pirates, Lord Lule came to save you, Momonosuke, the retainer of the Kazuki family, the Elephant Master, Straw Hat Pirates, Kid Pirates, Heart Pirates, you all have to pay the price in blood. This. Morgans hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, Lord Lule, Gloriosa, the previous king on Nine Snake Island, left a message through a branch of the news of the world. Let me tell you that she will fulfill her promise back then. Let me you drop by to visit Nine Snake Island. 5. Gloriosa. Lule thought for a moment, then showed a sudden realization, and said with a chuckle, then drop by the way to Nine Snake Island. All right. More than 40 years ago, when Gloriosa was the king of Nine Snakes. Nine Snake Island is often harassed by pirates and marine. Once Lule happened to pass by, he randomly cast a tree-bound berth, destroying a large pirate group that was attacking Nine Snake Island. At this point, there are no pirates and marines to go wild on Nine Snake Island. At that time, Gloriosa, as the king of Nine Snake Island, was grateful to repay him, and said that he was the patron saint of Nine Snake Island. Lule refused without even thinking about it. After all, for him at that time, the birth of a small tree world was just a trivial matter, and saving Nine Snake Island was a matter of course. But, Gloriosa insisted on repaying, and also said that the next king of Nine Snake Island would serve him. Lule smiled but didn't take it to heart. The so-called repayment is false, and seeking his asylum is the truth, right? I didn't expect that after so many years, Gloriosa still wants to fulfill his promise. Isn't it because the Shichibukai system is cancelled, and he wants to seek asylum? Just by the way, go to play girls. Okay, Lord Lule. Jin nodded without thinking too much. Nine Snake Island is very close to here, and Mr. Lule stopped by the way. It won't take much time. At the same time, Nine Snake Island, because the island is located in the calm belt next to the Grand Line, and there are huge sea kings in the calm belt, ordinary ships cannot enter the waters around Daughter's Island. At this time, inside the palace on the island, Shiji, no matter what, you should give me a clear answer. I saw the short, wrinkled mother-in-law looked at a newspaper in her hand and said in a heavy tone, now the situation in the sea has been completely chaotic. Without the identity of Shichibukai, our Nine Snake Island situation is in jeopardy. Quote. The world government has a hidden boss. I am, Crocodile and Mahawk, and Buggy also co-founded the Cross. When talking about this, the mother-in-law had a worried look on her face, and added, Marines sent people to put pressure on us again, and some big pirates are also eyeing us, if. Enough. It seemed that he was irritated. Boa Hancock raised his long legs, blinked his soul-sucking eyes, and said impatiently, the thing you said is absolutely impossible. After all, the concubine is a dignified empress. Having said that, Boa Hancock's tone was a little uncomfortable. Just yesterday, Grandma Za suddenly came to tell her that Grandma Za, who was the king at that time more than 40 years ago, had promised Lule, the ancestor of the sea, that the next queen of the daughter country would serve Lule, and she had repaid the protection. The grace of Nine Snake Island. Result, not a year. The ancestor of the sea, Lule fell on the island of Shengu. Now, after being resurrected, why did the mother-in-law actually ask her, the current daughter of the country king, to serve Lule? This almost made Hancock mad. As a natural beauty, She is judged as the world's #1 beauty by the world. Do you still need to post it? This is simply an insult to her beauty. Snake Princess. Luffy is not for you. The old face of my mother-in-law was a little helpless. She was holding a cane, and said earnestly, I didn't have a choice before, but now the ancestor of the sea, Lule is resurrected. He is the best choice. As long as you can serve Lule well, Nine Snake Island will no longer have to worry about being harassed by marines and pirates. Through that era, why does my mother-in-law know the powerful oppression of the ancestors of the sea? You know, Rocks, Roger, Garp, Sengoku, Kong and other famous top-level combat powers in that era were all defeated by Lule. If it hadn't been overshadowed in the end, Lule was a godlike existence in that era. Now that the ancestor of the sea, Lule has been resurrected, the first thought of the mother-in-law is to seize the opportunity and hold her thigh tightly. Then why didn't you serve Lule in the first place? Hancock murmured, it's impossible for me to sacrifice myself now to help you fulfill my promise. Do you think I don't want to? Why did the mother-in-law show a helpless look? At first, she posted it backwards, but Lule didn't like her at all. Hancock, who is now the world's #1 beauty, can definitely succeed. As for Luffy, the Straw Hat, even if he has become the 4 emperors, take it wherever it is cool. Needless to say, I's family has no interest in reposting anyway. Boa Hancock curled his lips in disapproval, showing a look of narcissism, and said, Igia is so beautiful, even if you don't post it backwards, you can protect the stability of Nine Snake Island. Quote. Facing the narcissistic empress, the mother-in-law opened her mouth and wanted to scold, but said nothing. She is very clear. An extremely arrogant and narcissistic queen will not change her perverts so easily. Suffering. Why does my mother-in-law feel like she is shooting herself in the foot? If Hancock doesn't let go and Lord Lule comes to Nine Snake Island again, wouldn't it be a complete bullshit? Okay, you go first. At this time, Boa Hancock stretched his waist, stood up very elegantly, and said, Igia is hungry and has to go to dinner. Snake Princess. Enough. Seeing the endless mother-in-law, Hancock's pretty face turned cold, and he wanted to throw Granny Za out. TFT. However, at this time, a panic-stricken female guard Ping ran into the palace and reported in a panic. The news of the world's boat has appeared near Jushi Island. It seems that the ancestor of the sea, Lule is here. What? Ancestors of the sea, Lule is here. It won't be for our king's majesty. In the next instant, exclamations came from the palace. Obviously, Lule, who was just now famous in the sea, came to Nine Snake Island, and then thought of the conversation between the mother-in-law and the empress, even if it was fools know what's going on. Why, Grandma, you. Hancock's expression changed suddenly, his delicate body trembled, and he pointed at his mother-in-law. That's right, I contacted the news of the world and asked him to tell Lord Lule that I would fulfill my promise. There was a wisp of cold sweat on the forehead of my mother-in-law, but, after thinking about it for a while, she broke the jar and said, Hancock, you don't want Nine Snake Island to be destroyed because of you, right? Good, very good. Hancock's face darkened, and he was speechless. This mother-in-law BJDG actually beheaded first and then made a statement. With the character of Lule, the ancestor of the sea, if she did not fulfill her promise, the consequences would not be very serious. I want to see what Lule can do to me. The next moment, Hancock clenched his silver teeth and walked towards the pier with his long legs. Follow up. The mother-in-law's eyes flashed for a moment, and she gestured to everyone in the palace, followed behind Hancock, and left the palace. At this moment, the port of Nine Snake Island. The ship of the news of the world has docked here. Many female warriors from Nine Snake Island on the island looked at the man standing on the deck, and their bodies trembled a few times inadvertently, so that no female warrior dared to raise a bow and arrow, for fear of annoying the man. No doubt, these days, the newspapers of the sea, the female warriors of Nine Snake Island have all read it, and they have also learned the horror of the ancestor of the sea, Lule, so they don't dare to act rashly. Actually, if you look carefully, it can also be found that the bodies of many female warriors are trembling slightly. Get out of the way. Soon, with a proud voice, Hancock led a group of people from the back of the crowd and walked over in a mighty manner. Lord Lule, please go ashore and rest. At this time, the mother-in-law seemed to have thought of something. She looked happy. She wanted to pass Hancock and go to Lule to say hello. Who let you pass the Eye's house? Hancock, who was already in a bad mood, grabbed her mother-in-law violently and threw her out, hitting the ground not far away. Snake princess. Seeing this scene, the guards and female warriors on the pier broke out in a cold sweat. In front of the ancestors of the sea, they were so nonsense. Lord Snakegi really ran wild. You are Lule. Hancock didn't care so much, and said proudly, Nine Snake Island does not welcome you, please come back. Hancock, don't go too far. Bold. Before they finished speaking, Jin and Morgans couldn't bear it any longer, and each gave a scolding. No matter how excessive it is, Igia will definitely be forgiven. Hancock showed a confident expression, his silver teeth clenched, because Igia is so beautiful. Hancock then glanced at Lule. However, to Hancock's disappointment, the eyes of Jin and Morgans, the albatross, have changed a bit, but Lule's eyes have not changed from the beginning to the end, and there seems to be a faint red glow in the eyes. Verb, move. How is this possible? Could it be that your own charm has no effect? Seeing Lule's expressionless face, Hancock doubted his own charm for the first time. Even if you are obsessed with Igia, you don't have to hide it. I'm very generous. Hancock smiled and put his hands in a gesture of love. He elegantly released a nihilistic pale pink heart-shaped light towards Lule. Laugh. A slight explosion sounded, and the heart-shaped light hit Lule's body, as if it had been rebounded, and disappeared instantly. Is this your ability? Lule's mouth was slightly raised, and he said indifferently, it doesn't feel good. All right. With today's physical fitness and mental strength, the special abilities of the Empress do not play any role at all. When she encounters her body, she will be forcibly excluded by the body's self-protection. You, how could you? Seeing Lule's body rebounding his ability, Hancock was speechless in surprise. Have you had enough? Lule said lightly with a violent smile. Igia. Seeing that Lule didn't respond, the arrogant Hancock wanted to say something, but found that Lule had disappeared. How fast? Hancock was about to sense it with observation hockey, but found that it was too late. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded. A red palm print appeared on the Empress' left cheek. I was beaten. Feeling the pain on her cheek, Hancock was stunned. She never dreamed that this Lule would ignore her beauty and hit her directly, playing cards that were completely unreasonable. Snapped. Another crisp voice sounded. Another red palm print appeared on Hancock's right cheek. How is it possible? Igia. Angry. Hancock is really angry. Being slapped twice in the face, she really couldn't bear it. Hancock, do you want to die? Just when Hancock was about to start, Lule appeared out of nowhere, suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbed her neck with his right hand and lifted her up. Hemp eggs. What are you wearing? Lao Su is an ancestor of the sea who can do whatever he wants. Still pretending. Originally Lule just dropped by the way to play on Nine Snake Island, but now he really has no reason to play. Cough, cough. Feeling that her throat was being restrained, Hancock struggled constantly, but found that she couldn't break free at all. More importantly, she actually felt killing intent on Lule, as if she was going to kill her. How is this possible? Could it be that this ancestor of the sea doesn't like women? Seeing this scene, the entire Nine Snake Island fell into absolute silence. What's the situation? Lord Hancock was actually ignored for his peerless beauty. First slapped twice, and then grabbed the neck. Does this mean that you want to destroy flowers? Or is the legendary ancestor of the sea, Lule, not a man? Even Jin and Morgans have this question in their hearts. But, after a few seconds, you don't have this doubt. Because, in front of everyone's eyes, Lule grabbed Hancock's neck, lifted her up, and walked into the cabin. Stop. No one dares. I can only watch with my eyes open. After 3 hours, Lule happily walked out of a room in a cabin. Why? Hancock in the room couldn't help shivering. He recalled some scenes in his mind. 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his cheeks with bright red palm prints silently. That man, it's a super big pervert. You don't want Nine Snake Island to completely disappear into the sea, do you? Sudden, Lule, who had already left the room, seemed to have thought of something, and said lightly. Quote. After hearing this, Hancock, who was still shedding tears, trembled, and looked at Lule, his eyes full of fear and wonder. What's this? Is it a man? Still, a devil, pervert, lunatic, who not only ignored her beauty and wishes, beat her, slapped her, and now threatens her. What does this take her to be, a public toilet? For a time, poor and helpless Hancock hit again. Wow, the next moment, it seemed that he was no longer suppressing his inner feelings, and Hancock burst into tears. She has never been insulted like this before. Today, she has seen it all, and at the same time, she understands that the ancestors of the sea are such perverts who do things according to their own preferences and do whatever they want with their strength. Dodge. Without even looking at the heartbroken Hancock crying, Lule walked out of the room without looking back. This Hancock, at first glance, has never experienced a stick. No, it is a social beating. Lule just wants to tell her that beauty and charm are really worthless in front of the real strong. Ding. Congrats to host. Congratulations to host. You can do whatever you want without being restrained, and the system will reward you with 2% experience. Ding. I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, be unscrupulous, and do whatever he wants. Next moment, when Lule walked out of the room, the system's belated reminder sounded in my mind. Can it still be like this? Lule paused and showed a surprised expression. He thought that only the energy of devil fruit could speed up the unlocking of the template of the peak Motherlander. The experience is really a pleasant surprise. Cool. Feeling his body getting stronger again, Lule stretched and walked away without looking back. Originally, seeing Lule paused for a while, Hancock still had some vague expectations in his heart. He thought that Lule found out in conscience, but found out that it was completely wishful thinking. What can she expect from the ancestors of the sea who are like demons descended to earth? Just keep crying. At the same time, on the pier of Nine Snake Island, seeing that the Empress Hancock was taken into the cabin by Lule, the ancestor of the sea. Whether it was the guards and female warriors on the pier, or Morgans and Jin, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and both felt that they had made a fortune. The one in the front breathed a sigh of relief because the Empress's charm still played a great role at the critical moment, otherwise, they would all be afraid that the Empress would be mercilessly killed. The one in the back breathed a sigh of relief because Mrs. Lule was indeed a real person. Men, with normal orientation, do things as always without any hesitation. Ha ha ha, it worked, I fulfilled the promise I made 40 years ago. The grandmother got up from the ground in the distance, her old face was full of joy, and she danced with excitement. Really, Empress Hancock did not disappoint her. In another way, I got the interest of the ancestor of the sea, Lule. Why didn't she think of it at the beginning? I knew that the ancestors liked this kind of tune, so can I. However, Hancock succeeded, and it was not too late. As long as the news was announced, I believe that neither Marine nor the pirates would be blindsided. From now on, as long as the ancestor of the sea, Lule is still there, the sky of Nine Snake Island will never collapse. Thinking of this, my mother-in-law seems to be 10 years younger. She didn't hug Lule's thigh more than 40 years ago, and he regrets it so far. Now that she is hugging, it is definitely something worth celebrating. As for the arrogant and willful Empress, my mother-in-law believes that over time, she will understand everything she does. If you can't beat it, send yourself out, it's really fragrant, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. What's more, there is an intuition in the mother-in-law's heart, that is, the ancestors of the sea after this resurrection seem to be more unscrupulous and stronger. If this continues, they will definitely defeat the hidden boss of the world government, I am. What are you still doing, ready to start? A few minutes later, Granny Za excitedly waved the crutches in her hand and said, from now on, our Nine Snake Island has the confidence to stand in the sea, and we no longer need to be afraid of pirates and marines. Right, let's prepare a banquet soon. Such a historic moment, we have to celebrate it properly. After hearing this, the guards and female warriors on the pier were instantly agitated. Lord Hancock attracted the attention of Lord Lule with his own unique method. They sacrificed themselves and achieved the heroic act of Nine Snake Island. They were full of emotion. Admire. It's time to celebrate the new life of Nine Snake Island. Have a drink. Looking at the Nine Snake Island where the banquet was held, Empress Jin came back to his senses and said with emotion, Lord Lule is more and more perverted and domineering in doing things, it is so addicting. Exactly, Morgan said seriously. If I also have the powerful power of Lord Lule, I am afraid that I will be more pervert and violent than Lord Lule. That's right, Jin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. For example, if an ordinary person possesses superhuman strength, 99% of them will be unscrupulous, right? If he has the strength to do whatever he wants, if he is afraid of doing things, then there is a problem with his mind. Go and drink. It is good. Jin and Morgans looked at each other, and they could both see the smiles in their eyes, just like Granny Zara felt, only Lord Lule was there, and they didn't panic at all. The ancestors of the CYYDS. Therefore, in this situation, when Lule walked out of the cabin 3 hours later, he saw the Nine-Snake Island where a banquet was being held. Many female warriors and guards began to drink happily, including Jin and Morgans. Lord Lule. At this time, seeing Lule coming out refreshed, the eyes of the grandmother who had been waiting on the deck lit up. She hurriedly took a few steps forward, and said cautiously, "Back then you gave the patron saint of Nine-Snake Island, it hasn't appeared in over 20 years. It's okay. When people are in good spirits at a happy event," Lule said indifferently, "that wooden dragon is just exhausted from chakra, I will give you 10 more Nine-Snake Island." 10. The mother-in-law shuddered a little, and seemed to be a little unbelievable. More than 40 years ago, Lord Lule left a huge wooden dragon with a long hook nose and thorns all over his body on Nine-Snake Island. After Lord Lule fell, he also blessed Nine-Snake Island for more than 20 years. One is so cool. Now, Lord Lule is going to send a dozen of Jushi Island at one time. The Queen. No, it's Nine-Snake Island, isn't it cool at one time? Wood-style wood dragon technique. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Accompanied by a terrifying chatla wave, Lule just patted his hands lightly. Without any sign, 5 wooden dragons circled out suddenly, hovering over the Nine-Snake Island, and then, the 5 towering trees on the Nine-Snake Island grew rapidly and turned into 5 supergiant wooden golems. Roar, roar. After wooden golem and wooden dragon appeared, everyone raised their heads to the sky and roared, and a majestic shock wave erupted, sweeping out in all directions, shaking the sea. Under this imposing shock wave, the clouds over the Nine-Snake Island were shaken away, and there was a piercing cracking sound in the air. No doubt, this is Conqueror's Haki. All right, for today's sea. Conqueror's Haki is actually not that rare. But, this Conqueror's Haki burst out from 5 wooden dragons and wooden golem. In an instant, Nine-Snake Island, which was still holding a banquet, fell into silence. Between heaven and earth, there is silence. Fortunately, this Conqueror's Haki came and went faster, and disappeared in less than 3 seconds. With a flick of their tails, the 5 wooden dragons circled in the sky for a few times, and then wrapped around a mountain on the Nine-Snake Island, and the 5 wooden golems were even more straightforward, standing in place with their eyes closed. It seems to be the patron saint of Nine-Snake Island. It's not like the Patronus hasn't appeared for more than 20 years, how come 10 have appeared all of a sudden? It must be Lord Lule who has appeared. After wooden golem and the wooden dragon fell into a dormant state, the eyes of the female warriors and guards of Nine-Snake Island were full of shock and horror, and they even forgot to drink the wine, especially Hancock's 2 younger sisters. Even his eyes widened. Joke. It is rumored that the patron saint of Nine-Snake Island reappeared, and Conqueror's Haki broke out. Is this too scary? Am I not mistaken? Morgans and Jin, who were drinking at each other, had unbelievable expressions on their faces. People were more angry than people. Wooden golem and wooden dragon could erupt into Conqueror's Haki. Is there a mistake? Certainly. When I think of Lord Lule, Jin and Morgans were relieved. If others can't do it, it doesn't mean that Lule can't do it. The mother-in-law, who was standing in front of Lule, was horrified and speechless. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she found that she was so excited that she couldn't speak at all. Happiness really comes too suddenly. At this time, the mother-in-law only hated that she was not the empress, otherwise, it would definitely not be a problem to get 10 patron saints for Nine-Snake Island. How is this possible? Can the patron saint of Nine-Snake Island also be mass-produced? At this time, it wasn't just them, even Hancock, who was crying in the room, was stunned. She didn't see it, but observation Haki sensed it. Tears rained. Pear Blossom's pretty face was full of shocking expressions. Immediately after, Hancock fell into a powerless silence. She knew very well that the devil-like man must have decided on her. How long would the 10 guardian angels of Nine Snake Island have to serve that devil? For a time, Hancock felt that his life was going dark. At the same time, a sea near the Sabayati archipelago. A pirate ship flying the flag of the Blackbeard pirates is heading towards the calm belt where Nine Snake Island is located at a very fast speed. Boss Blackbeard, in less than a day, we can reach Nine Snake Island. On the deck, Catherine Diame, who was wearing heavy makeup and fancy clothes, said with a smile, that Empress is regarded as the most beautiful woman in the world, by the world. I don't know if the Blackbeard boss won't be sympathetic to the Jade. Ha ha ha, Boss Blackbeard will definitely pity Shangshiyu. What a goddess, in front of our Blackbeard boss, it's just trash. This time, we will leave behind the armor that Nine Snake Island killed, and dedicate this Empress to Boss Blackbeard. After this sentence, the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates on the deck showed violent expressions one after another. What's more, the expression on their cheeks continued to be sullen. They had long heard that Nine Snake Island were all female warriors. Just in time to have some fun. Pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. Blackbeard showed a cruel expression, picked up the wine jar and drank. A woman is just a stumbling block on his road to success. This time, he went to Nine Snake Island to obtain the sweet fruit of the Empress. As long as the goal can be achieved, all the people on board can be sacrificed. As soon as the sweet fruit is in hand, he is the first time the sea has the ability to have 3 fruits, and he will definitely shock the sea and make the major forces horrified and fearful. Quote. Why do you feel like you were facing the old Whitebeard dog at the top? 0. Sudden, an ominous foreboding faintly appeared in Blackbeard's heart. You know, since he announced to the world that this is the era of Blackbeard, this feeling has not been there, and now it is. It may be that I haven't rested for a while. Not long after. Blackbeard smiled disapprovingly and didn't think much of it. These days, the ancestors of the sea were resurrected, and the boss of the world government, destroyed the country from the sky, which also shocked him. On the surface, he didn't take it seriously, but he felt Alexander in his heart, which was why he was so eager to get the sweet fruit. Sabayati Archipelago. Shouchi's ripping off bar. Alas, is the news accurate? Pluton Rayleigh took a sip from the glass and sighed helplessly. Marine really sent Doberman to lead Marine to Nine Snake Island. Yes, the information is absolutely true. After listening to this sentence, Shaki said with a solemn expression, according to the information, Naval Headquarters originally wanted Kebi and Huo Shaoshan to lead the team, but due to the recent situation in the sea, Akainu personally appointed him to be promoted. Naval Headquarters shot for Admirals Doberman. Doberman is a Marine hawk and a direct descendant of Akainu. This time, Nine Snake Island is a bit difficult. Rayleigh shook his head and said with sigh, with the resurrection of the ancestor of the sea more than 40 years ago, the sea seems to have become a little unfamiliar. Who would have thought he'd come back to life? And there's the exposed I. Shaki said with a bit of bitterness. Actually, until the news of the world exposed I didn't know why the world government has ruled the sea for more than 800 years, and I also know why the blank 100-year history was erased. Right now I'm worried about Luffy. Rayleigh rubbed his head and said in a heavy tone, I expected to defeat Kaido of the beasts in Wano Kuni awakening Renren Fruit U Demon's Nika form, but Luole's resurrection, yes I didn't expect it. At this stage, Luffy can't beat Luole, unless Joey Boy. It's not over yet. Baloo, Baloo. The sound of a phone bug suddenly rang out from Shaki's body. After Shaki picked up the phone and connected, an urgent voice rang. No, we stumbled upon Blackbeard's pirate ship in a sea area near Sabayati Archipelago, heading towards Hydra Island. 5. What? Blackbeard is going to Nine Snake Island too? Boom. Perhaps too surprised. Shaki jerked up from his chair. Quote. Okay, you all evacuate temporarily, so as not to be discovered by Blackbeard. Understood. Baloo, Baloo. With the sound of the phone bug hanging up, Shaki's face was very ugly, and he glanced at Rayleigh subconsciously. Let's go. As an old friend for many years. Of course, Rayleigh knew what Shaki wanted to do, and got up without hesitation. Good. Shaki clenched his fists and nodded coldly. As the last emperor of Amazon Lily, and the former captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, she still couldn't be ruthless after all. 9 Snake Island. After harvesting 10 patron saints, the people of the entire 9 Snake Island were all overwhelmed by the godlike ability of Lule, the ancestor of the sea. So, a lively wedding banquet continued directly into the evening. Early in the morning, boom, a door opened. Lule left the room refreshed. Woo. Hancock looked at Lule, who did not look back, and recalled some scenes in his mind. 2 lines of tears flowed silently from his beautiful eyes again. That's right, last night, she gave in again. Since you can't resist, then enjoy it. Ho, really fragrant. After all, Lule's strength is strong. For the empress who advocates violence and power, it is still acceptable. It's a pity. In the face of her favor, Lule was not moved at all, and was still domineering and violent as always, which made the empress have some doubts about her life. As the world's most beautiful woman, she has always been very confident in her own charm and beauty, and believes that even if the country is destroyed, she will be forgiven by everyone. The result, she had already chosen to submit to the post, but she had not been able to impress Lule, which made the empress feel a deep sense of frustration. Wait a minute. But, just at this time, Hancock seemed to have thought of something, hurriedly wiped his tears, endured the pain in his body, slowly got up, and walked straight to a mirror. If I remember correctly, when she was changing knowledge yesterday, the man should have seen the hoof of the sky-soaring dragon on his back, but he rarely reacted. That's right, she did it on purpose. Want Lule to see the ugliest mark on his body. However, to Hancock's disappointment, Lule not only did not respond, but became more excited, which made her doubt whether the 760 Heizu people had any special hobbies. How is this possible? Why is Tian Shanglong's hoof gone? Well, it seems to be really gone. A few seconds later, when Hancock saw his mirror smooth back, he was stunned, because the imaginary hooves of the sky dragon had disappeared without a trace, replaced by pure white and flawless skin. Is this completely impossible? You must know that the celestial dragon's hoof, as the mark branded on the slaves by celestial dragons, can never be removed. Even if you cut off that piece of skin, there will still be this kind of lower human that will never be erased mark. So, for a long time, the empress did not want to reveal this curse mark. Now that it's good, the hoof of Tianxiang dragon has disappeared, leaving no trace at all. I remember that when the man was behind me, he seemed to touch it. Could it be that he disappeared at that time? Hancock recalled it carefully, and finally recalled it. To be more precise, even now, there seems to be an energy full of life flowing in her body. What kind of man are you? A complex look flashed in Hancock's beautiful eyes, and his heart seemed to have some throbbing unconsciously. The other side, Lule, who had just walked to the deck, showed a playful expression after sensing Hancock's reaction. Tianxianglong's hoof is said to be a curse, but it is actually a very special power, so Lule used the magic chakra to remove the curse after seeing it. Lord Lule. Seeing Lule walking out of the cabin, Jin, who was looking at the sea in the distance, hurried over and said with a chuckle, "Now 9 Snake Island has been completely convinced by Lord Lule." Lule stretched his waist and said lightly, "The order goes on, we are ready to go." Yes. Jin sighed softly, turned around and went to convey the order. After half an hour, on the pier, the female warriors of 9 Snake Island all showed reluctance on their faces, looking at the eyes on the deck, full of fanaticism and worship. Foremost, stand Hancock, Boya Sandersonia, Boya Marigold, and Granny Za. Among them, Hancock was expressionless, the bruises on his pretty face had not dissipated, and there was a strange beauty invisibly. Boya Sandersonia and Boya Marigold next to them looked very excited, because the sky dragons on their bodies the hoof was also removed by Lord Lule. As for the mother-in-law, just like an old tree in spring, the smile on her wrinkled cheeks has never been broken. This time, 9 Snake Island is really cool. The existence of 10 patron saints is enough to make 9 Snake Island live a stable life. And on the deck, Lule, who was about to give the order to leave, seemed to have sensed something with the super sense of the motherland, and his expression was slightly startled. What's the situation? Why is Marine's warship heading towards the 9 Snake Island? No, in addition to Marine's warship, there seems to be another pirate ship. No, 2 pirates are also attacking 9 Snake Island. Wait a minute, don't rush to leave for now. The next moment, Lule's expression turned slightly cold, and he said solemnly, if I didn't misunderstand, there is Marine's warship heading towards Jushi Island. What, has Marine's warship come to 9 Snake Island? Because Lule spoke without lowering his voice, whether it was Jin, Morgans, or Hancock on the pier, they all heard it, and without any hesitation, they all urged observation hockey. It's a pity, embarrassingly. Their observation hockey is too weak to perceive anything at all. However, out of their trust in Lule, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they calmed down and silently looked at the sea in the distance. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute. In the end, about 10 minutes later, 5 black shadows appeared on the sea level where the sea and the sky meet. Coming, at the moment of seeing the marine warship, Jin, Morgans, Hancock, Granny Za and the others were all shocked. Among them Morgans, who had a keen sense of news, showed excitement in his eyes, and subconsciously took out the camera phone bug. He had a hunch. It is very likely that something big will happen today, and I am afraid that it will shake the whole sea again. At the same time, the 5 marine top-level warships that are heading towards the 9 Snake Island at a very high speed, on top of the top-level warship in the middle. Wearing the Marine Justice cloak and wearing the Naval Headquarters Substitute Admiral epaulette, Doberman was holding a telescope in his hand, and looked far away in the direction of 9 Snake Island with his right eye. The left eye had no pupils. After the black shadow of 9 Snake Island appeared, a sneer appeared unconsciously. Shame on your face, if you don't come with us this time, then the 9 Snake Island will be completely wiped out. Doberman put down the binoculars in his hand, his cheeks revealed ruthless killing intent, and muttered to himself, Hancock, you don't have the identity of Shichibukai, what are you so arrogant? Beautiful but can't be eaten as a meal. All right. This time, he was sent by Marshal Akainu to the 9 Snakes Island to perform a mission. Doberman, who pursues absolute justice, has only one goal, and that is to capture the Empress Hancock, complete the task perfectly, and live up to Mr. Sakazuki's expectations. For this, he can do whatever it takes, even if it is to kill the 9 Snake Island. No hesitation. As for whether it can be crushed, Doberman is not worried at all. This time to deal with Hancock, he brought 2 extremely pervert seraphs. Having said this, Doberman also looked at the middle of the deck, where there were 2 white-haired and dark-skinned children with black wings and flames on their wings. If you look more closely, you will find that one of the children is almost the same as Mihawk, and the other is almost exactly the same as the Empress when she was a child. Soon, after about 15 minutes, 5 Marines' top warships docked in the waters more than 300 meters away from the Jushi Island pier. This location, even without a telescope, 9 Snake Island people and Marine can see each other. It's actually a representative of Marine Hawks, Doberman Vice Admiral. On the pier, the female warriors of 9 Snake Island looked at the 5 Marines' warships from afar, and they did not show any fearful expressions, nor did they draw bows or arrows, they just stood there. In normal times, they may be afraid, and if they are not careful, they will conflict with Marine. Now, they won't be afraid anymore. Among them, Granny Za, Boya Sandersonia, Boya Marigold and others have confident smiles on their cheeks. Is it really better to choose the day than to hit the day? Marine took the initiative to hit the muzzle, and it was none of their 9 Snake Island's business. It's just that they still haven't figured out why Master Lule is taking Jin and Morgans to evade. It's just 5 Marine top warships and a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. They can handle it by themselves. I really can't figure it out. Quote. Seeing that the people on 9 Snake Island didn't have any nervous and scared expressions, Doberman snorted heavily and said with murderous intent, Hancock, I'm giving you a chance today. If you don't go with us, the consequences will be the consequences. Conceded. Oh, Hancock, who had been holding back his anger, finally spoke up, raised his head proudly, and said, Today, Igia solemnly warns you Marine, in the waters where 9 Snake Island is located, what I say is the rule. 5. So, please get out of here. When he said the last sentence, Hancock also increased his tone. Go, go, go. 3. The voice did not fall. Just like a fuse, the female warriors of 9 Snake Island on the pier all shouted loudly like chicken blood, and the sound was earth-shattering. In the past, they had no choice. Every time they faced Marine, they were very careful, for fear of making naval headquarters unhappy. Even if Empress Hancock became Shichibukai and became Marine's lackey, it was for the safety of Nine Snake Island. Now, they have a choice, no longer have to make compromises, and can call Marine to roll with integrity. Quiet, seeing the uncharacteristic female warriors of Nine Snake Island. The Marine soldiers on the 5 top Marine warships were all stunned. What's the situation? When did the pirates of Nine Snake Island be so hard-hearted and dare to speak to Marine like this? What are you kidding? Among them, Doberman was even more angry, and the whole person was going to explode with anger. He didn't know who gave Hancock the courage. He only knew that Nine Snake Island must disappear from the sea today, and no one can save it. Do you know what you're talking about? Unable to bear it any longer, Doberman's eyes flashed a gleam of coldness, and roared, "The wild pirates should be killed." When it comes to this, Doberman glanced at the 2 seraphs and was about to give an order. Ha ha ha, so it's Marine. No wonder I was restless along the way. A playful voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a pirate ship with the banner of the Blackbeard pirates appeared in the distant waters, and was rapidly approaching Nine Snake Island. As for the master who made the sound, it was Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors. At this time, on the deck of the Blackbeard pirate ship, Blackbeard, who had been restless all the way, finally showed a smile. It turned out that Marine was the first to arrive at Nine Snake Island, and he was led by Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters, so he was not worried at all. Nothing more to say. Today, he not only wants the ability to get sweet fruit. He must also destroy these Marine regiments, and solemnly declare to the whole sea that the era that belongs to him, Blackbeard, has really come. Whether it is the resurrected Great Ocean ancestor Lule, or the hidden boss of the world government I am, as well as the Straw Hat Luffy, the red-haired Shanks, and the Cross Guild, they will become his stepping stones. The Blackbeard pirates are also here. On the pier, Hancock and the others were stunned for a moment, as if they didn't expect that besides Marine, Blackbeard would also come. No wonder Lord Lule wants to avoid him. He is standing here. I am afraid that Marine and the Blackbeard pirates will turn around and run away. This is asking you to enter the urn. Why did Blackbeard come to Nine Snake Island? Seeing that his voice was interrupted, Doberman was about to get angry, but when he saw Blackbeard, who was standing on the deck of the Blackbeard pirate ship with a smile on his face was so gloomy that he was about to drip. No wonder Nine Snake Island is so brave. It turned out to be secretly taking refuge with Blackbeard. But then Blackbeard's words overturned his idea. Hancock, did you come out by yourself, or did I do it myself? Blackbeard opened his arms, with an arrogant and awe-inspiring look on his face, and said, "If you don't come out, I will kill the Nine Snakes Island to the ground." Ha ha ha, the Empress of Nine Snake Island, let's just capture it. With your strength, it is impossible to resist us. Following Blackbeard's words, the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates burst into violent laughter, and some even clenched their weapons and were ready to enter the Nine Snakes Island. As for the Marines on the scene, they don't even have admiral-level combat power. They really didn't take it seriously. Why didn't you take refuge with Blackbeard? Doberman was a little puzzled, and took another look at the female warriors of Nine Snake Island on the pier, but found that even if Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, appeared, their faces did not change in the slightest, and their calm was very abnormal. Yeah, who hit Hancock in the face? Suddenly, a look of doubt flashed in Doberman's eyes again, but the situation was severe, and he was not allowed to think too much. I thought it was a simple task. But he didn't expect to meet Blackbeard, but fortunately he brought 2 seraphim, not without the strength of a battle. Oops. At this time, Hancock, who had been on the sidelines all the time, rolled his eyes and said narcissistically, "It seems that Igia is really too beautiful, which makes you all want to get Igia, or else you fight, whoever wins, I go with whom." Marrow marrow mellow. As he spoke, Hancock also clapped his hands, put on a gesture of love, and shot a heart-shaped light at Marine's warship and Blackbeard's pirate ship in the air. 2 nihilistic heart rays. They were scattered on one of Marine's top warships and Blackbeard's pirate ships. Some of the weaker Marines and the Blackbeard pirates, who were already bewitched by the invisible charm of the Empress, were turned into stone statues by a strange force in the blink of an eye. Hancock, are you courting death? Ha ha ha, you dare to take the lead. It looks like you don't plan to cooperate. See this scene. Doberman and Blackbeard roared at the same time. Do you really think that Nine Snake Island is a soft persimmon and just pinch it? Marine has decided on us, and the Blackbeard pirates are going to join in the fun, so let's fight. At this time, Hancock's words changed. He uttered a harsh sentence. The next moment, without any sign, 5 wooden dragons circled from the mountain of Nine Snake Island. The 5 wooden golems who fell into a deep sleep also stood up from the depths of the forest, and 10 breaths that made people palpitate broke out. When 10 heart-pounding breaths gathered together. Boom! A violent aura that dominates the sea. Then they stormed towards the Blackbeard pirates and Marine at a speed that could not hide their ears. Wooden golem and wooden dragon. What the hell is going on here? Conqueror's hockey. This is Conqueror's hockey. Impossible. How can wood and wood dragon have Conqueror's hockey? Sudden change. It can be said that the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates and the Marines on the 5 Marine warships, including Blackbeard and Doberman, wanted to laugh when Hancock spoke harshly. A little pirate Queen Hancock, the tone of speech is quite rushed, it is really ridiculous. But, the next second, they couldn't even laugh, especially when they saw 5 wooden dragons hovering in the sky and 5 huge wooden golems, the expressions on their cheeks completely froze. If you guessed correctly, this wooden golem and wooden dragon seem to be unique to the ancestors of the sea, right? How can there be 9 Snake Island, and there are 10? Impossible. Doberman showed an expression of disbelief. 9 Snake Island has a patron saint, but it has not appeared for more than 20 years, and now there are 10 directly, no matter how you think it is abnormal. Could it be that the ancestors of the sea came to 9 Snake Island? Thinking of this, Doberman's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. If this is the case, then the matter is more complicated than imagined, which can also explain why Hancock and others from 9 Snake Island are so calm from beginning to end. Have the ancestors of the sea definitely been to 9 Snake Island? Blackbeard over there also reacted, and used observation hockey to carefully sense it, and found that there was no abnormality, so he said coldly, Hancock, so you are so confident, is someone supporting you? But, I am 4 emperors. The last sentence, Blackbeard almost growled, even if it is the unique wooden golem and wooden dragon of the ancestors of the sea, he will not be afraid, and it is impossible for him to be afraid, unless the ancestor of the sea, Lule comes in person. Just finished speaking, a monstrous aura erupted along with Blackbeard's manic will, rushing straight into the sky, perhaps too strong, and some of the clouds in the sky were shattered by the blow. King to the sea, heaven and earth surrender. As one of the 4 emperors 19, Blackbeard's conqueror's hockey may not be the strongest, but it also burst out with extremely terrifying power. This is Conqueror's hockey from Boss Blackbeard. Ha ha ha, 9 Snake Island completely angered the Blackbeard boss. Boss Blackbeard is furious, even wooden golem and wooden dragon can't keep 9 Snake Island. After sensing Blackbeard's Conqueror's hockey, the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates showed a touch of violence on their faces, and when they looked at Hancock and the others on the pier, they unabashedly revealed wisps of killing intent. The ancestors of the sea are very strong, and they left you wooden golem, but our Blackbeard boss is not a fuel-efficient lamp. After a few seconds, 2 strands of conquerors slammed together. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and a terrifying shock wave erupted, swept out in all directions, and at the center of the collision of Conqueror's hockey, there were also strands of black lightning. 1 second, 10 seconds, after a stalemate of 20 seconds. Blackbeard's Conqueror's hockey smashed the Conqueror's hockey, which broke out with the wooden dragon and wooden golem, in a destructive manner, and rolled up a wave of momentum that scattered everywhere. Boss Blackbeard is really good. Conqueror's hockey, where the wooden dragon and the wooden golem broke out together, is really nothing more than that. Seeing that the Conqueror's hockey, which was jointly erupted by wooden dragon and wooden golem, was defeated, the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates looked overjoyed and laughed out loud, their words full of pride and sarcasm. Shut up for me. Hearing these words, Blackbeard became angry and scolded with a gloomy face. This is just the explosive pressure of wooden golem and wooden dragon. Isn't it normal for me to be defeated? What's the joy of it? The voice did not fall. The pirates of the Blackbeard pirates, who were still complacent, froze, and immediately shut up consciously. Blackbeard snorted coldly, then turned his eyes to look at the wooden dragon hovering over the pier and the wooden golem who was already standing on the pier. A look of surprise began to appear on his cheeks. Only the wooden golem and wooden dragon left behind can burst out such a terrible conqueror's haki. That is the ancestor of the sea, Lule's conqueror's haki. How strong is it? The red-haired Shanks who surpassed the strongest haki man is sure, but how much? Blackbeard doesn't know, and doesn't want to know anymore. He just wants to take the sweet fruit of the Empress Hancock, then he can become stronger, more confident and confident. The Patronus is really amazing. It's too pervert to be able to fight against Blackbeard's conqueror's haki, one of the 4 emperors. So the Patronus is so powerful. On the pier, seeing the wooden golem and the wooden dragon erupting conqueror's haki were defeated, many female warriors not only did not feel depressed and lost, but showed their expressions of amazement. To know, wooden golem and wooden dragon are facing Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors. A bounty of 3.996 billion berry, and the top powerhouse in the sea with Logia dark fruit and Paramesha shock fruit. It's okay to lose. Winning it proves that this Blackbeard is a parallel importer, not worthy of being a 4 emperors. Seraph, can act, and Doberman, who was on the deck of the Marine's top warship in the middle, obviously understood the seriousness of the matter, and whispered an order to the 2 seraphs who had been standing motionless on the deck. Swish, swish, 2 piercing sounds rang out. I saw a seraph that looked like an eagle eye and a seraph that looked like a Hancock flew out and hovered above the Marine warship. Hancock, you forced me. Doberman's eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent, and said, don't think that if you have wooden golem and wooden dragon, you can act recklessly. You and the ancestor of the sea, Lule, should be killed. When it comes to this, Doberman's tone was obviously a little crazy. The ancestors of the sea killed the T-Dolphin, Sengoku, destroyed Marineford, and caused an extremely serious blow to Marine. Since the 9 Snake Island and the ancestors of the sea have colluded, then I'm sorry, even if it is Blackbeard next to him, he has to do it first. It's really unforgivable to bring Aigia's appearance to a pacifist. Seeing 2 seraphs, especially seeing the seraph who looked almost exactly the same as when he was a child, Hancock, who was originally calm, stomped his feet and scolded. Attack. Doberman was too lazy to say anything, and yelled, bomb the 9 Snake Island for me. Quote. After hearing this, the Marine soldiers on the deck of the 5 Marine top warships moved quickly, and hundreds of dark muzzles were all aimed at the pier of Snake Island. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-filled cannonballs were shot from 5 top-level warships, hitting the pier of 9 Snake Island like a gust of wind and rain. Scoff, scoff. The 2 seraphs were not idle either. The eagle-eyed seraphs drew their swords, and cut out a white sword beam of dozens of meters. And the blazing angel who looked like Hancock stretched out his right hand and shot a white laser. From a distance, the sword glow, the laser and the black cannonball were intertwined, and together they blasted towards the pier of 9 Snake Island. It's so interesting. Blackbeard, who was about to start, grinned, and immediately made a pause gesture. Since Marine started first, and also used 2 seraphs who had been exposed by the news of the world for a long time, let Marine fight with 9 Snake Island first. When the critical moment comes, I will take everything. Are these attacks useful? See this scene. There was a dull look in Hancock's eyes. And the female warriors of 9 Snake Island on the pier were not afraid, they just stood there with their expressions unchanged. They all had confidence in the patron saint of 9 Snake Island. And wooden golem and wooden dragon did not let them down. Swish, swish. I saw 4 giant wooden golems flashing, appearing in the 4 directions of the south, east, north and west respectively. Chakra slapped his hands gently. 4 red yang formation. Laugh. A cuboid enchantment of red transparent flame enveloped the entire pier. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of all, there was a shocking scene. I saw Janmang, lasers and black cannonballs bombard the surface of the 4 red yang formation. They did not blow up the barrier, but made a sizzling sound, and then exploded on the red transparent light curtain. A terrifying explosion shock wave broke out. However, the sound of the explosion was loud, and the energy waves generated were also majestic. The red transparent light curtain only trembled a few times, and there was almost no damage. Wow, see this scene. Hancock in the 4 red yang formation, mother-in-law and others all showed surprised expressions, and Hancock also covered his mouth and made a screaming sound. The patron saint created by Lord Lule is too pervert. Impossible. Doberman showed a ghostly expression, and exclaimed in exclamation. The explosion of the cannonball was blocked, he could understand, the Seraph's attack was blocked, he couldn't believe it. After all, the attack power of the two Seraphs he brought out this time is very pervert, especially the eagle-eyed Seraphs who can cut mountains with one blow, but now they can't even cut through a red transparent light curtain. A bodge. What is this? The marine soldiers on the 5 marine top warships stared in disbelief. Is it the method left by the ancestors of the sea, Lule? Seeing this, Blackbeard showed an extremely solemn expression. It was not as simple as he thought. That red transparent light curtain should be some kind of ninjutsu. Now that Marine's attack is perfectly blocked, there is no need to wait. The next moment, Blackbeard took a deep breath, waved his right hand, and ordered, "Let's do it too." It seems that those Marines are unreliable and can only rely on themselves. Remember that the Empress wants to catch alive, I'm useful. 9. But, after saying this, Blackbeard's observation hockey seemed to sense something and looked towards the pier with some doubts. As a result, I found that at some point, 3 figures walked out of the cabin of a 9-snake pirate ship. One of them was Jin, one of the 3 plagues, and the other was the big news Morgans. Standing in the middle, that one is the ancestor of the sea, Lule. Blackbeard's expression froze, his mind unable to react. It made the body that was about to do it seem to be petrified, unable to move. Lord Blackbeard. The pirates of the Blackbeard pirates who had already entered the battle state saw that Blackbeard was motionless, so they subconsciously looked in the direction Blackbeard's boss was looking at, and then they also fell into petrification. Certainly, at this time, not only the Blackbeard pirates, even Doberman, who was about to continue the attack, entered a state of dull eyes, and the marine soldiers on the 5 marine top-level warships almost all had the same expressions. For a time, the Blackbeard pirates, which were still aggressive, and marine fell into absolute silence. Ah! After a while, a series of harsh screams resounded. How could it be that my observation hockey didn't perceive it in the first place? Blackbeard's eyes widened, his spirit was tense to ultimate, and the other Blackbeard pirates also showed very exaggerated expressions. What is the situation? Why did the ancestor suddenly appear, like a ghost suddenly appeared coming? Ancestors of the sea, Lule. Doberman couldn't help rubbing his eyes. But, no matter how he rubbed it, the man who had been dead for more than 40 years before being resurrected just stood there calmly, making those marine soldiers pale with fright. How could they not know the ancestors of the sea who killed the T-Dolphin, Sengoku, and destroyed Marineford? Well now, the deity is on 9-Snake Island, why not be afraid? This is a man more terrifying than the 4 emperors. Wrong, all wrong. That is at this time. Blackbeard and Doberman knew. Empress Hancock's confidence does not come from wooden golem and wooden dragon, but from the ancestors of the sea who have long been hiding in the dark. It's really boring for me to wait. At this time, Lule, who was standing on the deck, looked at Blackbeard and Doberman from a distance, and said, "You can't hurry up, my time is precious." All right. After sensing Blackbeard and Marine, Lule took Jin and Morgans to drink tea in the cabin, and cast a small barrier by the way. He wanted to wait and watch the show, but, it's too long, and since you are so slow, then I will take the initiative. Show up. Lule, are you bashing me? After hearing this, Blackbeard's eyes flickered a few times, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You did it on purpose, just to wait for us to take the bait." Doberman resisted the fear in his heart and said incredulously, You actually set up a bureau on 9-Snake Island and deliberately waited for us." Ha ha. Lule shrugged and said coldly, "Can I say that you brought it to the door yourself? Besides, even if Lao Su is Yin Yu, so what? Did I give you face? You." Blackbeard and Doberman almost vomited blood. I've seen unreasonable people, and I've never seen someone as unreasonable as Lule. Is he really capable of doing whatever he wants? Forget it, you are really too powerful. The next moment, the corners of Lule's mouth twitched slightly, showing a serious expression, and said very solemnly, "You must be punished." Are we strong? After hearing this, both Blackbeard and Doberman thought for a while, but found that this sentence seems wrong. Sage art would style true several thousand hands. On the other side, along with the terrifying aura fluctuations, Lule's cheeks began to appear immortal's face. Between the power of nature and the frenzied surging of Cha Tula, he patted his hands lightly. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. This sea area shook violently, setting off huge waves. Immediately afterwards, countless sturdy woods emerged from the bottom of the sea, first forming huge arms, then a huge guanyin head, and finally in the continuous reorganization and growth, forming a more than 800 meters high and possessing the huge Avalokitesvara statue with 1,000 arms stood proudly on the sea. Chapter 51. Quiet. This sea area is full of silence. I don't know when. The clouds in the sky have been completely dispersed and disappeared. A ray of warm and bright sunlight shone down from the sky and sprinkled on the huge Avalokitesvara statue with a height of more than 800 meters and 1,000 arms. Combined with the brilliance of the huge guanyin statue itself, it virtually makes true several thousand hands like a god's mansion that only exists in the legend, making people palpitated and fearful. And a sudden scene. It also caused the expressions of countless people at the scene to fall into a sluggish state. Look around. Blackbeard's body stiff. Doberman's expression froze. Many pirates and marines of the Blackbeard pirates are also completely stupid. Certainly. In fact, it is not only the enemy. Even Jin, Morgans, Hancock, Granny Zaw and the others were shaken by the shock, and their minds quickly fell into a blank space. No way. In fact, they didn't even think that Lord Lule would say that his opponent was too strong, and he simply used this one to suppress 13 oceans such as Rocks, Garp, Roger, Kong, etc. more than 40 years ago. A huge guanyin statue with top combat power. This is totally a cannonball to beat mosquitoes, it's superfluous. 1 second, 8 seconds, 1 minute, as time goes by. Until true several thousand hands swept out in all directions like a substantial momentum, shaking the sea area for a few times. The countless talents on the scene woke up like a dream, followed by countless screams resounded through this piece of the sea. The huge cannon statue at the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. With the fluctuation of the power of dark fruit and the power of shock fruit, Blackbeard was frightened and subconsciously entered a state of battle, and his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. The ancestors of the sea, playing cards completely out of common sense. A second ago, he said that they were too powerful. In this regard, Blackbeard had a faint feeling of being recognized in his heart. As the 4 emperors with Logia dark fruit and Paramesha shock fruit, he can get the attention of the ancestors of the sea. Quite a sense of achievement. The results of it. In the next second, he directly zoomed in without saying a word. It's not like pretending to be forced. What? Isn't this the legendary giant Avalokitesvara that was exposed in the newspaper? Catherine Diame, San Juan Evil Wolf, as the cadre of the Blackbeard pirates, almost stared out of fright. This thing in front of them had only been seen in the news of the world newspaper a few days ago. It is said that in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, 13 strong men of that era were suppressed. It's good now. Appeared again, standing in front of them. I already knew it was like this. Even if they are killed, they won't come to the 9 Snake Island with Boss Blackbeard. Are they okay now? As for the remaining pirates of the Blackbeard pirates, after they were horrified to ultimate, they all slumped on the ground with trembling bodies, breathing the air with big mouthfuls. At the same time, on the decks of 5 of Marine's top warships. Clang, clang. This is the sound of weapons falling on the deck. Immediately afterwards, after gritting their teeth and persevering for a while, some Marine soldiers found that they couldn't hold on at all. With a sway of their bodies, they fell directly on the deck, covered in cold sweat, and their cheeks were full of fear. The legendary giant guanyin statue. This Lule never thought of showing mercy. Doberman's body trembled, resisting the fear in his heart, showing a miserable smile. This time, he came with the belief that if he doesn't succeed, he will become a benevolent person. He originally thought of a female emperor, and he could easily handle it. Where would he think that there is a hidden big boss, the ancestors of the sea? He understood. From the beginning to the end, Lule, the ancestor of the sea, was playing with them. Are you saying they are too strong? This feeling is really too aggrieved and uncomfortable. Could it be that this is the bad taste of the strong? 9 Tails. I am familiar with this. I am already familiar with it. That's great. Lord Lule shows his hand again. And in such a depressing moment. To say that the most exciting is undoubtedly the big news. Morgans, holding a camcorder, has already stood in a place with a wide angle of view, and started shooting true several thousand hands in all directions without dead ends. Because he had a hunch that this time the sea was going to shake violently again. As for the headline of the newspaper, the first half of the headline had already been thought out, and it was called The Reappearance of the Legend. Lord Lule, do you take your opponent too seriously? Jin suppressed the shock in his heart, looked up at the Senju Guanyin statue more than 800 meters high, and muttered to himself, this is a treatment that even Marine's former marshal, Sengoku, did not enjoy. Blackbeard, I will collect the body for you, just a pity for dark fruit and shock fruit. All right, after Sengoku was killed, Jin had some guesses, and now that he saw this huge Guanyin statue, his inner guess was basically confirmed. More than 40 years ago, Lord Lule shocked the entire sea, and suppressed the monsters of the same era. And after the resurrection, Lord Lule, his heart has become colder, he has completely let himself go, and can do whatever he wants. So, these guys are all dead. It's not easy for anyone to come. Sheji, do you know why I did this? On the pier, Granny Zaw looked up at True several thousand hands with her godlike eyes, swallowed cautiously, and said, in the face of absolute strength, nothing has any effect, including your proud beauty. Without Lord Lule, 9 Snake Island might have been wiped off the map today. Speaking of this, Granny Zaw gritted her teeth and made a sarcastic voice. Blackbeard and Doberman must be regretting it now, but it's too late. After hearing this, the empress, Hancock, clenched her teeth tightly, opened her mouth, wanted to refute, but couldn't open her mouth. In the past, she would only say that Igia is really too beautiful, but just now she dared to say to Marine and Blackbeard, hockey, Marine has decided on me, and Blackbeard is also here to join in the fun, then fight, such domineering words. And, all of this was brought about by that man. Think about it. The mother-in-law sighed and said with emotion, a man like this, even if you are the most beautiful woman in the world, may not be worthy of you. What mother-in-law? Hancock stomped his feet in dissatisfaction, and turned his eyes to look at the figure standing on the head of the huge Guanyin statue. At the same moment, Lule, who was standing on the head of True several thousand hands, felt the True several thousand hands. There was no expression on the surface, but deep down, he was extremely surprised. As for the reason, of course, it is because after the integration of the Peak Motherland template, the True several thousand hands he cast seemed to be able to burst out even more terrifying power, and the immortal technique Chatanla in his body seemed to be mixed with some peculiar energy of the motherland, making it even more terrifying and bizarre. The more obvious change is that True several thousand hands can also open their eyes and shoot hot sights. Sure enough, 1 + 1 does not necessarily equal 2, but equals 3. The next moment, Lule clenched his fists, turned his eyes, looked down at the Blackbeard pirates and Marine in front of him, and said loudly, you guys are too strong, you have been recognized by me, so I will use True several thousand hands come and fight with you. The voice did not fall. Blackbeard, who was already suffocating and was about to vomit blood, Doberman really wanted to scold. What's the matter? We got your approval. Do we deserve your approval? No, really unworthy. You even used True several thousand hands to fight against us, do you really look up to us too much? Lule, you are so arrogant and arrogant, do you really want to be killed again by Lord Yimu of the world government? After taking a deep breath, Doberman reluctantly calmed down and shouted, as long as you let us go, we Marine can pretend that nothing happened today. After all, Lord Yimu can destroy a country with one move. You don't want 9 Snake Island to be treated like this, right? When it comes to this, it seemed that I had given courage, and Doberman raised his head with his chest held high. Ha ha ha, good, really good. To tell you the truth, I am a bit of shit. If she dares to do it, she'll be done if I do it or not. Seriously. Lule laughed loudly, a ray of crimson light flashed in his eyes, and said violently, I can do whatever I want, and I will kill whoever comes. Today, I will show you what is real. The ancestors of the sea. Turn into a Buddha on the top. With a violent voice falling. The Senju Avalokitesvara statue, which had been motionless for a long time, suddenly moved, and the circle of huge arms like palm fans all clenched their fists, and then armament hockey and conqueror's hockey were wrapped around 100 huge fists, like a gust of wind. Like the rain, it mercilessly bombarded the 5 Marine top-level warships. Seraph attack with full force. Withdraw. Speed back. In the moment before Lule's voice fell, Doberman knew something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. He has not yet figured out why the ancestor of the sea, Lule, has already died in the hands of Lord Yimu, but he is not afraid of Lord Yimu. Destroy Nine Snake Island. Swish, swish, two piercing sounds rang out. The two seraphs who received the order did not seem to have any fear. Without hesitation, he launched several attacks at 100 giant fists, shooting out dozens of sword beams and dozens of white lasers. Rumbling. A roar resounded. The sword light and the laser collided with 100 fists, sending out a deafening roar, and then they were crushed by a devastating blow, followed by the unabated bombardment of the two blazing angels. Bang, bang. Two crisp voices sounded, and the blazing angels, like two ants, although they had made a defensive gesture, were bombarded in pieces and scattered into the sea. Totally unstoppable. See this scene. Doberman's heart trembled a few times, and his heart was completely desperate. Although he had long known that the giant Guanyin statue was very strong, but the two blazing angels did not resist for even a second, which made the last bit of confidence in his heart vanish. As for the marine soldiers on the 5 marine top-level warships, they were all scared and dumbfounded. As for the retreat, no joke, it was too late, and there were no marines to carry out the order. Why? Until the last moment of death, Doberman still didn't figure out why Lule was so violent and manic. It seemed completely unreasonable to do things, and he didn't talk about martial arts, just like a rational madman. Maybe this is the real ancestor of the sea, right? Marshal Sakazuki, what kind of enemy are we marine facing? Sorry. Live up to your expectations. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, 100 giant wooden fists poured out with a terrifying might, and bombarded the 5 marines' top-level warships with a mighty thunderbolt, sending out an earth-shattering roar that resounded throughout this sea area. Under such a powerful attack, 5 top marine warships were smashed like toys. Hundreds of marine soldiers, including Doberman, were all killed before they could react. No bones were left. A terrifying tsunami was set off. What? Boss Blackbeard, save us. It's horrible, it's really horrible, we're dead. Why is that? In the face of such a terrifying scene, even the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates, who were not directly attacked, were shocked and made a panicked voice. In the end, I could only watch helplessly as the pirate ship that I was riding on was engulfed by a huge tsunami, and it was shattered in an instant. The pirates of the countless Blackbeard pirates were swept up in the turbulent sea with their faces ashen, and at a glance, they knew that there was no burial, the place. Perhaps these pirates of the Blackbeard pirates didn't even think of it. The fire at the city gate affected Chiu. Even if the true several thousand hands only attacked Marine, they were also affected by the aftermath. Not good. Facing the tsunami that seemed to destroy the sky and the earth, Hancock on the pier, Granny Za and others, including Jin, all showed horrified expressions because they did not know this red transparent light curtain. Can it withstand so many tsunamis? What's more, even if you resist, the huge 9 Snake Island Jiao Wanghao will definitely be finished, and it will be destroyed in one go. Summoning 5 Rashomon, Lule, who was standing on the head of true several thousand hands, was also stunned when he saw this. With a light tap of his hands, he performed a defensive ninjutsu. In fact, he didn't expect that he only used 100 giant wooden fists to burst out such terrifying power. It seems that with the blessing of the Motherland's ability, the power of true several thousand hands is much stronger than expected. So, after blowing up Marine's warship, he made an emergency stop, but the aftermath was still so terrifying. It can only be said that the armed Buddha is too bug under the blessing of the ancestor's abilities. Scoff, scoff. In an instant, 5 giant grimace iron gates hundreds of meters high suddenly emerged from the sea. Like 5 big mountains blocking the 9 Snake Island in front of it, along with the dull collision sounds, they forcibly blocked the tsunami from the outside. Shocking. Extremely shocking. The sudden appearance of 5 grimacing iron gates made the female warriors on the 9 Snake Island breathe a sigh of relief, and also made a stone in the hearts of Hancock, Granny Za, Jin, Morgans and others fall to the ground. Finally, after half an hour, this seemed to be the tsunami that destroyed the world and gradually subsided. Looking around, 9 Snake Island is intact, true several thousand hands stands on the sea level, Marine's 5 top warships have disappeared, and the Blackbeard pirates have also disappeared, leaving only the ones who are stepping on San Juan evil. Blackbeard, who was trembling all over the body of the wolf, and the stupefied Kadri Katrine Demikai. The last one left. At this time, on the head of True several thousand hands, Lule turned to look at Blackbeard. Even now, he still hadn't figured out why Blackbeard wanted to get the sweet fruit. Thinking of the invincible beautiful girl Blackbeard blinking and discharging, he couldn't help shivering. When I think of the invincible beautiful girl Blackbeard blinking and discharging, he couldn't help shivering. After all, can you imagine the picture of Blackbeard saying that because this uncle is too beautiful? No diamonds, no porcelain work, no Hancock's beauty, what's the use of eating sweet fruit? This feeling again. At this time, perceiving Lule's gaze, Blackbeard, who was standing on the body of San Juan evil wolf floating on the sea, was trembling constantly, and his eyes were filled with expressions of extreme horror. The scene just now, it made him feel that the giant Guanyin image in front of him was invincible, and the powerful pressure made him feel suffocated. Why? He couldn't figure out why Lule's strength was so terrifying. He seemed to be much stronger than the Whitebeard old dog at his peak. All right, actually Blackbeard didn't say a word. That is if he didn't feel that he was locked by True several thousand hands, he just wanted to escape while taking advantage of the chaos caused by the tsunami. Boss Blackbeard, our people are all dead. Catherine Diame's frightened body kept shaking, and she said in a trembling voice, what should I do now? What else can I do? Blackbeard gritted his teeth, felt the power of dark fruit and shock fruit flowing in his body, reluctantly regained some self-confidence, looked up at Lule on the head of True several thousand hands, and said, we have no disputes of interests, Empress Hancock. I also don't want the sweet fruits of my succulents, and everyone will keep water from wells in the future. What do you think? When it comes to this? Blackbeard also took a deep breath and added, if you need it later, whether it's playing world government and marine, or playing Straw Hat Luffy, I'll be there for you. Yielded. Due to the severe situation. Is Blackbeard still planning to selectively forget that he is the 4 emperors who ruled the sea? As for dignity and face, can he be eaten? At the beginning, he endured humiliation for dark fruit for several years in the Whitebeard pirates, and then he has achieved today's great achievements. Now he compromises, just for a better future. Ha ha. Lule looked down at Blackbeard and said calmly, if you cooperate, are you worthy? You. Blackbeard suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, your strength is very strong, but mine is not weak. Do you really want to lose both sides of the fight? Are you satisfied? Ha ha ha. Lule laughed sarcastically, and said somewhat incredulously, both losers. Blackbeard, do you really look up to yourself? Lule, what do you want? Hearing these words, Blackbeard said with some anger, I'm the 4 emperors, can't you give me a little face? Sorry. Lule's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, Blackbeard, I'm going to eat you today. It's not easy for anyone to come. Originally Lule planned to go to New World. It turned out to be good. Blackbeard and Marine took the initiative to send them to the door. I'm sorry, what's going on is over, and it just happened to be a refresher for the world government, Marine, and the rest of the big pirates. PFF'd. After this sentence, the angry Blackbeard spat out a large mouthful of blood, and looked at Lule with his eyes changing in anger, madness, violence, suffocation and so on. He, Blackbeard, after sitting on the throne of the 4 emperors, has never been looked down upon as much as he is now. He has always crushed others, but now, he has met an even more unreasonable ancestor who can do whatever he wants. He seems to be eaten to death. Don't force me. The next moment, Blackbeard clenched his fists, the power of shock and the power of darkness permeated above, and said, the clay figurine also has 3 points of anger. You are really deceiving people too much. Yes. Lule raised his brows and said in a serious manner, I've deceived people too much today, so what? Come and beat me if you have the ability. Okay, it's really good. Blackbeard laughed angrily, showing an insane expression. He was already showing weakness, but this Lule didn't intend to let him go. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to fight to the end. Boss Blackbeard, what should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Catherine Diame seemed to be frightened, so she could only cry and look at Blackbeard with a look of help. Katrine Diame, I will remember you. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and said something mysteriously. What? Catherine Diame showed a blank expression. Nothing. A fierce look appeared on Blackbeard's cheeks, and when he moved, he activated the power of dark fruit. The power of dark fruit pours out. Before Catherine Diame could react, the black energy devoured it all. Boss Blackbeard. You. Facing Blackbeard's attack, Catherine Diame showed a frightened expression and opened her mouth, only to find that her devil fruit ability in the form of Nine-Tails Fox was rapidly increasing, fading. In other words, Boss Blackbeard is actually absorbing her dog fruit, phantom species, Nine-Tails Fox form devil fruit. Blackbeard snorted coldly, sensing the energy in the form of dog fruit, phantom beast, Nine-Tails Fox in his body, and threw Catlin Butterfly BJDG May's body into the sea. There is no way. At the critical moment of life and death, Blackbeard is no longer a picky eater, and even the unsophisticated dog fruit, phantom beast, and the fox form of Nine-Tails developed by Catherine Diame have been absorbed into the body. After absorbing Catherine Diame's devil fruit ability, accompanied by a majestic aura, Blackbeard seemed to have achieved a transformation from the inside out. He opened his arms violently, and his face showed arrogance and a hint of excitement, because, after becoming the three fruits after the ability person, his strength seems to have achieved a super transformation. In particular, the dog fruit, the phantom beast, and the Nine-Tails Fox form are not as useless as those used by Catherine Diame. Roar! In the next instant, Blackbeard transformed into a pink Nine-Tails demon fox dozens of meters high, with its nine tails constantly flapping, and a long roar in the sky. How is this possible? Logia's dark fruit, Paramesh's shock fruit, and also absorbed dog fruit, phantom species, and Nine-Tails Fox form. In this way, Blackbeard has become an unprecedented three-fruit ability user. Looking at Blackbeard in the form of Nine-Tails, the arrogant fox, Jin on the pier, Hancock, Granny Za, and the female warriors of Snake Island all showed extremely horrified expressions. Under normal circumstances, a person can only eat one devil fruit. Now, Blackbeard has eaten three. Whether it is dark fruit, shock fruit, and the fox form of the phantom species, Nine-Tails, it seems that it is not a fuel-efficient lamp. As for why Catherine Diame is so rubbish, it must be her own development. Certainly, surprised as very surprised, they are still very confident in Lule. Big news, another big headline. And Morgans held the camera phone bug and kept making a very excited voice. He thought that Blackbeard was powerless to resist, but he did not expect that at a critical moment, Blackbeard killed his own men and absorbed the dog fruit. The energy of the fox form of the phantom species, Nine-Tails, has become a three-fruit ability person who is very scary just listening to it. Dark fruit with the most dangerous ability in history, the shock ability that destroys everything, and the Nine-Tails monster fox of the phantom beast. Too strong, really too strong. With Blackbeard's violent voice. Looking from a distance, I saw Blackbeard incarnated as a Nine-Tails demon fox suspended in midair, raising two claws. The left claws were wrapped with the power of dark fruit that was as black as ink, while the right claws turned white. The fluorescent, pink power of the Nine-Tails demon fox permeates the Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails Fox, standing on the head of true several thousand hands, Lule froze for a while. No way. Is it really such a coincidence that the Nine-Tails demon fox was not defeated by wood style? This Blackbeard, after all, could not escape his palm. Lule, I'm stronger now, I'm no longer afraid of you, I want you to see the terrifying power of the three fruits, and let you know about me Blackbeard. Pity. Blackbeard's harsh words stopped abruptly before he finished speaking. Sage Art Buddha on the top. Boom. After this sentence, the huge arms of true several thousand hands clenched their fists again, and then 200 of them were wrapped around Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey, and they attacked the Nine-Tails demon fox that Blackbeard transformed into. And go. Didn't he just turn into a stinky fox? What's the big deal? Clap, clap. This is the sound of air bursting, and the 200 giant fists are accompanied by terrifying energy fluctuations, giving people a feeling that the sky is collapsing. Empty shock. Blackbeard, who turned into a Nine-Tails demon fox, swung his right claw violently, Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey wrapped around his claw, and sent out a white fluorescent wave, unafraid to meet the falling 200 fists. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The 20 or so huge wooden fists in the front collided with the power of shock, and a terrifying energy shock wave broke out. Perhaps the force of the shock was too great, causing the 20 or so huge wooden fists to start to slow down, and there were faintly visible cracks on them. Isn't it shattered? Seeing the cracks appear in the 20 or so huge wooden fists in the front, Blackbeard, who was transformed into the Nine-Tails demon fox, was not happy, but his face changed suddenly, showing an expression of disbelief. You must know that he used the power of Nine Tails, Shock Fruit, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki. But even the giant wooden fist of the giant Avalokitesvera in front of him could not be shattered. However, Blackbeard did not know that he had superimposed a lot of buffs. Lule also had a lot of buffs. In addition to Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, there are Celestial Arts Chatanla, Wood Style, the Strength of the Motherland and so on. Therefore, it is normal for the giant wooden fist to shatter, but it is not normal for it to shatter. With a roar of scolding, Blackbeard, who turned into a Nine-Tails demon fox, watched helplessly as the remaining giant wooden fists poured mercilessly towards his place, covering the area where he was. I won't lose, I definitely won't lose. Ha ha ha, I'm Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors. After a second, accompanied by the sound of unwilling anger, I saw Blackbeard's 2 claws and 9 tails, incarnated as the Nine-Tails fox, constantly bombarding the giant wooden fists that attacked him. The power of shock, the power of dark fruit, the power of Nine-Tails fox constantly surging. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki was also pushed to ultimate. So much so that in the central area of the battle, a black crack faintly appeared in the space. Boom, boom, one after another, the sound of earth-shattering explosions resounded continuously, setting off several energy shock waves, making the sea area that had just been calm to become frantically trembling again. Shocking, absolutely stunning. Looking at Jin on the pier, Hancock and the others felt their scalps go numb for a while, and they couldn't help but feel that the confrontation between the top powerhouses in the sea was truly terrifying. The 200 giant wooden fists have been blocked, so let's take a look at it. At this time, Lule, who was standing on the head of True Several Thousand Hands, let out a light breath, his mind moved, and then he went back again. Activated 100 fists. Today's Blackbeard's strength is indeed pervert, and the combination of the 3 fruit abilities is also very terrifying, and even more amazing power erupts, but, that's all, it's all over. Do not. Seeing this, Blackbeard, who had barely resisted the attack of the 200 giant wooden fists, let out a panicked voice, but he had no choice but to stare at him. Boom. After struggling for a few more minutes, a giant wooden fist with incomparable power bombarded Blackbeard, who was transformed into the Nine-Tails demon fox. The powerful force made Blackbeard's body tremble. And this is just the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. Several giant wooden fists slammed into Blackbeard's body in no particular order. It made a dull and incomparable sound, and the powerful force made the Nine-Tails incarnate of Blackbeard unable to hold on any longer. All of a sudden it flew upside down and slammed onto a deserted island a few kilometers away. Perhaps it was too strong. A mushroom cloud appeared on the deserted island that was bigger than Nine Snake Island, torn apart. 1. Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, lost. It's too strong. Lord Lule is really too strong. The sea is about to set off a stormy wave again. Seeing that the Nine-Tails demon fox incarnated by Blackbeard was blasted out like a wreck, Jin, Hancock, Granny Za and others on the dock couldn't help but let out a cry of exclamation. Alive. On the head of True Several Thousand Hands, Lule sensed it and showed a faint smile, saying, as expected of the 3 fruits ability, Blackbeard, the vitality is still quite strong. Swish. The voice did not fall. Lule's body disappeared in place. 10 seconds later, Lule's body appeared on the head of True Several Thousand Hands. The only difference was that he was holding Blackbeard, who had only half life left, in his hand. Cough cough. Are you going to die? 300 giant wooden fists defeated me, I'm really not reconciled. Sensing the continual flow of vitality in his body, Blackbeard kept spitting out blood, feeling extremely unwilling in his heart. After so many years of forbearance, he finally got dark fruit and shock fruit from the old Whitebeard dog. He has begun to dominate the sea and announced that he has entered the era of Blackbeard. But in the end, it was planted on the sweet fruit that seemed to be able to be handled at will. And this ancestor of the great ocean seems to have come to punish him. He is violent, cruel and greedy. As a result, the ancestor of the Great Ocean is even more violent, cruel, unscrupulous and completely unreasonable than him. Lost. It's not wrong for him to lose at all. The only pity is that the sea has not entered the Blackbeard era after all. Father Whitebeard, the glance I predicted to you was planted in conceit and rashness, are you satisfied? In the end, Blackbeard seemed to think of something and showed a relieved expression. All right, Lule glanced at Blackbeard and said lightly, it's finally over. Wait a minute, but, just at this time, an urgent voice sounded. I saw that Pluton Rayleigh was stepping on the air and rushing towards the Nine-Snake Island at a very fast speed. Is this teaching me what to do? Hear this voice. Lule's eyes flashed a ray of crimson light. Laugh. A crimson light flashed away. The heat sight snapped Blackbeard's head neatly. Who the hell is meddling? At the moment of being shot, if it wasn't for his half-life left, Blackbeard would want to stand up tremblingly and give a good anger to this guy who suddenly made a noise. Don't you know the character of the ancestors of the sea? Why do the ancestors do things? You have a grudge against me, don't you think that I didn't die fast enough? I still want to reminisce more about the past before I die. It's finished now. Boom. A crisp sound sounded, and with the splash of red and white things, Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors who reigned the Grand Line, lifted the curtain. Died. Haihu, one of the 4 emperors, was killed. Even Marshal D. Teach, the 3-fruit ability person, is not a match for Master Lule at all. After seeing Blackbeard's headshot by Lule, Jin on the pier, Granny Za, and the female warriors of Nine-Snake Island, although they had expected it for a long time, but when they really witnessed a famous 4 after the emperors fell, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation sound. Too strong. A look of admiration finally flashed across Hancock's beautiful eyes, and a sentence involuntarily appeared in his mind, Blackbeard, that's all. This kills. Pluton Rayleigh, who was originally on the move, was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately, showing a very annoyed look. Did he do something bad with good intentions? If it is an ordinary person, with his identity as the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, known as the right wrist of the Pirate King, of course, he will give him a face, including the current 4 emperors. But, in the face of the ancestor of the sea, Lule, his so-called face is a fart. As for why he asked Lule to wait for a while and not kill Blackbeard for the time being, of course, because Blackbeard is of great use, whether it is his special physique, the identity of the D family, dark fruit, shock fruit are all very important, and blank 100 years of history. Well now, if Blackbeard dies, dark fruit and shock fruit will reappear in the sea, which will definitely affect the situation in the sea. In case of being obtained by the world government. It's troublesome. Swish. Thinking of this, Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, and could only bite the bullet and swept away toward Nine-Snake Island. Originally, he should have arrived a long time ago, but he found that the ancestors of the sea were on the Nine-Snake Island, and they had also displayed the giant Guanyin statue that had suppressed them on the island of Shengu, so he could only watch the battle from a long distance. It wasn't until the battle subsided that he rushed over, and the scene just now happened. With the death of Blackbeard, the battle ended. The 4 wooden golems removed the barrier and fell into a deep sleep. The 5 wooden dragons also hovered on the mountain of Nine-Snake Island, and the 5 Rashomon disappeared into smoke. After a few minutes, seeing Pluton Rayleigh walk slowly onto the pier, Hancock, Granny Za, and others on the pier of Nine-Snake Island did not have any expressions on their faces, neither sorrow nor joy. He didn't come early or late, but he came after the fight. Is it really timely? Even Hancock, who had a good relationship with Rayleigh, didn't show too much expression. The past has passed with the wind. After seeing the strength of her ancestor Lule, she should probably change her way of life, and become a pirate queen who can do whatever she wants. At the same time, puff, along with a white smoke, the huge true several thousand hands disappeared on the sea. Swish, a cracking sound rang out. Lule's body appeared on the pier, and he glanced at Rayleigh with a dull gaze, and said, "You asked me to wait just now. Don't kill Blackbeard. Danger. The man in front of you is dangerous. Even more threatening than when I was in the Valley of the Gods." The invisible feeling made Rayleigh's eyes change quickly. In the end, as if thinking of something, a look of despair flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Yes, Blackbeard's identity and physique are closely related." Snapped. It's not over yet. I didn't even see how Lule did it. Rayleigh's body smashed to the ground dozens of meters away, and the powerful force directly smashed a pothole on the ground. I don't need you to teach me what to do. Lule's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Jin, and said lightly, let's go, it's time for us to set off. He knows what Rayleigh wants to say. Nothing more than the identity of the Blackbeard D family, special physique, and some secrets involving dark fruit, shock fruit, but, so what? Kill, no big deal. Whatever it is, it's over. Yes, Lord Lule. Jin glanced at Rayleigh indifferently, then walked away without looking back. This Rayleigh, the more he lives, the more confused he really thinks he is still in his prime. No, even in his prime, what's the use? Lord Lule doesn't give face if he doesn't. Okay. Morgans looked at the camera phone bug in his hand, and was extremely excited. Next, the news of the world will detonate the entire sea again. Quote. To see Rayleigh being beaten. Hancock, mother-in-law and others were stunned for a moment, and then they showed a helpless expression. Rayleigh annoyed Lord Lule. Not dying is a good thing, but leaving a life is a blessing among misfortunes. Cough cough. And Rayleigh, who was smashed into the pothole, coughed violently, spit out several mouthfuls of blood, covered one side of his face, and got up bitterly. The ancestor of the sea, Lule has become stronger, so fast that his observation hockey has not responded. More importantly, he just didn't dare to use armament hockey, and he didn't dare to have any idea of resistance, so he resisted the slap so hard that half of his face was smashed and fractured, and his body suffered serious internal injuries. How can it be so strong? Does Luffy really still have hope? Finding a place to sit down at will, Rayleigh showed a helpless expression, and began to worry about Luffy vaguely in his heart. Facing such an unscrupulous and do whatever he wanted, could Luffy really fight? Therefore, Rayleigh, who has always been very confident, is a little dazed. Plus now that Blackbeard is dead, can Luffy get that far? By the way, if you used armament hockey just now, you are already a corpse. Suddenly, Lule, who had already walked to the edge of the pier, seemed to have thought of something, and said indifferently, if you can contact Luffy the Straw Hat, tell him to hide as far as you want, otherwise, I will take it all at once. He flipped. Ha ha ha, accompanied by a burst of unbridled laughter. Lule's body flashed on the ship of the news of the world. PFF'd. After hearing this, Rayleigh, who was still resting, spat out another mouthful of blood. Soon, with Lule on board, under the adoration of countless female warriors on Snake Island, the ships of the news of the world began to gradually leave the pier. Snake Princess. Seeing the pirate ship leaving, my mother-in-law hesitated for a while, and then said cautiously, this may be the last chance. If you go to New World and Lord Lule falls in love with another woman, then, quote, as the concubine the most beautiful woman in the world. Hearing this sentence, Hancock said with a smile, one day, Igia will completely conquer the ancestor, Lule. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Hancock finally decided to post it backwards. That afternoon, under the urgency of Morgans, the news of the world published a newspaper to all parts of the world, which made the sea that was still shaken by the destruction of the country in the air once again boiled with a bang. The legend reappears. The giant Guanyin statue of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods appears in the Sea of Nine Snakes. There are pictures and truths. The ancestors of the sea, Lule Dafa Kamui, Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, was removed. Shocked, the great ocean ancestor slaps Pluton Rayleigh. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Substitute Admiral Doberman was ruthlessly murdered, and 5 Marines' top warships were annihilated. The great ancestors of the sea made Kamui, Blackbeard was unilaterally crushed. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. When one after another newspapers flooded all over the world, everyone didn't take it seriously at first. But, after seeing the specific title and content, the first reaction is whether I have not woken up, and the second reaction is that the ancestor of the sea, Lule, is really too violent. World government's hidden boss, I am just made a big hit Kamui. The ancestor of the sea, Lule came to a counterattack, killing one of the 4 emperors Blackbeard and Marines Vice Admiral Doberman. Of which Doberman, needless to say, the strength is the same, and being killed is a very normal thing. But, Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, who has a bounty of 3.996 billion berry, Logia dark fruit and Paramesha shock fruit, once announced to the world that this is the era of Blackbeard. The results of it. It was too dramatic to just die in the 9 Snakes Sea area. Boom. In an instant, the sea shook violently again. For a time, not only ordinary people, but even the world government, marines, and even countries around the world, big forces, and big pirates were horrified. Holy Land Mariajoy. Inside a mighty hockey castle in the heart of the world government. As I am, the five elders above 10,000 people, looking at the newspapers in their hands, rarely showed very happy expressions, and it was also rare for them to relax a little in their hearts. Marshal D. Teach, one of the 4 emperors, actually died, and he died in the 9 Serpent Sea. Think about it. All five elders want to laugh. Especially when they thought that Blackbeard was extremely arrogant and took 2 cadres to grab Hancock's sweet fruit, but kicked on the iron plate and was killed by the ancestor of the sea, Lule. They couldn't help laughing. Pig cry. You say that you are a long and unremarkable big man. What's the use of sweet fruit? If you eat sweet fruit, people who can be fooled into petrification by you, I'm afraid you won't want others to laugh for 2.5 years, right? Okay now, dead. Well deserved. True, several thousand hands are too pervert, and one of the 4 emperors died, or is it Blackbeard who owns dark fruit and shock fruit? Can it be said that he gave our world government a big surprise? Doberman will die if he dies, and if we can exchange for another 4 emperors, our world government will never lose. The ancestor of the sea, Lule, is really unscrupulous. I really hope he can kill the other 3 emperors, so that the pressure on our world government will be less. If nothing else, the Straw Hat Luffy will face off against the ancestors of the sea sooner or later, and we will wait and see what happens. As Lord I Am said, let the bullets fly for a while. The more chaotic the sea, the better it will be for us. The five elders were there talking to each other with confidence and indifference. It seemed that I Am had given them great courage, and they were able to treat Lule with a normal attitude. By the way, Blackbeard is dead, dark fruit and shock fruit should be back in the sea. The next moment, the 5 elders with the highest status seemed to have thought of something, and said solemnly, this time, our world government had better find dark fruit and shock fruit in advance. Especially the dark fruit, which Lord I Am takes very seriously. When he said this, the 5 elders with the highest status also increased his tone. Understood. The other 5 elders nodded in succession upon hearing this. Then let's talk about Vegapunk. New World, Marine G1 headquarters. At this time, inside the marshal's office at the highest level of the fortress. Boom. With a roar, the desk in front of Akainu was torn apart on the ground. Dead. Doberman is dead. Marine's Marshal. Akainu looked at the newspapers in his hand. His face was very ugly, and his eyes were full of undisguised anger. The world government felt that it was not a loss, but he felt that Marine was at a loss. First, the death of a T-Dolphin, Sengoku, and now Doberman, and 2 Seraphs. Marine was really at a loss. More importantly, how long has it been? If it continues, Marine's high-end combat power will be wiped out one by one. The only good news is that Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, has died, and the 4 emperors have temporarily become the 3 emperors. However, when he thinks that the sea has a more and more rampant ancestor of the sea, Lule, Akainu's heart is still very unhappy. Forbearance, I would like to see how long the world government will endure. The next moment, Akainu threw the newspaper in his hand to the ground and muttered to himself, I Am, 5 elders, you are all very powerful, why didn't you take action? Lule, who is so evil is ultimate, should be killed. Can't figure it out. Akainu really can't figure it out. With the ability of Lord Yim to destroy a country from the air, it should be possible to deal with a sea ancestor, right? If not, add 5 elders, Marine, CPO. Finally, Akainu, who couldn't figure it out, could only sit in a chair incompetently and furiously. Sabayati Archipelago, Shaoqi's ripping off bar. Looking at Rayleigh, whose face was wrapped tightly, Shaki showed a very embarrassed expression. This time, Rayleigh looked at her face and went to 9 Snake Island, but it turned out like this. Better. Shaki poured a cup of hot tea, handed it to Rayleigh, and said, I really didn't expect that my mother-in-law would be the first to contact the ancestor of the sea, Lule, and I didn't expect that Lule would kill Blackbeard and Blackbeard mercilessly. Marine led by Doberman. Rayleigh sighed and said helplessly. Now Lule's character has become more pervert and violent. I am very worried about the future of the sea. Are you worried about the future of the sea? Shaki gave Rayleigh a white look and said meaningfully. I don't even want to break you, I think you're worried about Straw Hat Luffy. Ah, Rayleigh did not deny it, and said faintly, Luffy has already awakened the Renren fruit, you demons, Nika form, and if he gives him some time, he will be able to fully awaken the power of the legendary Joey Boy. It was a good plan, but now that the ancestor of the sea, Lule has been resurrected, I am afraid that it will be too late. After saying this, Rayleigh thought of what Lule said again, to Luffy at one time, it means that from the moment Luffy defeated Kaido of the beasts, the fate of the two has been doomed. Plus Blackbeard is dead, I don't know how long it will be until the next person who has both shock fruit and dark fruit. Suffering. No, I have to contact Shanks. After an unknown amount of time, Rayleigh took a deep breath and said, the tone of Lule when he mentioned Luffy made me panic. I must tell Shanks about these things. Whatever. Shaki shook his head, took a cigarette and started smoking, his eyes changing in the smoke. The female emperor Hancock left with Lule, the ancestor of the sea. She did not expect it. The unpredictable sea can no longer see where the road is, and now she can only take one step at a time. At the same time, the second half of the Grand Line. Red Hair Pirates, who was resupplying and resting on a commercial island while waiting for the magnetic storage of the recording pointer to be full, was having a banquet, and many people gathered together, eating meat and drinking, to vent their depression and grievances from their hearts. Resurrected from the ancestors of the sea who had been dead for more than 40 years. And then to the hidden boss I am of world government to destroy a country with one move, this one thing has caused many pirates and Red Hair Pirates to be under great pressure and panic in their hearts. Now that I have finally boarded a commercial island, of course, I have to have a good time. But, while the Red Hair Pirates was having a party, a news bird with the News of the World logo flew over with a package hanging around its neck. The news bird of the News of the World. Could it be that something big happened in the sea? The red-haired Shanks, who was drinking, frowned. Without any hesitation, he picked up the coin on the table and threw it to the newsbird in flight. Swish. Newsbird paused for a moment. After dropping a newspaper, he flew to the next place. Wait a minute. How is this possible? But after taking over the newspaper, Shanks, the red-haired who just wanted to take a quick glance, his expression froze instantly, his eyes suddenly sharpened. It was the headline in the newspaper, which made him unable to slow down at all. Coming. There are pictures and truths. The ancestors of the sea, Lule Dafa Kamui, Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, was removed. Looking at this title, looking at the picture of the huge Avalokitesfera that occupies more than half of the page, Shanks is completely stupid. What's going on? How could this guy, Marshall D. Teach, with double fruit ability, be dead? Or died at the hands of Lule? Something wasn't right. The red-haired Shanks shook his head quickly, took a deep breath, opened the 763 newspaper, and read it carefully. I don't know if I don't see it, I was shocked when I saw it. It turned out that in order to get the sweet fruit of the empress, Blackbeard hit the muzzle of the gun and met Lule, the ancestor, and was killed by a neat and tidy run. Boss, what's the matter with you? Did something big happen again? A pirate from Red Hair Pirates asked curiously when he saw the abnormality of Red Hair Shanks. The red-haired Shanks sighed, threw the newspaper in his hand on the table, and said with a sigh, there is another big event happening in the sea, and the new world will be turbulent again. After hearing this, the pirates of Red Hair Pirates, who were still drinking and eating meat, were stunned for a while, and then they all looked at the newspaper. As a result, they saw the very conspicuous headline. Quiet. The atmosphere of the scene solidified a little. What? Boss idiot, what's going on here? Blackbeard was actually killed. This is the Sea Emperor who reigns over the Grand Line. What? Blackbeard with shock fruit, dark fruit was killed. The next moment, accompanied by an incredible uproar, the pirates of Red Hair Pirates swarmed over and began to read the contents of the newspaper carefully. Result. After watching, the pirates of Red Hair Pirates discovered that they were really too young. Marshall D. Teach is not a dual fruit ability, but after becoming an unprecedented 3-fruit ability, he was mercilessly killed by Lule, the ancestor of the sea, which is a bit scary. So much so that the pirates of Red Hair Pirates were rarely happy after seeing Blackbeard being killed, and some only had fear for their ancestors and grief for Blackbeard. Blackbeard was killed. I don't know if it was good or bad. At this time, the deputy captain of Red Hair Pirates, Beckman, spit out a few puffs of white smoke and said, "The ancestors of the sea are more and more rampant and do whatever they want, killing marine and pirates without mercy. Blackbeard's death may be just the beginning." When he said this, it was obvious that Beckman's extremely heavy tone could be perceived. Yup. The red-haired Shanks took a sip of the wine and said, "Blackbeard has absolutely no need to kill, it has great use value, but, the ancestor of the sea, Lule has no scruples at all, regardless of the consequences." And when he thought that he had said that the resurrection of the ancestors was not a bad thing a few days ago, the redhead felt that his face was swollen. "By the way, hasn't Luffy been in touch yet?" The next moment, the red-haired Shanks frowned and glanced at Beckman. "No." With a cigarette in his mouth, Beckman said in a condensed voice, "It seems that we have lost contact. If I guessed correctly, the Straw Hat Pirates have left Wano long ago, and now they should be at Egghead, Mirai Island. Have you entered Vegapunk territory?" Red-haired Shanks thought for a moment, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Wano, Luffy will definitely not be able to go back. I decided to go to Wano again." The red-haired boss. "Wano is too dangerous now. The ancestor of the sea, Lule is definitely on his way to Wano. If he goes back, maybe." Heard going to Wano. The pirates of Red Hair Pirates raised their heads one after another, showing a hesitant expression. If Blackbeard hadn't died, they still had some self-confidence, but Blackbeard's death gave them a heavy mental blow, which made the pirates of Red Hair Pirates a little scared. "Ha ha ha, some things have to be done." Feeling everyone's fear, the red-haired Shanks laughed out loud and said proudly, "One of the 3 admirals in Marine was scared away by my conqueror's hockey. I think the ancestor Lule will give me one face. After all, I am the most hockey man among the 4 emperors." The voice did not fall. Red-haired Shanks' aura suddenly changed, and he instantly became the emperor who ruled the sea and looked down on everything. The emperor is fearless and unstoppable. This. In the face of the red-haired boss who has already made up his mind, the pirates of Red Hair Pirates opened their mouths, trying to refute something, but in the end they said nothing. Can the green cow be compared with the ancestors? The green cow can give you a face, but the ancestors may not give you a face. And the red-haired boss. Didn't you say that everyone has their own way to go? Why did it change again? Or do you want to join Wano muddy waters? But they knew very well the character of the red-haired boss, and they made up their minds that no one could change it, so they couldn't say anything to discourage them. "Don't worry, I'm just going to Wano to transfer some people who are very important to Luffy." Felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy, and the redhead Shanks raised his brows and said with a chuckle, "I don't have to fight with the ancestors. Shelf." The voice did not fall. Just when the redhead was about to say something, the phone worm rang. "Boo, boo. Redhead, things are a little more serious. This Lule is more violent and terrifying than he was more than 40 years ago, and he is more ruthless in doing things. Hancock has been conquered by Lule, and now he has boarded his boat. By the way, Lule seems to have a lot of hostility towards Luffy, and he asked me to tell Luffy to hide as far as he wants. It will turn Luffy over in one go." Soon, after the redhead connected to the phone bug, there was Rayleigh's urgent voice. "I've already guessed some things through the newspapers, but I didn't expect things to be so serious." Shanks, the red-haired, was stunned for a moment, before he smiled helplessly. "Even Luffy is on his mind, and it seems he already knows something. I also think he should know a little bit about Joey Boy's secret." On the other end of the phone bug, Rayleigh responded, "After the exposure of the final boss of world government she may also be waiting for an opportunity. The sea is completely messed up, and I can't see the road ahead clearly, so I can only take a step by step." The red-haired Shanks shook his head, took the initiative to change the subject, and joked, "I read in the newspaper that you were killed by Lule." Slapped. What happened? How else could it be? Rayleigh, the other end of the phone bug, said grumpily, "This Lule is really ruthless, he has no intention of showing mercy at all, and he won't be able to recover within half a year." "Fine." Red-haired Shanks nodded, and then said casually, I may go to Wano-kuni. Oh, take care. The phone bug. Rayleigh was apparently silent for 10 seconds before hanging up the phone bug with a sigh. New World. The Cross Guild of one of the 4 Emperor's regiments. Buggy, one of the 4 emperors, looked at the newspapers in his hand, especially after seeing that Blackbeard, who was also one of the 4 emperors, was killed by the ancestors of the sea. His body trembled, and he cried again. The real 4 emperors were mercilessly crushed by the Great Ocean ancestors, so wouldn't this fake 4 emperors be even more dangerous? If it weren't for the scruples of Crocodile and Mahawk. Buggy really wants to run away with a bucket. No way. Indeed, as one of the 4 emperors, after the resurrection of the Great Ocean ancestor more than 40 years ago, there was always a kind of silence that was unbearably high, not to mention, with the suppression of Crocodile and hawk-eyed Mahawk, the 4 emperors, was really embarrassed and uncomfortable. On the surface, the wind and scenery are bright, and the sea is king. In the dark, there are bitterness and tears, and it is extremely miserable. No, Hawkeye and Crocodile are both unreliable, and I'm trying to find a way to leave myself a way back. I do not know how long it has been. Buggy couldn't help grinning, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Wano-kuni, as an area that is heavily cared for by the news of the world, received the latest newspapers at the first time. No doubt, Wano-kuni was in turmoil again. Especially among the people, the call to welcome Lule, the ancestor of the sea, is getting louder and louder. This also caused the Kazuki family to struggle in Wano-kuni, which made the Wano-kuni general, Momonosuke, who had just ascended to the throne, fell into depression, and even his daily work was stagnant. Therefore, in this situation, whether it is Kazuki Hiyori, Yamato, or the retainers of the Kazuki family, and even the Elephant Master, they are persuading Momonosuke to give up Wano-kuni. But Momonosuke refused without hesitation. In his words, he believed that the Straw Hat Luffy would come back, just like defeating the invincible Kaido of the beasts, defeating the great ancestors of the sea today Lule. However, Momonosuke is destined to be disappointed. The current Straw Hat Pirates have already been trapped in the egghead of Mirai Island, and they will not be able to return to Wano-kuni for a while. Moreover, even come back, just buy one get one free, and you all have to die. New World, Pirate Island, Hive. As the base camp of the Blackbeard Pirates, this has always been the paradise of the Blackbeard Pirates. But, when the news of Blackbeard's death came out, boom, the entire Blackbeard Pirates exploded in an instant. No one would have thought that Blackbeard's boss went to Nine Snake Island to grab the sweet fruit of the Empress, and actually lost his life there. And after seeing that even after becoming a 3-fruit ability, Blackbeard's boss was crushed and killed by the ancestors of the sea, countless pirates of the Blackbeard Pirates were shocked, and they began to go crazy in all directions. Escaped. What are you kidding? Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, was killed by Lule, the ancestor of the sea. What are they still doing in the Blackbeard Pirates? It's better to run as soon as possible. Fortunately, at critical moments, the captain of the second ship of the Blackbeard Pirates, Shiryu, known as Shiryu of the Rain, took the initiative to stand up, and after killing dozens of pirates of the Blackbeard Pirates who were trying to escape, he managed to stabilize the situation. At this time, in the central area of the Hive, on that open-air plaza, the leaders of the Blackbeard Pirates, Giza's Badgers, Shiryu, Van Oka, Abaro Pizarro, Basque Chote, Poison Q and others are gathering together. As for the reason, of course, I want to re-elect a boss. As for avenging the Blackbeard boss, stop joking, everyone is a vicious big pirate who only protects their own interests. Joining the Blackbeard Pirates is just to keep warm and form a community of interests. Now Blackbeard is dead, then Blackbeard has no value. Revenge, non-existent. Moreover, although they are pirates who will report flaws, they are not brains. Even Blackbeard was crushed. They went to the ancestors of the sea to take revenge. Isn't it proper to deliver food to your door? Okay, the Blackbeard boss is dead, and now we have to elect a new leader. Seeing that everyone was almost there, Shiryu held a cigar and said coldly, I'm the strongest, so when you're your boss, you shouldn't have any opinions, right? No comment. Hearing these words, Giza's Badgers, the helmsman of the Blackbeard Pirates and the captain of the number 1 ship, known as the Fighting Champion, said violently, Boss Shiryu has done the most for the Blackbeard Pirates, and he also deserves the most credit. Bleeding for the Blackbeard pirates, I agree with both hands. Agree. No problem. I also don't have any opinion on. Van Oka, Abaro Pizarro, Basque Chode, Poison Q and others hesitated for a while, but because of Shiryu's powerful strength, they also nodded and agreed. In the past 2 days, Shiryu blatantly cleaned up some pirates from the Blackbeard pirates who wanted to escape. Didn't they see it? Now sing the opposite. I'm afraid it won't be killed simply and neatly. Quote. Shiryu let out a puff of white smoke and nodded in satisfaction. Ambition. He also has it. Before Blackbeard was there, he could only suppress it. Now that Blackbeard has fallen, he can finally have enough to eat. As long as he takes over the Blackbeard pirates, he, Shiryu, can also have a chance to become the 4 emperors. Crack, crack. However, just as Shiryu wanted to say something, a sound of freezing came from the sea. How did he come? Shiryu's face changed slightly, and he looked at the sea in the distance. He saw a tall figure wearing a dark green coat and a brown backpack behind him, riding a bicycle towards the island, followed by a big penguin. Kuzan. Why is he here? The boss of Blackbeard is dead, and the cooperation has been cancelled. What else is he doing? Seeing Aokiji, Van Oka, Abaro Pizarro, Basque Chode, Poison Q and others who have frozen this piece of sea into ice, they all looked at each other and could see each other. Doubt in his eyes. 10 minutes later, clang, clang, stepping on a prosthetic leg made of ice. Kuzan slowly parked his bicycle on the square, glanced around indifferently, and said, I want to be the leader of the Blackbeard pirates, who agrees and who opposes. I want to be the leader of the Blackbeard pirates, who agrees and who disagrees. A cold voice came out. Immediately the scene fell into a complete silence. Many pirates from the Blackbeard pirates showed expressions of astonishment, as if they did not expect that Aokiji, one of the former Marine 3 admirals, would actually want to take over their Blackbeard pirates. Incredible. There are some things that are really confusing. Although Shiryu was also a Marine at the beginning, but, because he often kills prisoners for fun for no reason, he has long been imprisoned in level 6, the lowest level of the deep sea prison, and was sentenced to death with a suspended sentence. Is Kuzan different? He resigned as Marine 3 Admiral after his failed bid for Marine Marshal. There is an essential difference between the two. For a time, the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates fell into silence. Although Shiryu has done the most for the Blackbeard pirates, and has also shed blood for the Blackbeard pirates, but Kuzan, the former Marine 3 Admiral, is not a character to be messed with. Especially after the failure of the martial competition, his personality has changed greatly, and his whereabouts are erratic. It is better not to provoke him as much as possible. After all, as long as the strength is strong enough, whoever is the leader is the same. Kuzan, what exactly do you want to do? Seeing that the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates did not respond, Shiryu of course knew their thoughts, frowned, and said solemnly, if you want to cooperate, after I become the leader of the Blackbeard pirates, if we cooperate again, there is no need to participate in the troubled waters of our Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard is dead, there is no need to cooperate. Kuzan shrugged his shoulders calmly and said indifferently, if you want to object, then let's see the real chapter. Kuzan didn't have much affection for Blackbeard. Now that he was killed by the ancestors of the sea, the Blackbeard pirates, who took the next step, would undoubtedly be of great help to his plan. Quote. A ray of anger flashed in Shiryu's eyes. He clenched the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand, and said, Kuzan, don't go too far, or you think you've got me. Quote. Kuzan snorted coldly, exhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth to form an ice blade, held it in his hand, and said in a cold tone, I lost the battle for the marshals, and I will definitely not lose the battle for the 4 emperors. The voice did not fall. An icy and majestic aura swept out from Kuzan's body, and swept out in all directions at a speed that could not cover ears. Perhaps it was too strong, causing the temperature of this sea area to drop in vain, more than 10 degrees. What? Conqueror's Haki? Shiryu's expression changed, and he let out an exclamation, looking at Kuzan with a changeable expression. He did not expect, after Kuzan left Marine, unconsciously awakened Conqueror's Haki, and skillfully mixed the energy of Logia Katakana middle dot frozen fruit into it. Not good. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Not only Shiryu, but even Van Oka, Abaro Pizarro, Basque Chode, Poison Q and other cadres showed an incredible expression. Because they could clearly feel that Aokiji's conqueror's haki didn't seem to have just awakened, so even they felt a cold and invisible pressure. As for the ordinary pirates of the Blackbeard pirates, despite having a certain resistance to conqueror's haki. But, facing Aokiji, a conqueror's haki with freezing properties, his mind went blank with a humming sound. Even if some of them were barely holding on, there was cold sweat on his forehead, his body trembled, and he didn't know if he was frozen. Yes, still scared. And as time passed, the aura that erupted from Kuzan's body became more and more tyrannical. Bang, bang, this is the sound of some pirates from the Blackbeard pirates falling into a coma. Okay, I agree. At this time, facing the extremely powerful Kuzan, Shiryu's expression changed, and finally he put down the famous sword Thunderstorm in his hand and said, "From now on, you will be the captain of the Blackbeard pirates. I hope you don't let us down." After saying this, Shiryu picked up the cigar very depressed and took a few sips. He thought that after Blackbeard's death, he would be able to take over, but now it seems that he is overthinking it. Kuzan is here to pick peaches. Facing the somewhat unintelligible Kuzan, he finally chose to compromise. It is good. Kuzan just stood there, his mind moved, Conqueror's haki slowly restrained, and said incomparably domineering, "From now on, the Blackbeard pirates will be renamed the Aokiji pirates, and I will also be the new 4 emperors." Yes, okay, Boss Kuzan. Got it, we're full of announcements. Although I don't know why Kuzan used the word Aokiji as the name of the pirate group, but Shiryu, Van Oka, Abaro Pizarro, Basque Chote, Poison Q and other cadres did not nodding in opinion. They are very clear. After Aokiji took over the Whitebeard pirates, as long as the naval headquarters are not stupid, Aokiji will be elevated to the 4 emperors. And the fact is that after the Blackbeard pirates announced Kuzan as the new captain and changed his name to the Aokiji pirates, it still caused a stir in the sea. No one thought of it. After the leader of the Blackbeard pirates, Blackbeard, was actually cut off by Kuzan, one of the former Marine 3 admirals. Invisible pressure suddenly came to naval headquarters. Just kidding. One of your ex-Marine admirals went off to be king of the seas, and if there's no response, it's a no-brainer. New World, Marine G1 headquarters. At this time, inside the marshal's office at the highest level of the fortress. Boom. Another explosion sounded. Marshal Sakazuki's desk was blown up by himself again. Okay, it's really good. Kuzan, as one of the former Marines 3 admirals, you are willing to take over the Blackbeard pirates. Marine will not tolerate people like you. Along with the irritable voices, I saw Marshal Sakazuki's expression was extremely ugly. Drops of magma had overflowed from the 2 fists, and they were falling to the ground, making a sizzling sound. I thought there would be one less Sea Emperor after Blackbeard's death. However, Kuzan jumped out and became the captain of the Blackbeard pirates, and also used the code name of Marine Aokiji. What is this? This is undoubtedly a slap in the face of Marine Marshal Akainu and naval headquarters. Ah, see the furious Marshal Sakazuki. In the office, the Dark Horse, who had not spoken all the time, sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that Kuzan would do this, and he is completely in the company of pirates. Kuzan must have resented me for beating him and becoming Marshal Marine. Now what about the demonstrations hitting me in the face?" With a sarcastic smile, Akainu said coldly, "Next time we meet, I will break his other leg to let him know that Marine's dignity is inviolable. Didn't he want to be the Emperor of the Sea? Then I will fulfill him and issue a bounty to the captain of the Aokiji pirates, Kuzan, with a bounty, 4.1 billion Bailey." After saying this, Akainu also added, "From now on, Straw Hat Luffy, Kuzan, Buggy, Red Hair Shanks become the new 4 emperors of the sea." It is good. The Dark Horse nodded and said with a chuckle, "Red-haired Shanks is really stable. The 4 emperors have changed a few times, and he is still as stable as Mount Tai. Don't worry, he's coming soon." A cold look flashed in Akainu's eyes, and he said disdainfully, "The ancestor of the sea, Lule, was killed by both Marine and pirates. As long as he arrives in New World, there will be a good show to watch." The voice just fell. Without knocking on the door, staff officer, he hurriedly pushed the door and entered. "Marshal Sakazuki, something big has happened." Staff Officer Crane held a document and said urgently, "Garp has submitted a letter of resignation, saying that he wants to avenge Sengoku, and has gone to the ancestor of the sea, Lule. What are you kidding? Akainu, who wanted to get angry at first, heard this sentence, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Holding the document handed over by Staff Crane, he began to look at it with a solemn expression. After a few seconds, after reading the document, Akainu showed a helpless expression, and a bit of bitterness flashed in his eyes, and muttered to himself, Garp, why are you doing this? We Marine will avenge Sengoku one day, why can't you just wait? That's right, in order not to affect Marine, Garp resigned to look for Lule. In his words, after his good friend Sengoku was tortured and killed by Lule, there was a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over, so even if he knew that he couldn't beat Lule, he would go to Lule for revenge. He's old enough to win or lose. I just want to stick to my beliefs and justice, and let myself have a clear conscience. Dark Horse, it is announced that Marine hero, Garp resigns due to personal reasons. From now on, his words and deeds are all personal actions and have nothing to do with Marine. After a while, Akainu took a deep breath, waved his hand, and issued another order, an order. Okay. The Dark Horse's expression is not so good looking, but, considering the overall situation, he nodded silently. Staff Crane, I understand Marine's approach, and rest assured, I won't be as impulsive as Garp. The next moment, just when Akainu was about to say something, Staff Officer Crane's wrinkled face was full of slump, and he walked out step by step with his body hunched over. As Garp's friend for many years, she knew Garp's stubborn character, so she didn't stop Garp. If Garp asked her to take care of Luffy, she actually wanted to go with Garp. You go and bloom your own sunset red, and I'll take good care of Luffy. Thinking of this, Staff Officer E's dejected eyes became firm, and he strode out of the marshal's office. Marshal Sakazuki. After Staff Officer Crane left, the Dark Horse hesitated for a moment and then said slowly, the world government is completely inactive now, and we may really have to leave it alone. Akainu was silent for a while, and then said sarcastically, I can't bear it anymore, I need to bear it again, I want to see how long I am and the 5 elders endure it, and what medicine is sold in the gourd. Understood. The Dark Horse heard the implication and didn't say anything more. The next day, under the attention of countless people, Marine reacted quickly to Kuzan's actions as captain of the Blackbeard pirates and changed his name to the Aokiji pirates, and issued a bounty for Kuzan. Bounty, 4.1 billion Baileys, also announced that Kuzan, the redhead, Shanks, thousands of ways. Buggy, Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy became the new 4 emperors. Certainly, another little news is, Marine's hero Garp has retired from Marine at an advanced age. To this, except for some Marine soldiers, no one cares anymore. After all, Garp is, in a sense, a remnant of the old days. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line, a ship of the news of the world is sailing fast. What? With the disappearance of a scream, Lule left his room refreshed, leaving only a sleeping Hancock. Very moist. Thinking of Hancock's submissive image in his mind, Lule couldn't help showing a faint smile. Sure enough, if you have the strength, you can do whatever you want, even Hancock can't escape the law of true fragrance. Ding! Congratulations to host, for crushing Marshal D. Teach, one of the 4 emperors, the system specially rewarded 3% of the experience. Ding! I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. But, just when Lule was about to walk to the deck, the crisp sound of the system resounded. What? Another 3% reward for experience? Listening to the prompting sound in his mind, Lule's body paused for a while, and showed a knowing smile. He really doesn't want to become stronger, can't he? The next moment, with a majestic energy pouring into his body, he began to transform Lule's body again. Call. After a while, Lule clenched his fists with great satisfaction, feeling that his abilities in all aspects have increased a lot. More importantly, with the improvement of his physical fitness, Chatula has become Chatin. Tons of pull, wood style also seems to be getting stronger. System, I want to take a look at my newest attribute panel. Lule thought for a while, then silently ordered. Ding! Host's property panel is being generated. Ding! The property panel is generated. Host, Lule. Age: 18 years old. Chakra attributes: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Abilities: First Hokage template of Senju Hashirama peak state unlock 100% fusion Marine 6 styles Grandmaster observation Haki advanced armament Haki advanced Motherlander template peak state unlock fusion 65%. Constitution: 66,630 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit: 8,750. Strength: 86,000. One punch is about 103,990 tons. Speed: 2,650, 2540 approximately 2,600 meters s. Heat rays: 489500 approximately 491,000 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template: 0. Could it be that the more you unlock and merge, the faster the attribute growth, or even double the growth? After a brief glance, Lule couldn't help but fell into contemplation when he saw that the various attributes had almost doubled. Now, he has only unlocked and merged the peak Motherland template to 60%. Fifth, it has already been perverted like this. If it is unlocked, how terrible would it be? Never mind, the stronger the better you can do whatever you want. After a few seconds, Lule didn't bother to think too much, so he walked towards the deck. On deck, after seeing Lule come out, Jin and Morgans, who were drinking at the Beauty, both hurriedly got up, and Jin also pointed to the looming mangrove tree ahead, and said, "Lord Lule, in front of you is Sabayati Archipelago." "It is good." After hearing this, Lule said without thinking, "When you arrive at Sabayati Archipelago, you don't need to coat, just leave." Jin didn't ask why it wasn't coated, and when he wanted to say something. However, he found that Mr. Lule had already turned his gaze to the sea in the distance. He followed his gaze and saw that in front of the Sabayati Archipelago, a solitary marine warship was suspended there, and on the deck, it was standing impressively. By Marine Vice Admiral Garp. As if afraid that he was wrong, Jin couldn't help rubbing his eyes. But, no matter how you look at it, the old man seems to be a marine legend, Garp the Fist. The only difference is that Garp is not wearing the Marine Justice cloak, nor the Marine Vice Admiral uniform, just a black tight combat uniform. What is this for? Jin was a little confused. Could this Garp have a problem with his mind? Standing there alone, waiting for Lord Lule. That's it. Morgans picked up the binoculars and glanced at it, and there was a glimpse of enlightenment in his eyes before he said solemnly, "Lord Lule, this Garp should come to seek revenge for you." "Avenge my revenge." Lule frowned, felt a little bit, and found that there was no ambush, so he disdainfully said, "Just rely on him. It should be him alone." Morgans thought for a while before explaining. "In the past 2 days, 2 big things have happened in the sea. The first thing is that Marine's predecessor Marine Admiral Aokiji took over the Blackbeard pirates and became the new 4 emperors. A reward of 4.1 billion Baileys was offered. The second news was that Marine's hero Garp resigned and went home to retire. It now seems that Garp's resignation for retirement is fake, and it is true that he and Marine cut ties to seek revenge against Mr. Lule. When it comes to this, Morgans's tone was obviously unbelievable. Garp, who was at his peak, has already been suppressed by Lord Lule. Now he is in his old age, Garp is still here. Is there a mistake? Lule smiled lightly and shook his head in disdain. In the past 2 days, he did not deliberately hurry, and he enjoyed the very moist Empress Hancock in the cabin, but he did not expect such 2 things to happen in the sea. And Garp is here to avenge the hatred. Don't be kidding, it's not that he looks down on Garp, it's that Garp is too weak now. Now taking the initiative to come to die, this is really the first time I have seen. It happened that his strength had changed a bit, so let this Garp give it a try. As for being merciful, that's even more absolutely impossible. Everyone else will come to take revenge and show mercy. Then he is not the ancestor of the sea. At the same time, the sea directly in front of Sabayati Archipelago. Garp, who was closing his eyes and resting, seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes suddenly, his cheeks were filled with turbulent fighting intent, and he looked at a pirate ship that was getting closer and closer in the distance. "Ha, it's finally here." Garp took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Sengoku, I'm coming to you, this may be my last battle." Even though he knew that he would die, but He still stood here without fear and determination, because he was Iron Fist Garp, a marine hero who would never be afraid, and today he is fighting for himself. Sengoku fights for Luffy, and has nothing to do with marine. When I think of my good grandson Luffy. Garp's face showed an undisguised look of doting. Ever since he learned of the resurrection of the great ocean ancestor, he was very worried about Luffy, who defeated Kaido of the beasts. Especially after the appearance of world government's hidden boss IM. He was even more worried. Now is the time to use his last bit of residual heat and be the first to test the waters for good grandson, Luffy, to see if he can handle it. Soon, after about 10 minutes, the ship of the news of the world was docked on the sea more than 300 meters away from Garp. On the deck, Garp and Lule looked at each other across the air. Neither of them said a word, but the sea area became dignified invisibly, and there was a vague sense of depression in the air. See this scene. Jin on the deck held his breath. Morgans took out the camcorder and found the best camera angle. On the Sabayati archipelago, some civilians, pirates, businessmen, marines, etc. gradually gathered. As for the world aristocrat, celestial dragons, after learning of the resurrection of the great ancestor, they hurriedly withdrew to the Holy Land, Mariajoy. Actually, a few days ago, then someone noticed that Garp was alone on the deck of the marine warship, as if waiting for someone. Well, now, everyone knows who they are waiting for. It is Lule, the ancestor of Blackbeard, who just killed one of the 4 emperors. When I think of Garp's sudden resignation from naval headquarters, as long as you are not a fool, you can imagine the cause and effect. Among them, the injured Pluton Rayleigh and Shaki also came. Garp is fighting for his life. The tight-fitting Pluton Rayleigh, wrapped in white gauze, said solemnly, if Luffy knew that his grandfather died in Lule's hands, he would definitely go crazy again. You mean Garp did it on purpose? Shaki held a cigarette and exhaled a puff of white smoke, adding, it was intentional to die. Rayleigh nodded and said meaningfully, maybe Garp is trying to use his last bit of residual heat. After saying this, Rayleigh looked at the ship of the news of the world in the distance, and said speechlessly, it's just for fun, not in a hurry at all. Isn't he afraid of the death of the beast Kaido? In the underground magma. All right. Lule left the 9-snake island before him. The result was good. He all returned to Sabayati archipelago to recover from his injury. Lule was long in coming. What is this? Really, when the sea is a playground? Lule can be resurrected, and maybe Kaido of the beasts and Charlotte Linlin can also be resurrected. Beside, Shaki seems to have thought of something and said something subconsciously. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was shocked and suddenly reacted. It must be what Shaki said. This Lule may master the method of resurrecting people, and only in this way can explain why he didn't return to Wano Kuni at the first time of resurrection. It's a pity to stand on the opposite side, otherwise. Rayleigh showed a sad expression, and didn't want to think so much anymore. He can't guess the thoughts of the ancestors, thinking too much, and it is easy to increase the troubles. Lule, you are finally here. Sudden, just at this time. The gray-haired Garp made a rough voice and said, I lost to you more than 40 years ago, and now I want to challenge you again to see how strong you are. Sorry, you are too weak. Hearing this sentence, Lule said calmly, I have absolutely no interest in fighting. What did you say? Garp didn't get angry, but slowly raised his right hand. The huge hand master turned into a fist, and said, whether you are interested or not, I will challenge you. Ha ha, swish. An ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air sounded, like a teleportation. Lule's body appeared in midair 1,000 meters away, and he made a gesture of hooking at Garp with a blank expression. The body flicker technique, no, is pure speed. Garp's expression changed. He knew Lule's body flicker technique was very powerful more than 40 years ago, but he didn't expect to be resurrected after more than 40 years, relying on the speed of his body to be so fast, as if he could match the 3 Admiral A Kizaru comparable to. But, Kizaru ate Logia, sparkling fruit, but Lule didn't eat devil fruit. However, I will not be afraid. Garp grinned, and there was a surging and violent fighting intent in his eyes. He clenched his right fist, and the jet-black armament hockey crazily intertwined on his fist. Perhaps armament hockey was too strong, and the air was released. One after another crisp shattering sound. Armed color katakana middle dot Tekken. Swish. Garp stepped on Moonwalk in a flash, then waved his fist and stormed towards Lule. Click. This is the sound of air bursting. Looking around, the fist hadn't hit Lule yet. The terrifying power had already made this sea area tremble violently, as if it could blow up everything. However, in the face of Garp's awesome attack, Lule was suspended in midair. Not only did he have no defensive posture, but also armament hockey didn't use it, and it seemed that he didn't take Garp's attack in his eyes at all. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of all, Garp's shocking punch hit Lule's chest so violently. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar resounded. A terrifying bombardment shock wave, centered on Lule's chest, swept out in all directions. There were cracks like spider webs in the air in a radius of several kilometers, and the sea was even more violent, like a tsunami, causing Sabayati Archipelago to tremble violently. However, as the target of the attack, Lule's face didn't change from the beginning to the end, and he just endured Garp's violent blow. What? No. Impossible. Armament hockey is useless, resisting Garp the fist's full blow with his body. See this scene. Many people watching the battle, while their hearts were shaking, let out a series of exclamations. Obviously did not expect that Lule would resist in this way in the face of Marine's hero, Garp's iron fist. Even more frightening, the aftermath of the battle alone seems to destroy the sky and the earth, and the scalp of the person watching is numb. Impossible. Can the human body be so powerful as to be so terrifying? At this time, Zhao Wanghao, Garp was the one who collapsed the most. His iron fist, which he claimed to have destroyed everything, hit Lule with almost no reaction, which made him feel a sense of frustration. Is this your attack? Lule's eyes flickered with crimson eyes, and said, "Old man, if you don't have a face, then you will die for lousy." He has said that he has no interest in fighting. This Garp is still going to challenge him. It's really a light in the toilet, courting death. Danger. Extremely dangerous. When facing the ancestor of the sea, Lule at close range, Garp only felt that the hairs on his whole body suddenly rose, as if facing an angry wild beast. Every cell in his body was trembling frantically. Laugh. The next moment, hardly any real, a crimson light flashed from Lule's eyes. This is. Garp's pupils contracted violently, subconsciously arousing armament hockey to the limit, trying to resist Lule's hot gaze attack Kai. Pity. Now Lule's hot sight is quite terrifying. Armament hockey, who seemed to have a strong defense, was broken without even holding on for a second, and then Garp's chest was pierced alive by the heat vision, leaving a blood hole the size of a human head that was scorched. So strong. Feeling the pain in the chest, Garp's eyes widened for a moment, and then he reacted after realizing it, and then there was a burst of wry smiles, and he continued to vomit blood. Lost. He lost terribly. This Lule has already crushed him in every way, and he has no intention of showing mercy. Moreover, he has a hunch, even at his peak, he might not last long. After his resurrection, Lule's strength has changed too much. Luffy, I'm sorry, Grandpa takes a step first. If you have a choice, I really hope you can hide as far as you can. Facing the ancestors of the sea, we may not be able to grasp it. Sengoku, revenge failed, I'm here to find you. In the last moment of his life, Garp was rarely afraid, but instead showed a look of relief, and he began to worry about his good grandson Luffy. Not dead yet. Boom. However, Lule didn't have any time to cherish his memory. With a clenched right fist and a sharp wave, Garp's head shattered and splattered everywhere. Certainly, after killing Garp, Lule secretly collected some flesh and blood, and sealed them in the scrolls for a moment that no one noticed. Will let you go. Do you really think that deliberately seeking death is over? I'm sorry, Garp, I'm not just begging you, I'll let you see your grandson being over in one go. Quiet. The whole sea fell into silence. Seeing that Iron Fist Garp was crushed to death by one-sided, time seemed to stand still, and many people couldn't help but be stunned even though they had expected it. Garp. Is Garp dead? I was crushed. I really don't know why Garp would challenge the ancestors. The provocation of the ancestors of the sea beyond their capabilities, but they were killed in seconds, and Garp's first name was destroyed. Hero Marine. That's all. Not long after, Sabayati Archipelago sounded a lot of voices of discussion, even now everyone can't understand why marine hero Garp came to find the ancestors of the sea to die after resigning, which is really a mysterious operation. Hero Garp is dead. As for some marines stationed in the Sabayati archipelago, while trembling, their expressions were blank, and almost all of them collapsed to the ground. Sengoku is dead, Garp is dead. They felt as if the marine sky was falling. Gone. Rayleigh hesitated, turned and left. Garp has the courage, he admires it, but his mission has not been completed. He can't die, but he just doesn't know if Luffy will run wild and lose his mind after he finds out. Shaki let out a puff of white smoke, sighed and followed Rayleigh. She knew very well that with the death of a famous hero, Garp, the sea was about to shake violently again, and even if Garp had resigned, Marine's shaking would be inevitable. The other side. After killing Garp, Lule appeared on the deck in a flash. Lord Lule, tomorrow's headlines are coming again. Morgans exclaimed excitedly. Old Garp is so self-sufficient that it is really worth dying to die. Jin shook his head in confusion, and said, it is better to die than to live, and at least to live can help Marine and his grandson. Death can help. Lule smiled disdainfully, and said in a meaningful way, he deliberately seeks death, and he can't blame me. Let's go. The next moment, Lule's mind moved, and a terrifying sage body chakra permeated out, forming a chakra coat directly on the ship, and then dived into the sea before Jin and Morgans could react. Next, it's time to go to BJDG, New World, stop by the Fishman Island, and throw Poseidon Shirahoshi to the crescent moon. That afternoon, the legendary figure in Marine, also known as Garp the Fist, in the world, challenged the ancestors of the sea after his resignation, and finally died of explosion. News came out. The whole sea shook again. New World. Marine G1 headquarters. At this time, inside the marshal's office at the highest level of the fortress, Marshal Marine, Sakazuki, San Admiral Kizaru, Aramaki, Yishin, as well as Dark Horse, Staff Crane, Momoshiki and others gathered together. Almost everyone's face was very heavy and sad. That's right. Just now, they have learned that the marine hero, Garp, was killed by the ancestors of the sea, and he died without a whole body. Just like when Sengoku died, even though Garp had resigned ahead of schedule and distanced himself from Marine, the entire Marine was shaken violently, and many Marine soldiers fell into grief and anger. Is there still no response from the world government? I do not know how long it has been. Staff officer he suppressed the sadness in his heart and said solemnly, anyway, Garp has also made great contributions to the world government, so why don't he just ignore it? No. Akainu hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, the world government has always been brooding about the identities of Monkey D. Dragon and Monkey D. Luffy, and Garp's death may be more pros than cons for them. World government. Boom. With the sound of clapping the table, Staff Officer Crane stood up abruptly, and said coldly, let the ancestors of the sea do whatever they want in the Grand Line, they are really good. I want to see how arrogant the world government can be. The voice did not fall. Staff Officer he left the conference room in disappointment. He thought that Garp's death would make the world government take action, but what he waited for was silence and ignorance, which made he unacceptable and did not want to accept it. Alas, seeing the back of Staff Officer he leaving, no one said a word. In the end, Akainu sighed, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, the meeting continues. Our mission during this period is to try to eliminate the impact of Garp's death on Marine, so that Marine can return to normal as soon as possible. As for Lule, the ancestor of the sea, we also follow the footsteps of the world government and wait and see what happens. The other side, Kamabaka Kingdom. Boom. Without any sign. A stream of conquerors, hockey filled with endless anger swept out. In an instant, the entire Kamabaka Kingdom was shrouded, and the powerful force caused countless clouds in the sky to collapse, and strands of black lightning that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. This is the leaders, conquerors hockey. It's scary, angry. The leader of Monkey D. Dragon is angry. Feeling the majesty of this oppressive force, straws of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of many revolutionary soldiers in the Kamabaka Kingdom. In addition to being shocked, they let out a sound of exclamation. No way. It was the first time they saw that the leader of Monkey D. Dragon made such a big fire. Even when he heard that Sabo was attacked by the hidden boss of the world government, and his life and death were unknown, it seemed that he had never been so angry. At this time, inside a conference room of the Revolutionary Army, Emporio Ivankov, Lightning, Bello Beatty and other cadres of the Revolutionary Army gathered together, watching Monkey D. Dragon, who broke out Conqueror's Haki without warning, all clenched their fists and showed an extremely angry expression. Monkey D. Dragon leader's father, Garp, was actually killed by the ancestors of the sea. When they first heard the news, they couldn't believe it, but after confirming it again and again, they learned that the marine hero Garp went to challenge the ancestors of the sea and was mercilessly killed. So, Monkey D. Dragon is angry, and they are also a little upset. This ancestor of the Great Sea has no face for the Revolutionary Army at all. Do you have to be unscrupulous and become the enemy of the whole world? Well now, the leader is angry, and the consequences are very serious. In the future, the Revolutionary Army will not only stare at the world government, but also stare at the ancestors of the sea, Lule. Okay, really good. After Monkey D. Dragon broke out in a frenzy, tears flowed from his eyes, reluctantly suppressed his inner anger, and gradually restrained Conqueror's Haki. Some days ago, Long also spoke to Garp, talking about home and Luffy's childhood. When it came to the end, Garp also inexplicably felt that they had not sat together for a long time for a reunion dinner. At that time, Long didn't know that Garp was going to challenge the ancestors of the sea, so he answered casually, "I will do it in the future. There is a chance. The results of it. Is there a chance for a hammer now?" The black-haired man sent the white-haired man. His father, Garp, was completely dead, and he has no father. What makes Monkey D. Dragon even colder is that after his father died, neither Marine nor the world government seemed to have any reaction, especially the world government has nothing to do with the world government by using the excuse that Garp has resigned. It understates Garp's death. Master Chief, condolences and changes. Although Mr. Garp is dead, he will always remain in our hearts. We have more important things to do, and I'm sure Mr. Garp doesn't want to see you do something out of your mind. Emporio Ivankov, Lightning, Bello Beatty and other cadres of the Revolutionary Army all looked at Monkey D. Dragon with worried eyes, obviously afraid that the leader would make some irrational decisions under his anger. After all, the hidden bosses of world government, I am and the ancestors of the sea, Lule, are not easy characters to mess with. The more angry they are, the more calm they are. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm fine. Monkey D. Dragon suppressed the anger in his heart, laughed wildly, and said, "Father's death proves the necessity and urgency of the existence of the Revolutionary Army. I will try my best to lead the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the rule of the world government. As for the ancestor of the sea, Lule, I will settle this account with him." After saying this, Monkey D. Dragon changed the subject and ordered, "About Sabo, I always feel that he should not be dead, and our Revolutionary Army will rush to find him at the world government. By the way, is there any news from the Straw Hat Pirates yet?" The next moment, Monkey D. Dragon's eyes flashed, and he asked in a cold voice. "No news yet." After listening to this sentence, Bello Beatty showed a puzzled expression and said, "From the information collected so far, it seems that it has entered Vegapunk's territory and the phone worm can't connect at all. Okay, pay close attention to the Straw Hat Pirates and let me know as soon as there is news. Brothers fighting tigers, father and son soldiers." After the death of Father Garp, Monkey D. Dragon will never allow Lule to kill his son unscrupulously, even if it is to use some special means at all costs. At the same time, Dragon Palace Castle in the Dragon Palace Kingdom. When Garp the Fist fought with Lule, the ancestor of the sea, a Murloc had already sent the news back to the Dragon Palace Kingdom in advance. Boom! The Dragon Palace Kingdom suddenly shook. King Neptune panicked and called a high-level meeting. The ancestor of the sea, Lule, is an unscrupulous madman. When passing by the Fishman Island, he will definitely not leave easily. After all, we have a very good relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates. Minister Zuo showed a bitter smile. Yeah, Minister Right sighed and shook his head, and said with a little helplessness, "At present, the whole sea knows that Kaido of the Beasts is the younger brother of the ancestors of the sea, and now that the younger brother's eldest brother is resurrected, sooner or later, he will find trouble with the Straw Hat Pirates. Too difficult." Shark Star clenched the trident in his hand with an aggrieved expression, wanting to say something cruel, but finally shook his head sullenly. Today's ancestor of the sea, Lule, is in full swing, even Marine has to avoid his edge, and the world government has not acted rashly for the time being. It is almost impossible for them to escape perfectly. And the high-level officials of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, such as Huang Xing and Chuang Che Xing, although they did not speak, the ugly expressions on their faces also reflected their inner restlessness. You can't escape this disaster after all. After hearing these words, Neptune, who was wearing a crown, rubbed his head, and a bitter expression flashed through his aqua-blue pupils. The Fishman Island has a very close relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates. If the ancestors of the sea really want to trouble the Fishman Island, it is very normal. What is even more embarrassing is that they can't contact the Straw Hat Sea at a critical moment. Band of thieves. As for contacting Marine and world government, it is even more impossible, especially during this World Summit. Shirahoshi was almost caught by celestial dragons, which made the relationship between the Fishman Island and the world government drop to freezing point. Certainly, 40 years ago, Neptune has actually seen Lule's terrifying power. At that time, Lule also said something inexplicable when passing by the Fishman Island. He was very optimistic about the future princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. For this sentence, Neptune was very confused. At that time, he became a king and didn't even have a son. How could Lule know that he would have a daughter? It was not until Shirahoshi was born that he suddenly realized. Only at that time, the ancestor of the sea, Lule, has fallen, and he does not take it to heart. Now it seems that Lule, the ancestor of the sea, has been eyeing Shirahoshi more than 40 years ago, which makes Neptune's scalp numb even when he thinks about it now, and he can't help himself. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. After a while, Neptune took a deep breath and said helplessly, "It's a blessing or a disaster. It's a disaster that can't be avoided. Get ready to welcome the ancestor of the sea, Lule." The left minister, right minister, finance minister, Shaoxing and other senior officials of the Dragon Palace Kingdom all nodded with bitter faces and nodded silently. The weak have no right to speak. Now they can only beg for the ancestors of the sea. Lule has no interest in the Fishman Island. At the same time, a pirate ship covered in a chakra coat. Under the control of Lule, ignoring the pressure and sinking at a very fast speed. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 6 kilometers. With the rapid increase in depth, the bottom of the sea is already dark, and the pressure is doubled, but, under the protection of Chakra's coat, the pressure is simply a small problem. As for Sea King's, feeling the invisible aura emanating from Chakra's coat, he didn't dare to approach it at all. Katakana middle dot for flowers. On deck, Lule and Jin were drinking tea slowly. Morgans was on the deck using a telephone bug to direct the daily work of the news of the world. As for Hancock, he practiced in hiding in his room. After 2 crazy days, seeing Hancock so submissive and obedient, Lule randomly injected some chakra from Sage Body into her body. This made Hancock such a treasure and began to practice chakra. In her words, after seeing the terrifying power of True several thousand hands, she also wanted to become a powerful ninja who ate sweet fruits. Almost there, suddenly, Lule seemed to sense something, stood up and looked into the depths of the seabed, where a flash of light suddenly appeared. With increasing depth of descent, the bright place was an island surrounded by a huge double-layer semicircular membrane shield. Look around. The island is very beautiful, like a dream. Arrive. Jin, Morgans also stopped what he was doing and stood behind Lule. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. The nourished and radiant Queen Hancock also flew out of the room. When I saw the Fishman Island, I couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! This is too beautiful. Like Sabayati Archipelago, it seems like a dreamy paradise." At the same time, when I saw the pirate ship of the news of the world that appeared over the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island, which had already been prepared, suddenly boiled and entered a state of emergency. The King Nipton, who had been prepared for a long time, did not hesitate at all, and brought a large group of people to Gilancourt Plaza. Ready to meet Lule. Here, the legendary ancestor of the sea is here. The T-Dolphin who killed Marine, Sengoku, Garp, and Blackbeard who killed one of the 4 emperors, the unscrupulous ancestor of the sea, Lule is here. It's terrifying, it's really terrifying. After a few minutes, after seeing Lule carrying Jin, Morgans, and Hancock through the protective film of the Fishman Island in a flash, the merman and the merman on the Fishman Island all widened their eyes and issued a series of words, exclamation. Perhaps there is some fear, and many voices have some trembling and trembling. After all, this is the ancestor of the sea who has been dead for more than 40 years and resurrected. For the mermaid and mermaid on the Fishman Island, this is a godlike existence. Ignore these voices. Lule and his party soon arrived at Gilancord Plaza. Nipton, we meet again. Looking at Neptune who didn't even dare to breathe in front of him, Lule chuckled and said something. Yes, Nipton showed a wry smile and complimented. I haven't seen each other for more than 40 years, and Lord Lule is still as young and handsome as ever. The purpose of my visit this time, you should know. The corners of Lule's mouth twitched slightly, going straight to the subject, and said something lightly. Quote. A cold sweat appeared on Neptune's forehead, and he fell into hesitation. Lord Lule, why don't we first? Seeing that King Neptune did not speak, Minister Zuo hurriedly opened his mouth and wanted to relieve the siege, but the words were not finished yet. Boom! A crisp voice sounded. Minister Zuo's head was snapped by a crimson hot gaze, and the red and white things splashed on the cheeks of Neptune and the others. Lule, you, don't go too far. The Straw Hat Luffy has a close relationship with us, the Fishman Island. Seeing Lule kill someone without a word, a mermaid guard seemed frightened and blurted out said, he defeated Kaido of the beasts. Quote. Hearing this sentence, Neptune, Minister Wright, Minister of Finance, Xiaoxing and other high-level officials of the Dragon Palace Kingdom were shocked, and then they heard a voice that contained boundless violence and disdain. Wong Luffy, what is it? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.